Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry and Snape were forced to survive together. Here is short summary. After being ambushed and kidnapped, Harry and Snape must rely on each other to escape. Forced into an unlikely mentorship, their relationship evolves as they navigate survival and danger together. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Rowena stood, stunned and speechless, clutching a very young Harry Potter, draped in his robes. He was squirming, trying to get down and reach his daddy. Godric held an unconscious Severus Snape in his arms, crouched on the floor with an identical bemused befuddled expression as his wife. Merlin took Harry out of Rowena's arms and placed him on Severus' chest. At the soft pat of the child's hands on his face, Severus opened his coal black eyes directly into Harry's sparkling green ones. "Dada, eat, now," Harry was adamant and demanding. Severus automatically reached up his arms and clutched the toddler tightly to his chest. He looked up at Merlin with one eyebrow raised almost to his hairline, as if to say, "What now?" Merlin merely motioned the three to follow him out of the cave. "With Harry perched on one hip, how in the world do I know how to do that?" Severus thought, bewildered as he made a silent trek through the woods back to where the horses were calmly eating grass. Rowena fished a soft roll out of a pack and handed to the baby. Harry cooed and stuffed the bread into his mouth, gumming it all over Severus' shoulder. After starting a small magical fire and putting stew and tea on to heat, they all sat down unconsciously watching the happy child munching away on his gummy bread. "What happened?" Severus was the first to ask Merlin, though the others quickly joined in. "Well, we wondered if Harry was a shapeshifter after talking about his hair in the clearing the other day. What I think you called a metamorphagus. Harry has just proved that he is indeed one. And very dramatically, I might add. Severus, how old was Harry when his parents were killed and he was sent to live with his abusive uncle?" "About 15 months old, I believe." "Yes, almost exactly, 15 months old. Why? Harry has reverted to the age when he last felt safe and loved. It is obvious that he needed to escape, and this was how his mind chose to deal with the overwhelming panic brought on by the combination of the potion's hallucinations, the overwhelming darkness in the cave, and the man mimicking his uncle's words. We will need to reach his 16-year-old mind, which is currently trapped inside, and encourage him to shift back to his real form. It is usually easier to start with smaller transformations, but I don't think Harry does anything normally." "Congratulations, Severus, it's a boy." Severus wanted nothing more than to hex the man. His eyes were twinkling like the old coots as the others laughed so hard they had tears running down their cheeks. "Well, I understand that, but what are we supposed to do with him now?" Rowena sniggered. "I suggest you conjure a bottle of milk, clothes that fit, and some nappies. Though I think you better worry about the nappy first." "Ah, too late. The miserable brat just peed on my lap." Severus' tone and the look in his eyes didn't match the words he had just spoken. He lay Harry down on his robe, waved his wand to scourgify his trousers, and with a flick, he conjured a clean nappy and a small set of wizard robes on the boy. With another flick, he placed the newly conjured bottle of warm milk into the boy's mouth, picked him up, cradled him in the crook of his arm and rubbed his untidy black hair. It was well past midnight when the tired party managed to enter the courtyard of the castle and wearily headed off to their chambers for some well-deserved rest. Unfortunately for Severus, Harry had been sleeping off the effects of the potion all the way home, rocked by the motion of the horse and comforted by the strong arms of his daddy holding him the whole way. It was time to eat and play. But Daddy wasn't the head of Slytherin House for nothing. He called a house elf for a warm bottle, added several drops of sleeping potion and had both of them dead to the world in less than 30 minutes. Just past sunrise the next morning, Severus and Harry were pounding on Merlin's chamber door. Well, Severus was pounding. Harry was busy tying Daddy's hair into pretty knots. "Yes, Severus, I can't say I didn't expect you. Perhaps not this early, but please join me for some breakfast, then we can convince Harry to shape-shift back. I don't think it will take too long, hopefully." Severus wished Merlin sounded a lot surer of himself. After breakfast, Severus scourgified both Harry and himself and then turned on Merlin. "Well, where do we begin?" Merlin had Severus sit in a comfy armchair with Harry settled, half asleep on his lap. Merlin pulled up an identical chair close enough to Severus' knees to easily reach a hand to both men in front of him. "Relax, I will help you reach into Harry's memories. I just believe he is in the room with his parents, and once we have his mind aware of his correct age, we can help him change his physical body to match. He's already accomplished the hardest part all by himself. Transforming back is much easier." Merlin reassured the worried man. "Harry, child, I need you to come out and talk to us. It's safe here, you're back in the castle. You are sitting on Severus' lap and no one can reach you here." The door of the room marked Mum and Dad creaked open a crack. A small face of about 4 years old peeked out and looked at the figure of Merlin in his outer hall. "Merlin, Severus is here." Severus joined Merlin in Harry's mind. His figure knelt down with his arms open wide, beckoning to Harry to come out. With a squeal of delight, Harry ran out of the door and into Severus' arms. He had grown with each step so that he was once again 16 when he reached Severus. In fact, he seemed to be several inches taller and much more muscular than Severus or Merlin remembered. Severus just barely managed to catch Harry before he stood them both up, holding the teen tightly against his chest as Harry shuddered in remembered fear. He was startled to realize he no longer towered over the boy and almost looked him eye to eye, with Harry resting his head on Severus' shoulder, not his chest as he had done only last week. "Harry, you have managed to metamorph your physical body back into a baby. You need to concentrate on morphing back into your normal self. Unless you really want Severus to keep changing your nappies." Merlin joked with the teen. Harry turned beet red, closed his eyes in deep concentration and, after about 10 minutes, morphed slowly larger. His arms and legs were first, then his torso, and finally his head. Severus suddenly had a much larger Harry sitting on his lap in real life. He quickly conjured suitable clothes for Harry, though he contemplated leaving the nappy in place. He gave Harry a tight hug, and asked him, "Are you all right? I remember your ribs were sore and your head was bleeding." Harry thought for a moment. "No, I seem to be just fine now. Maybe shifting took care of those injuries, since I wouldn't want to keep them in my original form." "Hey, this is what you meant about fixing my eyesight, isn't it?" he asked of Merlin. The old wizard beamed at him and nodded, explaining that shifting would only remove minor injuries and that the child should never shift when he was injured, as it could be very dangerous and deplete his magical reserves. The kidnapping and then the stress of transforming had taken a toll on Harry's physical status, so both Merlin and Severus insisted that he go to the infirmary to be checked out, and then back to his room to take a nap. He was so tired that he didn't complain once when the head apprentice healer gave him a clean bill of health and sent him out to go rest in his quarters. He leaned tiredly on Severus, appreciating the support of his guardian's arm around his waist. Severus helped him change into pajamas and climb under the covers of his warm bed. When he was sure the boy was asleep, Severus leaned down, brushed the hair off his forehead and keyed him. He stood watching his son sleep for long minutes as he contemplated how broken-hearted and full of despair he had felt when he thought that Harry was dead. He turned resolutely out of their chambers and went to find Merlin for some important business and to plan a slightly delayed birthday party. Harry slept straight through lunch and awoke in time to bathe and change into clean robes just in time for supper. He was surprised and slightly disappointed not to find Severus in their chambers. But he supposed that there was a lot of work to catch up after everyone had been gone to rescue him. But even if his mind understood, his heart was still a little hurt. He gave himself a mental shake, firmed his resolve and left to climb the stairs to Merlin's tower chambers. As he opened the door, a flash of movement startled him, but before he could react, he realized that his father stood directly in front of him beaming and with his arms open wide in invitation. From the comforting circle of Severus' arms, he looked around and noticed the founders, Merlin, Galen and Bella, and several of the apprentices were all waiting for him beneath a banner that read, "Happy 16th birthday, Harry." He whispered only loud enough for Severus to hear, "Thank you for letting me see you so I knew I was safe." And with another brief but fierce hug, he turned to greet the people he now thought of as his family. After being stuffed with all of his favorite foods including a massive chocolate cake, Merlin led him over to a comfortable couch and a pile of presents. Unlike modern presents, these were not wrapped in any way, but Harry didn't care. This was his first real birthday party and he was going to enjoy every minute of it, if only his friends could be there too. Severus noticed the flash of pain flicker briefly across Harry's face and pulled him close to whisper in his ear. "We will be returning as soon as we can. Rowena and Merlin have been working on the problem and are close to developing the solution. Have patience, and enjoy today. We will celebrate with them again, don't worry." Harry flashed him his thanks and started to read the tags on his presents. Most were small gifts of clothes, jewelry and even several handwritten books. Harry knew he would have to hide the 4 books that Sal had given him that encompassed his personal research into forgotten potions. Merlin's gift was a beautiful robe that would make Professor Dumbledore green with envy, though the superb embroidery of a dragon on the left shoulder with flames swirling up and around the neck was tasteful as well as beautiful. And the emerald green silk was the exact color of Harry's eyes. Severus had given him a hand-carved box the size of his school trunk on the outside, but magically expanded on the inside that was full of potion ingredients that were no longer available in their time, and a marble mortar and pestle set that were carved to look like the mortar was being held in a dragon's arms. It was almost too beautiful to use. There was also a short note that said his best present would be in their chambers that night. Harry glanced quizzically over his shoulder at Severus but only received a contented smirk in return. Harry idly wondered why the man's usually neat hair looked like he had been in a cat fight, especially on the bottom. It was late when the two trudged back down the tower staircase towards their quarters on the 4th floor. Harry realized that if this had been Hogwarts, their quarters would be where the hospital wing was. Again the feeling of familiarity and yet strangeness about the castle swept over Harry. He shook off the feeling and followed Severus in to sit comfortably together on the couch in front of a soothing fire. Harry looked at Severus and demanded, "We're back in our quarters. What's my other present?" Severus just smiled inscrutably, waved one finger and summoned a sealed parchment from his bedroom. Harry grinned. "You've been practicing, and you're almost as good as I am, now. I'm going to have to work to keep ahead of you, I can tell." "Is that my present?" Severus nodded his head and without saying a word, he handed the parchment to Harry. Harry didn't notice Severus biting his lip and the fearful and yet hopeful look on his guardian's face. Harry scanned the words and then stopped, looked at Severus, and read them again. He hugged Severus and told him, yes. The parchment was formal adoption papers for Harry and only needed his signature to become valid. Of course they both realized they would have to do it again when they returned to their own time. How would they explain that the presiding authority was Merlin who had signed the document himself, and it had been witnessed by all 4 of the founders of Hogwarts, let alone try to explain the date when it was signed, July 31, 994. By the time Lord Salazar and Lady Hufflepuff's baby was 10 days old, the castle was filled top to bottom with family and guests all come for the naming ceremony and the blessing of the child. Severus was extremely pleased that he had been asked to participate in the ritual of blessings ceremony for the boy, but he was very nervous. He had heard of the ceremony before, but he had never actually witnessed one, let alone participated in one. Harry kept reassuring him that everything would be all right, but Severus was still nervous. The Great Hall had been magically expanded until it was even larger than the one at Hogwarts, and it was full of wizards and witches dressed in finery that bedazzled Harry with every glance in any direction. Too bad the wizarding world had lost all of these ceremonies, the two modern men thought. Perhaps they could convince Dumbledore to start a class in wizarding culture for at least the Muggle-born and the ones like Harry who had known nothing of the society to which he rightfully belonged. They had Muggle studies, it would only make sense to have wizard studies also. Merlin stood on a platform with all the invited participants in a half-circle behind him. To the right of his grandfather-in-law was Lord Salazar standing proudly beside Lady Helga who held their son, swathed in beautiful pure white wizard's robes, with delicate gold embroidery embellishing the neck, sleeves, and hem. Merlin's dark blue silk robes shimmered in the firelight, making the gold embroidery on his robes glisten and seem almost alive. Salazar was dressed in deep green and silver, and Lady Helga was glorious in soft yellow, trimmed with white silk that matched her son's robes. Harry thought Severus looked powerful dressed in dark green, so dark it was almost black, until the firelight caught highlights that almost glowed. He would have to talk the man into wearing colors when they returned. He could just imagine the shock in the great hall. He choked back a laugh and ran his hands down his own beautiful robes that had been a present from Merlin for his birthday last week. Merlin raised his hands and, starting to glow in pure energy, invoked the powers of the elements, much as he had for the purification ritual. To bless the child, after he placed his hands on the boy's head, he intoned, "I name this boy child, Daglon Brock Severus Harold Slytherin. I bless you, my child, as a grandfather to a grandson, with power and wisdom, from now to forever. So mote it be." Severus looked just as stunned as Harry did. Neither could believe that Salazar Slytherin and Helga Hufflepuff had named their first son after them. Salazar then leaned forward, placed his hands on his infant son's head and spoke, "I bless you, my child, with love and protection from a father to a son, from now to forever. So mote it be." Helga handed Daglon to Sal, placed her hands on his head and said, "I bless you, my child, with health and strength, from a mother to a son, from now to forever. So mote it be." Artemis blessed the child with powerful mind magic, Rowena gave knowledge and intelligence, Godric gave physical strength and cunning, and then it was Severus' turn. "I bless you, my child, from an uncle to a nephew, with grace and courage, from now to forever. So mote it be." Sal had asked the fellow potions master to be his son's honorary uncle. They both knew it would mean little once Severus had returned to his own time, but they had become incredibly close during their time together. They were closer than many brothers, and both Sal and Severus had missed the close relationship of having a brother, since they were both only children and Sal's parents had been killed when he was much younger and Severus' parents had been mostly uninterested in their child. And between the love for potions and the sarcastic, snarky sense of humor they both had in abundance, they could have been twins. The 2-day-long feast and celebration when the ceremony concluded rivaled the feasts for the Tri-Wizard tournament, but Harry and Severus enjoyed this one much more, since they had each other and their family to celebrate it with. It took several days for the castle to return to normality, and then it was time for the apprentices to return home for 6 weeks. They had all stayed to enjoy the celebration of Daglon's ceremony and then helped return the castle to normal, so school was 2 weeks late getting out. 3 of the original 19 were graduating, 2 were expelled and had been turned over to the sheriff for the attack on Harry, but the 14 remaining would be returning on the 15th of September to begin their classes once again. Most of them had parents who came to the castle to pick them up, but several of the older ones were going to each other's houses for the holiday. Merlin called all 4 of the founders, Artemis, Severus and Harry, to his office the morning after the apprentices had left to discuss the future of the school. After settling everyone with a cup of tea, Harry had an almost uncontrollable urge to offer Severus a sherbet. Merlin began to speak, "I know that we have all realized that we must build the school that Severus and Harry come from. The time is right, the knowledge is here, and it is necessary to separate magical from muggle to save our civilization from destruction. The attacks on witches and wizards continue to escalate. It is no longer safe to train our children at home. For the safety and education of the magical community we must begin at once. Artemis, I would like you to use Harry and Severus' memories to redesign this castle into the Hogwarts that they know. And I need you two to tell every bit of knowledge on the running of the school to all of us so that we can begin. I am afraid we will need to include the bad as well as the good in order to not change recorded history. Since Hogwarts exists and these are the founders, it must be that you were meant to return to this time. We must make sure that no mention of Severus or Harry, or for that matter, myself, make it into Hogwarts, a history, or any other permanent works." It took almost 4 full weeks of dawn to dusk work, but the castle had been magically expanded, the rooms had been furnished, the curriculum set, and Rowena had enchanted a magical quill to send an invitation to start classes at Hogwarts on October 1st, to every magical child between the ages of 11 and 17 that resided in what would be Great Britain. And Merlin had enchanted Godric's favorite hat to sort the new students into the 4 houses. Merlin had also spent at least 2 hours each morning and each afternoon, helping Harry to learn to shape-shift into different people and to identify and control his elements. He was strongest in air and fire. He could do some in earth, as he had shown making the solid granite shield that had protected him from his kidnapper, but he was very weak in controlling water. At least he got good at augmenti spells when his control of his fire elemental got out of hand. Merlin had him only working on metamorphing into other human shapes, but he promised to teach him how to shift into several animals after they had the castle completed. It was decided that the current apprentices would become student teachers for the younger students and the founders would teach the upper grades. Harry would still be Merlin's apprentice and he and Severus would help out in any way that they could. Their quarters had been magically moved to the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side, an inside joke since that was where Fluffy lived during Harry's first year. Their old quarters were now part of the expanded hospital wing. By the end of the 4th week of holiday, each of them had an assignment crucial for the beginning of the school. Helga would of course stay at Hogwarts with Daglon and set up the infirmary. Rowena would seek and duplicate as many books as she could find to begin the library and their student curriculum. Artemis was in charge of finding and convincing the house elf community to relocate to Hogwarts for their own safety. More and more of the wizard families were being attacked and killed, their house elves suddenly freed, not knowing how to survive without being bonded, so there was a large group of about 40 or 50 who had banded together for survival that were living in a nearby forest. Merlin knew they would be much happier with the castle's protection and the work which they delighted in. Severus would be setting up the potions classroom and labs, gathering ingredients, and stocking the infirmary for Helga. He would also be writing sample lesson plans for the younger students, since the founders had only taught older apprentices in small groups. Godric would be traveling to invite several friends and former apprentices to become professors, and Merlin and Harry would be traveling to find his familiars and perhaps the materials for his staff so that he and Merlin could set the first wards on the castle. It would take the power the two could call as elementals to set the base for the other wards that could be cast by future headmasters. Merlin and Harry would be traveling to the top of the mountain so that Harry could be alone without distractions and able to meditate to call his familiars to him. Merlin knew the snow-capped peak was the best place to be completely alone with all 4 elements present. They planned on taking 3 days to reach it, that would allow them plenty of time to talk, meditate, and plan the wards together. They would be able to practice the wards without putting anyone in danger or being observed by any muggles. By the time Merlin and Harry were prepared to leave, Rowena was already being flooded with acceptance letters. The founders were all pleased by the response and wondered why they hadn't thought of expanding their school before now. It seemed that the time truly was right to separate from the Muggle world for their safety, and everyone wanted a quality education for their children to help keep them safe. As Rowena keyed her grandfather goodbye, she happily told him, "We're up to 271 students, in addition to our 14 apprentices. I will owl several more of your friends to see if they will consent to become professors. Any suggestions? Please send me a thought, especially if you know where they are." Merlin just hugged her and told her they would return as soon as possible to help, while Harry and Severus were saying goodbye themselves. The only time they had been apart since being flung into the past was when Harry had been kidnapped. They were both a little worried and hesitant about leaving the other, but it needed to be done. And Severus didn't want Harry to become too dependent upon him, just in case something happened. Merlin chuckled and reminded them, they could always talk to each other over the bond, and that they could never be separated unless they really wanted to be. Harry groaned, scowled and dropped his head into his hands. "What's wrong, Harry?" Severus was concerned. "I just realized that you will always know where I am and if I ever lie to you." Harry looked at his father in abject horror. Severus just laughed at the horror-stricken teen and swatted him on the behind in affection. "And don't you ever forget it, son." Merlin decided by late afternoon that Harry was the most curious child he had ever met, even worse than Godric and Helga had been. He was also remarkably mature and intelligent, frequently asking questions for which Merlin had to struggle to answer, and some he could not answer at all. Merlin felt he learned almost as much as the child he was teaching, as he had to clarify and ponder his own thoughts before he could formulate a coherent answer for Harry. Merlin gave up and stopped early for the night at a pleasant glade next to the river that flowed out of the Lake of the Innocents, so he could have time to discuss all the different topics Harry had brought up as they had ridden that day. With a single wave of his hand, their small tent was standing and their gear was stowed. Harry grinned impishly, mimicked Merlin's wave, and a small fire with a cauldron full of beef stew was simmering with a pot of tea beside it. A second wave produced a large plate full of slabs of warm bread with freshly churned butter, and a pot of marmalade appeared, all having been summoned from the kitchens in the castle. Merlin just chuckled. "Hungry were we, son." Harry sat down while nodding and dished himself a generous helping of everything. "I'm a growing boy. I need my food." Merlin agreed while dishing his own supper. "I have noticed that you are now as tall as Severus and have filled out muscularly as well. Are you shifting your shape, or are you just catching up in growth after the connection was severed, and you no longer rely upon your relatives for nourishment?" "This is all me. The height is natural. The filling out and getting stronger is a combination of good food and the merciless way Lord Godric pushes us in exercising and dueling. It's nice not to be the shortest and skinniest anymore. I don't think I want to have to keep up a false appearance though, at least not yet. I still have to concentrate too much on keeping myself totally shifted." "You were going to teach me about shifting to animals. Can we start now?" "Certainly. But this is not shape-shifting. This is your godfather's way, and animagus, if I remember correctly. But a wizard can only shift into one animal, and the magic within you chooses which animal. You told me several animals. How can that be? You are an elemental, Harry, not a wizard, and as soon as you are trained you will be a mage just as I am. You will have one form for each of the elements that you control, plus one non-magical form and one magical one because of the strength of your magical core. Most wizards have the potential to shift to both a magical and a non-magical. They simply do not have the magical strength to shift into magical creatures, and most do not have the mental willpower and intense concentration to shift into any animal at all. But I know you will not have any difficulty, and I suspect that Severus will soon be able to also. Both of my grandchildren and their spouses can also shift to a magical as well as a mundane animal, as can Artemis. The difference between this shifting and the type you have been doing is, you actually become the animal. Whatever physical and magical properties that animal has, you also have. When you shape-shift, it is still you inside, you merely rearrange the exterior. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir, I think so. My dad was a stag, so he could run and leap like a stag. People who become birds can actually fly, where when I shape-shift, I can't do anything that I couldn't do as myself, I just look different." "Correct, child. Remember the first time I looked inside your mind, when I first saw the evil connection, I saw that your soul was pure. I told you that you were as pure as a phoenix or a unicorn. I believe I said that, because I saw those two creatures as your elementals for fire and earth. Now we should begin with your air element, because that is the strongest element you control. That's why you took to a broom like you were born on one. You must choose a magical beast, and it must have the capacity to fly to be an air elemental shape. You could choose something like a dragon, a pegasus, or a griffin. We also know that you will be able to control fire because of the bolts of fire you threw in the clearing, as well as the lightning bolt upon your forehead which represents both air and fire elements, and also earth because of the shield of stone you made in the cave, though I don't suspect that you remember that one, and the way you can ride any horse better than those who have been riding since before they could walk. So for fire I would suggest a phoenix as the first try. If the air doesn't accept that choice we can decide on something else later. Earth can be any of the magical animals that don't fly or swim. We will select a unicorn first because I believe I saw that one within your core already. I can't see you as a centaur or a thestral. Unless you can think of something else you would rather try." Harry was overwhelmed with the staggering amount of animals he could become. He knew for his non-magical one he wanted something that could keep Professor Lupin company on the full moon. It would be wonderful to run with Padfoot and Moony like his father had. Perhaps he should be a stag like his father, James, or even a big dog like his godfather, Sirius. I would like to be a phoenix because that would be dead useful, especially in escaping or just going from one place to another. Most of the other magical birds have major drawbacks like the fooper. I would hate to drive people insane with my song. I wouldn't mind being a unicorn. It's certainly much better than most of Hagrid's pets or class projects. I would hate to be a bowtruckle or a blast-ended scroot for instance. I don't like centaurs and it's too creepy to be a thestral. I don't know about a dragon or a pegasus. They are both really large, maybe too big to be truly useful. And are there any other choices? I certainly want to stay with purely light creatures, imagine being a Dementor or a Lethifold, yek. But I am a Gryffindor, so it would be kind of cool to be a Griffin. Harry was so delighted he was babbling in his excitement. Well, since your air element is strongest, let's try a Griffin, and if it doesn't accept it we will move on to another option. Since the air chooses this, it is different than a regular animagus transformation. If it is accepted, it will be painless and almost instantaneous. Clear your mind, focus on calling the lightning like you did in the clearing and picture a golden griffin in your mind. We'll try that one first since it is the smallest griffin species. Harry thought hard on the pictures he had seen of griffins, and of how much he would love to fly without a broom. To soar above the clouds, free of the confining strictures of gravity. He called the lightning into him and experienced a surge through his body as he felt acceptance of the offering. He was light-headed, and somehow his bones felt hollow. His shoulders grew, he fell onto all fours as his legs shrank and his arms stretched. He shifted his shoulders to release the sudden cramp and felt the soft brush of feathers creating a breeze that wafted down his back to his tail. He opened his mouth, shouting a cry of pure joy that sounded like a cross between the call of an eagle and a hawk. He opened his eyes. It was strange to be able to see in two different directions at one time, but somehow it seemed right. His shoulders were even with Merlin's waist and his head only reached to the top of Merlin's shoulders. He thought he should be much bigger, maybe he was a different species of griffin. He carefully stretched his wings, careful not to hit Merlin with them. Instinctively he took a short run along the river's edge, pushed off with all 4 feet, followed by a mighty shove of his powerful hind legs and leapt into the air, pumping madly with his wings. A feeling of great joy and peace nearly overwhelmed him. He had only felt this free before while riding on his broomstick. But this was true freedom, no broomstick, no buckbeak, nothing between himself and the air, as he beat his wings effortlessly. He felt totally free for the first time in his life. He never wanted this feeling to stop. He soared and wheeled as if he was flying on his broom for over half an hour. But his muscles were unused to moving in this fashion and they were starting to tire, so he knew he must return soon to Merlin. He glanced down at the earth below him, and gloried in the crystal beauty of the Lake of the Innocents that flashed in the afternoon sun below him. He thought about how the lake had changed his life and that of his new father. He wished that the lake still existed in his own time, so that he could free Ginny of Tom's touch from her first year. When he had possessed her, and petrified those students, he knew she still had nightmares and felt guilty, just as he had about Cedric's death. With thoughts like these running through his head, he glided in for a landing. Unfortunately, he had never had a gliding landing with 4 legs, wings, and a tail before. He just barely managed not to wind up face down in the dirt as he stumbled and fell. He transformed back into Harry still sprawled on the ground, and glared at Merlin who was laughing about his landing. "Come Harry and rest. You must master all aspects of each animal before trying to transform to another animal. We started with air, since that is your strongest elemental power. Next will be fire after you are completely in control of your griffin. I have some hot tea ready and I am sure you are ready for some more food after the exertion of your first flight. You did a wonderful job." Harry couldn't stop grinning and told Merlin, "I want to tell Severus now, okay?" At Merlin's nod, Harry opened the link to his father. Dad, can you hear me? Are you there?" he called, full of excitement and joy that he finally had a parent to share his triumph with. "Yes, Harry, I am in our quarters getting cleaned up for dinner. I admit I am excited about the new school year, but it is a lot of work setting up everything. I guess I am spoiled by the systems and supplies already in place in our Hogwarts." Harry cut him off before he could continue, talking so quickly he was having a hard time keeping the thoughts clear. He spoke. Dad, I got my first form. I'm a golden griffin, and I flew, and it was so cool, and Harry could hear Severus chuckle across their bond. Slow down, son. So the Golden Gryffindor is actually a golden griffin, seems kind of appropriate somehow. And you flew already. Wow, I'm a bit jealous, but so proud of you. Merlin says that you are powerful enough to have a magical animagus too, Dad. He says he'll train you after school gets started and things settle down. That would be so cool if we could fly together. I never asked, are you an animagus? I'll tell you, but you have to promise not to tell anyone. Don't laugh, Harry, but I really am a bat. Oh, just shut up. That's why I never shift unless I absolutely have to. But it has helped me get out of some very serious situations. It's much more helpful than some other forms if you need to escape from somewhere without anyone noticing you. Harry was laughing so hard he had tears running down his face. It was a good thing they were mind-calling, because Harry would never be able to catch his breath to speak. Oh, please, let me tell my friends, especially Neville and Ron. They've been calling you the old bat of the dungeons for years. Let me guess, a vampire bat. No, a fruit bat. Stop laughing, brat. Humph. 20 points from Gryffindor for lack of respect towards a teacher. Not my professor now, my dad. Goodbye for now, I'm going to go eat some more stew and talk to Merlin. Bye, Dad, I miss you. Severus felt his eyes moisten, such a simple phrase that meant so much to him. Something he hoped he would never take for granted, and something he never thought he would ever have. He smiled and continued to clean up his private potions lab before heading into their bathing chamber to clean up and don fresh robes for dinner. As Merlin and Harry sat around a small fire, sipping tea in companionable silence, Harry thought of the lake just to the north of them and asked his master, Merlin, is lycanthropy a disease or a curse? I've heard it described both ways. Interesting question, Harry. I can't say I've really thought about it much. Merlin sat in quiet thought, looking into the fire as he contemplated his answer. It is a blood curse, that is cast wandless and soundless as it combines the caster's blood with the victim's blood. If it was a disease, it would not matter if the person was in werewolf shape or not to transmit it. A disease would be transferred by a bite at any stage of the moon and so would equally infect someone, and it doesn't. Why do you ask? A very good friend of first my parents and godfather, and now me, is afflicted with it. He is a wonderful, kind person, and was the best defense teacher we ever had. But as soon as the parents found out he was a werewolf, he had to quit. He has a hard time finding a job or a place to live, and I know he is in terrible pain around the full moon. I just hate seeing him so sick so much of the time. I thought if it was a curse, and not a disease, that if we brewed the wolfsbane potion with water from the Lake of the Innocents, that it would drive the werewolf out of the man. What do you think? That is a very good question, but since I know very little about the potion, I cannot comment with much certainty. Perhaps you could ask Severus. We could bring some water back with us if he wanted to try. Severus, are you busy? Harry mind called once again. Severus answered back, we are just settling down for dinner. I'm happy to talk to you at any time though, Harry. What do you need, son? I was talking with Merlin and he doesn't know the answer to my question, so he told me to ask you. I wanted to know if you brewed the wolfsbane potion with the water from the Lake of the Innocents, would that cure Professor Lupin? I mean, if lycanthropy is a curse, it should drive out the wolf curse just like it drove Voldemort out of my head and removed your dark mark. Do you think that would work? Merlin said we could bring back some water if you wanted to experiment. Harry could feel Severus' excitement over their bond. Yes, I think that might work. If they took it right at the rise of the full moon, it should drive the wolf out completely. I will get to work on a formula immediately. Bring back all the water that you can. Bye, Harry. I need to go. Sal, a question. Severus' mind was instantly turned to the problem at hand. He loved to solve puzzles, and this was a puzzle that had needed to be solved for a long time. His steak and kidney pie completely forgotten, he turned to Sal and began to discuss the suggestion excitedly. Harry just laughed to himself and knew he wouldn't get a coherent conversation out of his father for a very long time. He was happy he was out of the castle. Lady Helga would have his head since he started Lord Salazar and Severus into a long potions discussion just as they sat down to dinner. He wondered if he would have to call his father Lord Severus as he had to do the other teachers. He had just gotten used to calling him Severus and then father, heaven help him if he had to use another name. Maybe it would be Professor Snape again. He could handle that one as long as Severus didn't revert back to his former behavior to go along with the name. Harry told Merlin about his conversation with Severus and asked if the lake could exist in their own time anymore, since he had never heard of it before. Merlin explained that he had no way of knowing for sure, but he thought it should still exist, but perhaps it had gone underground to escape exploitation. He assured Harry that he would work to find a way to help him rediscover it once they returned. The two settled down to sleep, and as Harry shut his weary eyes he wondered if Severus would even try to sleep at all that night. The two elementals had been working together on the mountaintop for only 3 days when Harry felt the call of his familiar. He had successfully transformed into a glacier phoenix just the day before. It was rarer than a fire phoenix-like fox, and was a beautiful silvery white, with black wingtips and tail feathers. It also had glowing green eyes rather than the black ones Fox had. Harry hadn't thought anything would beat the feeling of flying as a griffin, but he was wrong. A phoenix could flash instantaneously and do aerial feats of daring that were impossible for the much larger griffin. Harry was floating on updrafts over the crest of the mountain, enjoying the calm beauty of the sunrise when he felt a pull in his mind to land on a shallow ledge just below the north crest of the peak. He landed, unconsciously mimicking Fox's head-turned stance. He heard a melodious voice trilling in his mind, "Fire child, I have felt your goodness and purity and wish to show honor to you and help you on your quest. Please take my egg and bond with my young one. She shall be your companion and familiar and join you on your journey to defeat the evil one that threatens you." Harry's green eyes in his phoenix form met sparkling ice blue ones inside a deep crevice at the back of the ledge. A beautiful glacier phoenix was sitting on a protected nest containing a large glowing, silver-white egg almost as big as a quaffle ball. Harry morphed into a teen and stroked the mother bird gently on her head. He kept his phoenix voice and trilled his acceptance of the great honor that she bestowed upon him. She told him how to care for the unhatched egg, how to keep it warm and safe, and told him it would be another 10 days before it would hatch. He would then need to hand-feed it soft fruit sand-ground nuts for only a couple of days until she was able to toft on her own, as phoenixes matured very quickly into fully grown status, much like they did after a burning day. Harry carefully took the entire nest and tied it securely into his robe, transformed back into his phoenix and flew back, his robe and its precious cargo carefully grasped tightly in his claws, to share his excitement with Merlin and Severus. When the time came several days later for Harry and Merlin to return to the castle, neither of them wanted to leave. They had become very close and enjoyed the peaceful, often deep discussions on subjects ranging from wizarding customs, to the ethics of using great amounts of power, to how elf and other magical peoples being subverted by wizards, to their favorite foods and hobbies. They both enjoyed Harry's rapidly growing control over his elements, and Merlin was delighted to see something of the childish delight that Harry had apparently never been allowed to show, though he hadn't been particularly fond of Harry changing his robe's bright lime green, with his beard and hair to match. And it had taken him half an hour to notice, and only then because Harry had been unable to control his laughter any longer. Severus had been very forthcoming about the way Harry had been treated both by his abusive family and the fickleness of the wizarding community as they alternately adored and despised the boy. Merlin thought the time here away from all his past was doing a very good job of healing the boy's mind and psyche, but he still was too old for his years at most times, so the flashes of joy and childishness were good to see. Harry had managed to successfully control air, fire, and earth elements, but both of them conceded that he would never have much control over water unless he was very desperate and was able to call up wild magic to help control it. His elemental forms turned out to be a small golden griffin, a glacier phoenix, and a beautiful silver unicorn with black mane, tail, and hooves. He could shift effortlessly and instantaneously into all of these. His animagus forms turned out to be a tawny gold and black striped Kneazle for his magical form, though he could pass as a non-magical cat by using his metamorphagus skills to shrink some, and a gorgeous silver wolf with a black blaze on his forehead for his non-magical one. He was still having problems shifting into them and would need to continue to practice once they returned home. Merlin wondered if Harry had noticed that all of his forms were primarily gold or silver and their abilities and natures all matched the purity of his magical core. Every time Harry managed to transform into the wolf, He felt sadness at the continued separation from Sirius and Remus, but anticipation at the joy of baying at the moon with them when he returned, at least until they could cure Moony. Several times each day he would think, "Wait until I tell Ron," or, "I can't wait to share this with Hermione." And he was afraid that Ginny wouldn't want to become better friends with him, like he hoped she would. Merlin would quietly take notice of the flash of loneliness across his face, and patiently waited each time for Harry to recover and go on again. They camped again beside the river that flowed from the Lake of the Innocents, again on their trip back to Hogwarts, and had a quiet meal before turning into bed early. The return to the bustle of starting a new school was bittersweet for them both, and they hadn't had much conversation during their meal and both turned in early, still deep in their own thoughts. Merlin awoke to total quiet, wondering what had awoken him. When he realized that Harry wasn't in the tent with him anymore. He pushed out his senses to feel Harry's aura but couldn't find it close to their camp. Starting to get a little worried, he cast his senses further and felt Harry's presence almost a half-hour's walk up the river. By the distance, Harry must be clear to the lake. But he felt no danger, just curiosity. Quickly shifting into his own golden lion form, he loped quickly to where he had sensed the boy. Harry stood looking at the waterfall glistening in the bright light of the full moon. He appeared to be in a trance or sleepwalking. Merlin shifted back and just watched to see what the boy would do. Harry stripped down completely, bowed to the moon and waded into the water. He walked through the waterfall and disappeared from view. Merlin still sensed no danger to the boy, so he kept his silent watch. Harry re-emerged after about 5 minutes with several items in his hands. He waded back to where his clothes were and climbed out of the water, shook his head and awoke. He looked dazedly around until he saw Merlin and asked, "How did we get here? What's going on?" Merlin conjured a warm towel for the teen and a blanket for them to sit on. Harry laid the items in his arms down without really paying much attention to them, dried off and dressed without saying a word. He came back over and sat beside Merlin while they looked at the things he had brought from behind the waterfall. There was a sparkling crystal glowing with the colors of the rainbow in the light from the full moon, perfectly round, and about the size of a plum. A straight piece of holly the size of Harry's wrist and almost as tall as his 6 feet, that was as white as ivory and weathered smooth as glass by the flow of the water, and a piece of amber with a perfectly preserved dragonfly within its depths. Harry told his master that the wood and crystal would be the base of his staff, along with a feather from his own phoenix form, a tail hair from his unicorn and a crown feather from his griffin. He was told by the guardian of the lake that the inclusion of items from his own forms would make the staff the most powerful, and completely under his control, since they would already be a part of him, and that no one else would be able to use it except people from his direct bloodline. He was also told that the cure he proposed for lycanthropy would indeed work, and that the lake would hide in some way and wait for him to return. When the time was right, he would once again be called to the lake so that others could be healed, including people who had been cursed into insanity, like Neville's parents. But what was most surprising was the knowledge that the key to destroying Voldemort's hold on the wizarding world would be found by studying and using the principles of the Amber, but they would have to reason the answer out for themselves. The spirit of the lake also informed Harry that they couldn't return to their own time until they had developed the solution, and that time flowed much faster in the past than it did in the future, and to have peace about his friends who waited for him there. Harry shifted to his griffin form, had Merlin pack up his precious items from the guardian of the lake and told him to climb on and hold tight as he would fly them back to their camp. Harry fell asleep to dreams of a certain red-haired young witch and how she might be waiting for him to return. Early the morning after they returned, all the inhabitants of the castle were required to be outside before breakfast for Merlin and Harry to set the wards. The first casting would cement the castle to the bedrock and provide the foundation for all the succeeding wards to be built upon. As the only 2 earth elementals, the 2 mages were the only ones capable of setting wards that would last over 1,000 years without falling. Harry made a mental note to himself to recast the ward when they returned to their own time. He felt almost certain that Professor Dumbledore was also an elemental, though he wasn't sure what his elements were. With the castle completely empty, Harry stood at the north end, Merlin on the south, with Godric providing a stabilizing base on the east, and Severus the same on the west. They would assist but could not actually cast the ward. At the first glow of sunrise, Harry raised his arms above his head, calling upon the powers of the four elements to grant him strength and power to accomplish his task of protection. He knew that Merlin would be doing exactly the same ceremony on the south. He could feel him through their mental bond, even though he couldn't see him at all. They had practiced setting this ward and all the others they would do over the next couple of days on the mountain, and Harry was secure and confident that everything would go all right. After all, these wards already existed in the future, so they must have done them correctly in the past. Harry began to glow pure silver as the power of the elements gathered with his own magical core. He lowered his hands toward the ground, shooting a beam of light that disappeared into the ground, spread around the sides of the castle until it met Godric and Severus, who blended it with the golden glow coming from Merlin. The powers merged until a thick river of silver and gold surrounded the entire castle, merging deep down to the bedrock and up through the foundation of the castle, shimmering in the glorious sunrise. Harry then raised his hands slowly, bringing the river up and up until it was above the tallest tower of Hogwarts. The two mages then brought their hands together over their heads, and the sides of the ward curved and flowed over the roof of the castle in a perfect oval. With a last flash of power, the ward snapped into place and disappeared into the stones of Hogwarts. The entire castle shuddered and seemed to shimmer in place, and then the stones themselves appeared brighter, as if they were bathed in magic themselves. Harry and Merlin thanked the elements, dismissed them and sank to the ground. Godric helped Merlin into the castle to eat and rest, just as Severus was doing for Harry. But the instant they crossed the threshold, both stood tall and refreshed and somewhat astonished. Merlin waved everyone into the great hall and said he would explain as they ate. "I think we had an unexpected side effect to the powerful wards we just set. It seems that Harry and I awoke the castle. She is aware of us and somewhat sentient. Severus, is this something you are aware of in your Hogwarts?" Severus nodded and explained, "Yes, I have always thought so. You can feel the power radiating off of the castle, and Albus always says the castle tells him what is going on and when something needs repairing or attention. But I thought that was due to over 1,000 years of magic being performed in it. I didn't realize it was there from the very beginning." Harry was lost in thought, searching for the awareness of the castle. Perhaps because no one had ever told him what magic could and couldn't do, he had no preconceived ideas or limitations on what he could achieve. He found the mind of Hogwarts just below the level of consciousness and spoke to it. "Hello, my name is Harry. Your name is Hogwarts and you are a wonderful magical castle. It is your job to keep hundreds of students safe so they can learn magic in safety and non-magical people and evil wizards can't harm them. Do you understand me? #yes, Master Harry, I am aware of my mission and I accept it. I will keep the students safe and secure. Who should I tell if there is something wrong?" Hogwarts' voice was deep and mellow. It caressed and filled Harry with a feeling of deep peace and comfort. It felt like home. "Well, you could tell any of us, but after we are gone, you should tell the current headmaster or headmistress, whoever that is. #rest now, Master Harry, and I will keep you safe. As you set more wards, come inside and I can replenish your magic from the earth of my foundation. Peace be with you and with your kind. With that, Hogwarts fell silent and Harry opened his eyes to find everyone staring at him. Harry pulled his breakfast towards him and stated matter-of-factly, "I talked with Hogwarts and she agreed to keep the students safe. She also said if we get tired setting more wards to come inside and she will replenish us with magic from the earth of her foundation." He dug into his plate with all the relish that only a growing teenage boy can muster, completely oblivious of the incredulous looks the adults were giving him and each other. Merlin just shrugged finally and began to eat his own breakfast, though much slower than Harry was. Throughout the rest of the day, the 8 powerful wizards raised wards and set muggle-repelling and notice-me-not charms, interspersed with meal breaks and replenishing their magic with Hogwarts' help. They had thought it would take several days to set all the wards, but with the castle's help they had completed all of them by that evening. After a final meal that had most of them barely awake enough to eat, they all just managed to reach their quarters before they each fell into sleep. And Harry had a dream of the castle caressing him and declaring she would shield her Master Harry from all danger and care for him always, but he remembered nothing of it the next day. Merlin spent time over the next 2 days helping Harry construct his staff. Harry had used his earth elemental powers to carve the holly into a beautiful shoulder-high staff. The top had his golden griffin caught in the act of launching into flight, with the crystal from the lake under the front feet, the wings swept up and back in grace and power. The sides were carved with all of his animagus shapes intermingled with runes of power and strength. He had used fine sand and clear polish to make the wood glow with a lustrous silver-white finish. It looked powerful even before the introduction of the magical cores. Harry shifted into the griffin, the phoenix, and the unicorn as Merlin chose the 2 feathers and the tail hair that would give the staff its magical core. Harry laid his griffin feather next to his staff without them touching and, calling upon the element of air, he used its magic to insert the symbol of that power into the staff. Then he repeated it with his phoenix feather, and finally his unicorn hair. Each item glowed with energy and raw magic before seeming to sink into the holly, leaving no mark or blemish to show behind. Harry was exhausted before he picked up his staff in his right hand. A surge of power, similar but much stronger than the one in Ollivander's shop, flowed through him, bathing each cell in his body with power. He felt as alive and empowered as he had when Severus had held him under the waterfall during the purification ritual. He looked at his master and found a wistful knowing look on his aged face. "I remember my staff bonding as if it was yesterday, young Harry. And I still can find no words to adequately describe the feelings. Now, go show Severus and then practice your forms. We will do no more work today." 4 days after they warded the castle, the first of the returning apprentices came back. The founders and Merlin would use the next 2 weeks to train the apprentices on how to teach the younger grades and familiarize them with the new Hogwarts and how it would work. All apprentices would be a part of all 4 houses so that they could enter any common room and as such should be impartial in granting and subtracting points during their classes. But they would study and sleep in their own quarters as they had before the expansion of the castle. As Harry lay in bed that night in his room in their quarters, he thought about the last few days and what he wanted to tell his friends. Severus had given him a journal shortly after his birthday and had Harry write to his friends every night about what he had done that day and anything he wanted to share with them so that he could remember everything when they returned home, and it had helped lots, but he still missed them. Harry wrote to them of his elementals and his excitement at bonding with his staff. He figured his journal might be enough to keep Hermione too busy to ask him too many questions, at least he hoped it would be. The following afternoon, while Harry was working on learning to duel with his staff by dueling with Severus while Merlin watched and made suggestions, he felt an uncontrollable mental pull to return to their quarters that made him drop his staff. His momentary lack of concentration allowed Severus to clobber Harry in the left temple with his own staff before he could even realize the boy wasn't going to block the heavy blow. Harry dropped like a stone, bleeding and unconscious. Severus stood in shock at what he had done, ashen-faced and trembling with horror. Merlin knelt beside the teen and ran his hands over Harry, a golden glow reaching from the palm of his hands to Harry's body. "He has a fractured skull and a concussion, but he will be all right in a few days, Severus. Help me heal him and then you can return him to his room to rest. Severus, I need your assistance." He spoke sharply to gain the shocked man's attention. "I hurt him. I promised I would never hurt him. I broke my promise. What have I done?" Severus was speaking softly, almost to himself. He couldn't hear what the older wizard was saying to him, lost in the horror of what he had done. "Severus, he will know it was an accident, that you did not do it deliberately. Now, pull yourself together, I need your help." Merlin was finally able to break through the man's distress. "What do you need? Should I fetch Helga?" "No, I shall be able to heal him. I just need you to hold him still and make sure he doesn't move his head while the magic heals the bones." Merlin spoke softly once more. Severus nodded and knelt with a knee on either side of Harry's head. He took his son's head into his own long, tapered fingers and gently held the boy's head still. Harry tried to move from the tight, painful hold by squirming, but his father held him in an iron grip. Merlin called up his power, until he was glowing softly golden. He held his hands out, cupping the boy's head without actually touching it, and sent soft flows of magic into the wound on his temple. Harry's body twisted and squirmed with the onslaught of power not his own, but his father's inflexible grasp held his head completely steady. It only took a few minutes until both men could see the indentation in the child's head flatten out and then return to the normal curve of his skull. The deep cut sealed itself and Harry's eyes fluttered open, to look straight into his father's nearly black eyes. Harry was shocked to see the depth of caring and love expressed there before he closed his eyes once more. He roused once more to find his father tucking him into his own bed and struggled to sit up. Severus put a gentle hand against his chest and pushed him back into the soft pillows. "Harry, you need to take several potions and then you need to sleep." His voice cracked with emotion as he continued, "I'm so sorry, child. I never meant to hurt you. Can you forgive me, please?" Harry couldn't see Severus' face through his long black hair hanging in curtains, hiding his shamed and worried expression, but he could hear it in his quiet voice. Harry looked startled. "It wasn't your fault. I lost my concentration and dropped my staff. My phoenix is getting ready to hatch and she called to me. I need to hold her in my lap for her to hatch and bond. Can you hand her to me since I can't get up?" Harry softly ran his hand over Severus' arm in silent comfort and forgiveness. Severus nodded and reached over beside the bed where a soft pillow cradled the glowing, very large egg. It felt even warmer to the touch than it had when Harry had shown it to him before, and it shuddered slightly in his grasp. He quickly handed it to Harry. It wouldn't do for him to be holding it when it hatched. It would bond with the person holding it, Harry had told them when he returned with it. He knew he would have to talk with Harry later about what had occurred this afternoon, but for now he would help Harry with the hatching phoenix. Harry had just grasped the egg when it started to quiver and tremble even harder. A tiny crack appeared at the top with a tiny tip of black beak just visible. Harry soothed, "Come, Karis, you can do it. Keep chipping. I cannot help you, you must do this for yourself. Come on, my little girl, keep pecking." Severus was quietly in awe, watching the boy encourage the tiny creature to break out of her shell. It took almost an hour and Harry never stopped talking comfortingly and encouragingly to the baby, even when Severus handed him several potions to swallow. Finally, she had a piece of shell broken big enough to climb out of. Harry carelessly put the eggshell aside, absent-mindedly conjuring a soft woolen blanket to rub the new phoenix, which looked remarkably like a wet, plucked, overly large chick. He cuddled and caressed her, talking gently and soothingly to her. Severus carefully gathered each piece of the rare and costly phoenix shell, one of the rarest and most useful ingredients for very powerful healing potions, before curiously asking Harry, "Did you name her Karis? I hear you calling her that. It seems to fit her, you know." "Yes, I did. It means my beloved in Latin and it is how I feel about her. I've felt a bond with her since the moment I first touched her shell when her mother pledged her to me. I thought about names that had to do with fire, like Fox, or Lightning, but they just didn't seem to be quite right. And then I thought, what can I name my beloved phoenix, and it just came to me, Karis." Harry noticed the protective way that Severus was cradling the eggshells in his hands. "I suppose those are very useful in healing potions. I've never heard you or Lord Sal speak about them though. That's because they are usually so rare as to be non-existent. I've never come across the smallest piece of one, let alone a whole shell. This is worth more than a lifetime's wages as a professor in our time. Since phoenixes live phenomenally long lives, a phoenix only has 2 or 3 eggs in her lifetime. It was a tremendous honor for that phoenix to give her egg to you. Of course, a single phoenix can have many masters, if you will, during its lifetime, since wizards don't live as long as they do." "Oh, so Professor Dumbledore hasn't had Fox since he was an egg?" "No, he bonded with Professor Dumbledore shortly before the battle with Grindelwald, about 1938 I think. Albus defeated Grindelwald in 1945. I believe that Fox might be as old as Hogwarts, or even older. Since no one can talk to a phoenix, no one knows for sure. But records have shown that Fox had 2 or 3 other masters over the years that we know of, and probably more we know nothing about. Our first records of him are around the 1060s when he bonded with Galen when he became the second headmaster of Hogwarts after the death of Godric. But he was old even then. Though he does disappear for long periods of time and no one knows where he goes when he disappears at the death of his current bonded. I use the term master very loosely. Most wizards would call Fox Dumbledore's familiar, but I sometimes wonder if it should be the other way around. I don't think anyone can actually own or command a phoenix, they are too independent and intelligent to be owned by anyone. But Severus, I can talk to phoenixes. At least I talked with Karis's mother and now with Karis. I can talk to any species that is one of my forms, or even closely related to one of my forms. I can talk to a horse, because it's close to my unicorn, for instance. And I can talk to Artemis, dog, because he's close to my wolf. The dialect is a little different, but we can understand each other if we talk slowly. You can. That's phenomenal. Perhaps we can hear some of Fawkes' stories. I know Albus swears that sometimes Fawkes can plant information into his mind, and I know he can read Fawkes' emotions pretty well, but I know he can't actually talk to him. Maybe we can get Fawkes to help set up Albus for a prank. Now, that would be fun. What is it with you and pranks lately? I never thought you would be one to do jokes. Harry asked curiously and a little surprised. Well, you haven't been around the castle lately so you haven't seen it, but Godric, Sal and I have been pranking each other since Godric didn't tell me about Sal's lack in levitation skills. So what have you done to each other? Fess up now. Harry leaned forward in excitement. He continued to stroke the now sleeping baby wrapped in her blanket, warm in her beloved's arms. Severus got a gleam in his eyes as he sat beside Harry after carefully sealing the eggshells into an unbreakable container he conjured and placed on Harry's nightstand. Well, it all started after I got out of the infirmary. I figured that Godric had never heard of thong underwear. Well, he has now, and I understand that Rowena really liked them, really liked them. Harry and Severus spent the rest of the afternoon laughing and sharing the best pranks they had done or that had been done to them as well as the accident that had happened that afternoon. Severus was surprised to find out that none of Harry's jokes had been done in a malicious or hurtful manner, and almost all of them were against his friends and dorm mates, not others. Harry really never had been like James, he had been just too prejudiced and full of hatred to see it. It was also a relief to know that Harry really didn't blame him for the accident that afternoon and could even joke about it. He had dutifully promised to never undertake anything remotely dangerous again on a day that his phoenix egg was supposed to hatch and bond with him ever again. His sleep that night had images of stones being laid upon stones, of towers rising into the sky, of generations of children running through the halls, eating meals, learning magic, and through it all he heard the deep mellow voice of Hogwarts telling him the children would be safe, that she would keep them all safe until her master Harry would return again. He awoke, refreshed with vague images that disappeared as soon as he sat up, but a feeling of deep love and safety that filled his soul. Just hours later, two dark heads peered around a corner, watching as Godric and Sal walked through an invisible cloud, to emerge, dressed in pink robes, hair in braids and bows, holding hands while skipping into breakfast in the Great Hall. They heard peals of laughter followed by twin bellows of outrage and decided maybe they weren't hungry after all as they ran back to their quarters, promising each other to replay this prank on the Weasley twins. Over the next 2 weeks Harry gained much in strength, stamina, and grace after mastering his elementals and practicing in his animagus forms. He found he could now keep up with any of Godric's apprentices in physical endurance and dueling. And only Merlin, Godric and Severus could beat him in magical dueling or with staffs. He was just too fast and his elemental senses and enhanced physique made it impossible to sneak up on him. He had also diligently worked with Merlin and Artemis until he could send spells with either hand. He still preferred his right hand, but he had learned very early at the Dursleys how to use his left hand if his right hand was injured, and he thought, ruefully, at least one good thing came from his time there. The remaining time had passed in a blurred haze of activities and last-minute panics, but all was ready by the morning of October 1st. The students would be arriving all day as their parents brought them, but everyone was supposed to be there before the feast that was scheduled to begin at 7 p.m. sharp. Harry was almost as excited as he was for his own sorting ceremony. Rowena and Merlin had enchanted the ceiling into the familiar Great Hall. It looked so much like home that Harry expected Ron, Hermione and Ginny along with all of his other friends to come through the huge wooden entrance doors at any minute. He thought that even Colin Creevey would be welcome right about now. He knew Severus was almost expecting Albus Dumbledore to walk in and sit in the center of the staff table, just like he was. He had to admit he really didn't miss the Slytherins or Mr. Filch, though. All the parents were lining the walls, sitting at their own tables, looking variously proud, nervous, and just plain awestruck at the magnificence of Hogwarts. They would all be staying for several days in the castle to rest up before the long journeys back to their homes, and to help their student get all the supplies they needed for the year. Master Ollivander and his 4 sons were in the castle to fashion wands for each student who didn't have one. Several seamstresses would be fashioning school robes, and there were many merchants there to sell parchment, quills and inks, school trunks, cauldrons and potion supplies, and anything else a student might need. Harry was sitting at a table directly below the staff table, facing the student tables with the other 14 apprentices waiting for Lady Rowena to bring in the new students. Lord Godric had been made headmaster as neither Sal nor Helga wanted the paperwork or responsibility. Merlin had transformed into an older man that looked exactly like Professor Binns, but alive, of course. Harry had to keep from laughing every time he caught sight of the old wizard. There was no sorting song from the hat, they hadn't managed to enchant it that far yet, but it was placed upon the head of each new student, all 304 of them, and they were quickly and quietly sorted into houses with the proud parents watching from the side tables. The sorting had started with upper years, a combined 5th, 6th, and 7th year category, since no one knew how much magical training any of them had had, so they would be eventually split up into different grades as they were evaluated. The first 4 grades would be split as normal. Each child could be tutored by the apprentices, if necessary, to catch up. Slytherin had the fewest sorted into it with only 70 total students, Ravenclaw had 75, Gryffindor had 81, and Hufflepuff had the remaining 78. Altogether, the founders were pleased with the sorting. The staff table was much fuller than Harry had ever seen it. Since most of the new students had no formal training in their magic, each class was to be much smaller and there was more than one teacher for each class as well as the apprentices. There were also more class offerings than Harry or Severus was used to. Harry wanted to take the one on healing from Helga and he looked forward to the one that Rowena was going to teach on household spells. That would be dead useful, especially after he graduated. She and Merlin would also be teaching him spells used in the library, and doing research to find a way to stop Voldemort as well as return to their own time. Godric was continuing with physical fitness and fighting, as well as magical dueling. Professor Snape would also be teaching dueling as well as several fascinating classes on just potion ingredients and how and why they were used in different potions. He expected his students to be able to develop their own potions by the end of the year. Merlin would continue to train him on his elemental powers as well as the 2 of them working on defeating Voldemort and returning home. Merlin would shift himself into a duplicate of Professor Binns to teach history of magic and wizarding traditions. Harry hoped he could keep from laughing as he was reminded of his only ghost teacher who was so boring he put Hermione to sleep. He also suspected that divination with Lady Rowena would be much different than with Professor Trelawney. They had a fellow named Professor Grey who would be teaching upper-level transfiguration, and upper-level charms would be taught by a witch named Professor Brooks. Harry wouldn't be taking any of their classes as he could already surpass both Godric and Rowena in those subjects. Harry would continue classes with a new professor in both ancient languages and arithmancy, both of which he found fascinating, but he had not met those professors yet as they had not reached Hogwarts before the feast. But Lady Rowena would be teaching him how to design and combine spells which he was looking forward to. He would have formal potions classes with Lord Salazar, and of course, he and Severus would work together to develop a cure for lycanthropy. Lady Helga and Artemis would continue to teach herbology, but Artemis would only teach his mind magic to a very select few that he and Merlin would choose. He was certain even Hermione would look at his schedule as very demanding and he didn't want to hear what Ron would say about it. At least he was exempt from teaching any grade 1 to 4 classes like the other apprentices had to do. His schedule was just too full. He was looking forward to teaching an early form of Quidditch to the students who wanted to learn it though. He mentally thanked Ron for having him practically memorize Quidditch through the ages so he knew how the very first games were played. He really hated that they used a live bird called a golden snitch though. He knew that the early Quidditch players frequently killed the bird while catching it and it had been depleted to the point of extinction before being banned in favor of the modern metal one. He just hoped he could convince the students not to kill it, or maybe he could figure out how to conjure one just for the games. There would be no formal games though, just pick-up ones for pleasure and practicing broomstick skills. Harry spent part of the evening exploring and packing away some of the things he wouldn't need for a while in his new trunk that Severus had surprised him with that night. Severus had ordered 2 custom-made trunks from the vendor before they came to the castle. They were an ordinary size, but each had 3 storage areas, and 2 actual rooms inside it, one a living quarters with 2 bedrooms, a library, and a bathing chamber. The last chamber would eventually become a training room, but would store all of their new belongings and anything else they had to take back with them to their own time. It shrank down to fit into a pocket easily, and Severus had bought one for each of them. And they had only cost 1 galleon for the 2 of them. Godric was of course upset about the outrageous price that Severus had paid, but he didn't know that Severus had traveled back through time with about 65 galleons on him, and even Harry had over 30. A veritable fortune. Severus and Harry were looking to buy a piece of property before they left. Merlin was making inquiries into who owned the acreage that contained the Lake of the Innocents, to see if they could purchase it before they left. They had figured that would be the best way to make sure the lake survived clear until their age. They could leave money and instructions in Gringotts to have the property carefully managed during the intervening years. As he went to sleep in the quarters that he shared with Severus after the sorting ceremony, he thought about all the things that had changed in his life in just over 3 short months. He hoped his friends hadn't given up on him. Then with a glimmer of hope he remembered the guardian of the lake telling him that time passed much quicker in the past than in the future, so maybe they were still thinking of him just like he was thinking of them. Thinking about tomorrow reminded him there would be an exhibition of magical dueling between Severus and him, followed by one between Godric and Merlin after the evening meal. He had never seen them full-out dueling, just teaching, so he knew it would be fantastic. He knew he would lose to Severus, but he still looked forward to it. He went to sleep with a smile on his face and slept peacefully through the night, even looking forward to potions class in the morning. Harry sat in Master Severus' theory of potions making class the next morning a full 5 minutes early. He had parchment and ink ready and his favorite quill shaped and sharpened. He really liked the new apprentice robes that Rowena had designed. The regular students had robes very similar to the ones he had seen for the last 4.5 years, but the apprentices wore a robe that showed who their master was, and since Harry was Merlin's only apprentice, he was the only one who got to wear deep purple robes with the badge of Hogwarts on the left body, gold embroidery proclaiming Apprentice Potter with elemental magic underneath, both written in delicate script, on his right chest. With his new tall and muscular frame, combined with his dark hair, now just past shoulder length and tied back into a short ponytail with a black silk tie, and glittering green eyes, he thought he looked rather dashing. And he liked being stared at in school for something he had actually done. None of that bloody boy who lived, or heir of Slytherin, or whatever the Daily Prophet had written about him. Here he was just Harry, and everything he was known for, he had earned on his own merits. The classroom had slowly filled up as Harry sat musing, until with a loud bell, the first class in Hogwarts history began. Master Severus swept into his classroom, with a patented swirl of black robes, strode briskly up to his desk and slapped his book down sharply with his trademark snarl firmly in place. Harry almost flashed back to his first ever class in potions, until he noticed the small smile on his father's face and a discreet wink when he turned in his direction. Harry sighed and settled down to take notes. Severus had assumed that no one in the room knew anything about brewing potions and had started with the very basics. Why you used a cauldron of a certain metal for certain ingredients, the difference between dicing and chopping and all of the other terms, why it made a difference if you stirred clockwise versus counterclockwise, and many other things that Harry had never heard before, and that finally made sense to him. He took so many notes, his hand was cramping around his quill, but he was excited to think he would finally understand what potion making was all about. Here was another book that needed to be written when he returned. Perhaps he could convince Severus to write this one. After the others left the room, he went up to his father and congratulated him on a brilliant class. "Can we have a class like this for all the first years when we get home? I didn't know any of this stuff, and I don't think many others do either, especially the Muggle-born or raised like me. I don't see why not, but I expect you will be teaching it next year if Albus has his way. I am certain you will be taking notes after we return. I can't see Hogwarts curriculum being any more challenging than what you have already mastered here. Perhaps we can have you apprenticed to me when we return so you can remain living with your friends. I don't think I want to do that yet. Why don't we wait on anything like that until we defeat Old Tom? If he thinks I'm still just a fifth-year student, won't that give us an edge against him and particularly the Death Eaters? Good point, Harry, perhaps we should. We will definitely need to keep your powers secret until we really prank Albus and all the other teachers first. I can't wait to get back at them for all the years of talking about me as if I couldn't hear them. Well, you did sort of act like an old bat, you know. Harry offered. Well, perhaps I did, but we can still have fun while they don't know that we can do wandless, soundless magic, can't we, son? Harry didn't think that Severus' black eyes could twinkle, but they sure did. The two laughed and Harry headed off for his lessons with Merlin. After dinner that evening, the tables were cleared, a rank of bleachers appeared on one side of the great hall and the students were directed to take seats. Harry noticed that the students didn't sit in any particular area, the four houses were intermingled. Maybe he could ease house rivalries when he returned, he liked sitting with anyone he chose for breakfast and lunch. Only dinner was required to be eaten at your house table. Godric waved his wand and a dueling platform appeared down the middle of the room. He nodded at Harry, who raised his hands and made the air thicken stronger than transparent diamond would be to provide a shield to protect the students in the room from any stray spells. Harry waved his hand down his body and was dressed in black jeans and a form-fitting deep purple turtleneck. He ignored the ahs from the girls and the glares from the boys, and stood facing his father who was dressed in modern black dueling robes that he had conjured for himself. The robes currently available were too loose and were likely to trip you up or catch your wand. Perhaps he could have the castle seamstresses design some for him, Harry thought, though not in black. Salazar called for quiet and announced the first duel between Master Severus and Apprentice Potter. He explained that in a formal duel such as this, each wizard would cast a spell and then wait until his opponent cast a spell before casting another one. There were to be no permanently crippling spells, and certainly no immediately lethal ones. Otherwise any spells could be used and any shields or defenses were allowed. The duel would begin at a wand spark from the judges and the apprentice was allowed the first spell against the master. Harry and Severus met in the middle, shook hands, turned and walked 10 paces apart. They turned to face each other and bowed, then turned to the students and bowed, faced the judges, bowed a third time and waited. Godric raised his wand and shot a brilliant shower of sparks into the air. The duel was on. Harry raised his right hand and cast a confundus against his father. At the same time, he raised an invisible air shield around himself with his left hand. Before his spell even reached halfway across the platform, Severus had cast a slashing hex, stepped to his left to miss Harry's spell and jumped back to the right to miss Harry's next blasting curse. Harry just stood there as Severus' hex seemed to curve around him, deflected by the air itself. Severus sent to his son, "I think I'm in trouble now, aren't I?" Harry only smirked. He was getting very good at mimicking Severus' facial expressions. The two settled down to serious dueling and the spells were flying so fast it was impossible to tell whose turn it was because they were both deflecting, dodging and casting at the same time. Harry had mastered the elegance and grace that were trademarks of Severus' dueling as he had developed physically and grown in confidence over the summer. It seemed the two were engaged in some macabre dance that only they knew the steps of. Of the adults watching the amazing display, only Merlin and Rowena seemed unsurprised. Merlin wasn't surprised because he worked so closely with Harry, and Rowena because she had seen Severus against the kidnappers. Neither man tired as they battled for over 25 minutes, but Severus was finally stunned when Harry threw a stunner with each hand at almost the same time. Severus ducked right to miss the first one cast and walked straight into the left-hand one. As Harry enervated his father, the students and staff were giving him a loud round of applause and cheers. He offered a hand to Severus and gave him a brief hug and a big smile as he led the still slightly dazed man to their chairs at the judges' table. Harry sat contentedly leaning against a mildly disgruntled father as the two of them enjoyed the duel between Godric and Merlin in his Professor Binns form. Merlin moved much as Severus had done, but with nowhere near the agility displayed by Harry. But he was almost 200 years older than the teen, wasn't that to be expected? Harry had a sneaky feeling though that Merlin was playing up a weakness that didn't exist. Godric had a lot of power behind his spells, but he was weaker with magical shields, relying on his physical prowess and swordsmanship skills to dodge most cast spells and hexes. Godric knew his grandfather was merely toying with him. He knew the old man could flatten him in a heartbeat if he used his elementals or his full potential. He suspected that Harry wasn't very far behind his master and just lacked the years of experience to equal the old man's expertise. After only 10 minutes of dueling, he knew positively the old man had just been playing with him to make him look good in front of the new students. Merlin nodded at him, letting him know it was over and let Godric's spell pass through his deliberately thin shield. He knew by the look in Harry's and Severus' eyes that they were cognizant of exactly what the old man had done too. He looked behind him at the judges' table and saw the same mischievous glint and knew they were all aware of the falseness of his victory. Oh, well, he never would be able to beat his grandfather. He would never have the power available to an elemental mage. School settled into a routine for Harry and Severus during the following weeks and months. Harry steadily progressed with his elemental studies and shape-shifting until the week before Christmas. Merlin declared him ready to stop lessons, except for potions. He could now beat Godric and Severus in a 2-on-1 duel, only Merlin still gave him a difficult workout. He had reached the limits of all of his teachers, including Godric's sword fighting and physical combat. He had grown to about 6'2", and filled out muscularly, particularly his shoulders and chest from the hours he had spent flying in his animagus forms. His legs were well shaped and muscled from running in all of his forms. His confidence and security in his own abilities had grown as well. He was finally able to put the Dursleys behind him and move on. His feelings of family and support from all of the founders had given him the confidence to finally express his feelings and admit when he needed help or comforting. He could now tell someone he cared for them and even loved them without worrying if he would be rejected. His friends and schoolmates would not recognize the confident, muscular, and happy Harry that strode through the castle, Glacier Phoenix on his left shoulder, power radiating off of him, and secure in his own abilities. And having Harry in his life, as well as the removal of the dark mark, had changed Severus Snape beyond recognition too. He had finally matured beyond the bitter and harsh man stuck in the torment of his school days. The pranking with the other founders had settled to a manageable amount and their days were filled with work, friends, and fun. Harry was looking forward to Christmas with his new family. He had discovered a new hobby while researching books about the dragonfly in amber that the Guardian of the Lake had told him was the key to destroying Voldemort. They had not been able to find the solution yet and were still looking diligently, but he had found several fascinating ways to work with both noble and base metals and gems. Harry had discovered he could combine his elements of earth and fire, and use them to make beautiful gold and silver jewelry. He had even realized he could make gems by compressing elements from the earth, heated with his fire, and finally formed finely shaped stones by compressing the air using his air elemental powers. He had worked hard on all of his presents using these secret talents. He had a necklace of topaz in the shape of Lady Helga's animagus form, a badger. He thought it fit her temperament very well, feisty and very protective of anyone she considered hers, especially 4-month-old Daglon. Lady Rowena had an elegant eagle of gold with star sapphires for eyes. He had made a charm bracelet for Bella with a charm of everyone's primary animagus forms and a short dull practice sword of gold with a ruby in the handle for Galen. It had been much more difficult to decide on items for the men. He finally decided on rings for Artemis and Salazar, and armbands for Merlin, Godric and his father. Merlin had been able to help Severus transform into his magical animagus form, a Peruvian viper-toothed dragon. Severus was ecstatic and he and Harry had spent hours flying as dragon and griffin through the wilderness of the high mountains to the north of the castle. Since the viper tooth only reached a maximum of 15 feet in length and Harry's griffin was the smallest variety, they could fly at the same speed for hours. Both men developed phenomenally strong shoulders and arms while soaring and competing in duels of aerial feats. So Harry had made Severus an armband, with a viper-toothed dragon facing a golden griffin with a beautiful emerald stone between them, out of platinum. Merlin had one of his golden lion and his Pegasus forms with a brilliant ruby in the center, and Godric's had his griffin and his lion forms with a square-cut ruby in shining gold. Salazar's ring was his winged snake chasing its own tail to form the ring, and Artemis' ring was decorated with his red fox and his niffler both sniffing a white diamond. It had taken Harry weeks to complete all the presents, but he was pleased with how they had all come out and hoped everyone liked them. He had also taken the time to design jewelry for everyone back home that he would continue to make whenever he had any free time. They had used arithmancy to determine that he and Severus would only be able to travel home on 2 dates each year, winter solstice and summer solstice. Winter solstice was in 2 days and they hadn't yet discovered the secret to Voldemort's downfall, so they were all aiming for summer solstice on June 21st. They would have been in the past exactly 1 year then. Harry worried for all his friends back home, but there was not much he could do, and he took comfort in knowing that time didn't flow at the same rate in the 2 places. Through meticulous study of the stars, followed by a trip back to the meadow that Severus and Harry had materialized in, they found that they had appeared in the exact geographical location that they had disappeared from, and the return trip would be the same, so they did not want to be in the meadow location to return, but rather wanted to return to Hogwarts Castle directly in the room they would depart from. Everyone felt the best place to transfer from past to future would be in the middle of the Great Hall, since that was the biggest open space. It would be like apparition in that they would be unable to materialize in a space that contained another person or object. The transfer energy would slightly shift until the area was clear so they would be safe in their landing. Christmas at Hogwarts had always been one of Harry's favorite times, but this Christmas with the Founders and Severus was the best he had ever had. The students didn't leave because of the travel time without the Hogwarts Express, but they had no lessons for a full week. They had snowball fights and snowman building competitions. They flew over the lake and then drank gallons of warm butter beer and hot chocolate. They had chess tournaments and played charades. Each house was open to the other houses, and the feeling in the castle was even more magical than normal. The Christmas feast in the Great Hall rivaled any that Harry had ever been to. The house elves that had been rescued from living in the forest were so happy to be serving and safe once again that they outdid themselves. Harry didn't think he would ever be hungry again, but he surprised himself by nibbling on the food set out in Merlin's chambers as the family celebrated quietly that evening, before morphing into a child to play with Galen and Bella the way he did most evenings. Everyone had OHHED and AHHED over the presents that Harry had made, and he was quite pleased with everything he had received. He couldn't wait to read the several books he had received, wear the new purple with black trim dueling robes that Godric and Rowena had given him, try out the sword from Merlin, and wear the whole new wardrobe from his father, Sal and Helga. They had noticed his clothing no longer fit, and charms that made his clothes fit worked, but were not the most comfortable or long-lasting. He was sitting next to Severus on the couch in front of the fire, idly looking at the dragonfly trapped forever within the amber. He sat up suddenly, dumping Karis off his shoulder where she had been comfortably dozing, and exclaimed, "What if we have been looking for something too difficult, and what if the answer is incredibly simple? Maybe we simply trap Voldemort in a piece of amber, like this dragonfly. He would still exist but could never be released. Or maybe not amber, which would melt in a high enough heat, but we encase him in granite, like the stones at Stonehenge." Severus looked excited. "Maybe that would work. We have been looking to destroy him, but we haven't found anything reliable to keep him from just coming back. So we don't destroy him, we just trap him forever. That might work, especially if the stone was then magically bound to exist forever." All lethargy from the meal and fire disappeared as the entire group began discussing Harry's idea. It would take some work to develop the spells, but for the first time they were certain they would solve the problem once and for all. Several months passed while Merlin, Rowena, and Harry worked to find a way to trap Voldemort in granite. Harry could cast granite at him, just as he had done with his kidnapper, but it took way too much time and he would be vulnerable to attack by the other Death Eaters the whole time. Or he could disable Voldemort, or his Death Eaters, but not do both at once. They had set up the come and go room, that Harry would later use as the room of requirement, for his DA meetings to test all their theories, but so far they were unable to accomplish all 3 goals at once. In frustration one day, Harry called upon Severus to help. "Look, your viper-tailed dragon is poisonous. How about you bite Voldemort while I stun his Death Eaters, then I'll cast him into granite. I know that you can kill him, but that should keep him out of my way long enough to stun everyone else and give me time to seal him into stone. Severus looked at him in astonishment. It might work, and if you flash us in as a phoenix, especially if we catch him during the daytime when there will be very few others in the manor, I could bite him and then transform and help you stun the others to give you time enough to seal up the bastard. The stone will break the binding on the dark mark. I think that will kill or at least severely disable all those who are marked, and then we can cast spells that will seal the stone forever and move it to Stonehenge. If you make it look like one of the stones already there and replace that one with the new one, no one will ever notice. And Stonehenge is protected, so no one will ever disturb the standing stone you place there. Plans were quickly postulated, modified and solidified. They ran through different scenarios and battle plans for the next few weeks until they finally were successful with each trial run in the room. It had taken them until the middle of April to successfully work out all the glitches in the plan to destroy Voldemort in a way that he would never be able to return. Salazar tested the magical poison in Severus' Peruvian viper tail and discovered that while it would not kill Voldemort, it would degrade the magical core that made up the wizard, so that after 100 years or so, there would not be enough magic left for anything to be reborn, even if they managed to break through Harry's granite casting. Harry's final worry was laid to rest with that discovery. He had been afraid that Voldemort would somehow find a way to be reborn. The group now focused on how to get Harry and Severus back to their own time. They had all been working on it before, but the primary focus had been on defeating the Evil One. After all, it would have done no good to return if they hadn't discovered a way to help Harry fulfill his destiny. With only 9 weeks left until summer solstice, the group went to work with frenetic passion to once again solve a puzzle. It had been almost 2 weeks since Harry and Professor Snape had disappeared. The other students had left for home 2 afternoons ago, and the entire castle seemed steeped in despair, so thick it was almost palpable. The 5 teens left were often shuffled aside, as various members of the Order, who were now all staying in the castle, needed to discuss things that Molly Weasley didn't think any of them were old enough to hear. They missed their friend and nothing seemed to be worth doing. None of the teachers had felt like assigning holiday homework. Gobstones and wizard chess had no appeal, and they had sat and just talked until they had nothing left to talk about. They had even talked long and deep enough to resolve to give Professor Snape another chance if he did indeed save Harry. Hermione broke the stifling and overwhelming silence. "It's Christmas Eve tomorrow. Why don't we have a candlelight vigil for Harry and Professor Snape? At least that would give us something to do, and it might give us all some more hope." The other 4, who were from a pure-blooded family, looked at the Muggle-born witch in various expressions of bewilderment. "What's that?" asked Ron, who was sitting on the couch with Hermione's head leaning against his shoulder. They were holding hands as they had started doing for comfort, since their best friend had disappeared 13 days ago. Hermione looked at the 4 Weasleys and explained, "When someone in the Muggle world is kidnapped or disappears, their friends, relatives, and even strangers get together and light candles, telling stories about the one that's missing and strengthening their resolve to find the person safe and sound. It helps to know that others feel the same way, and it gives them something positive and hopeful to think about. Ginny looked more alive than she had in days, and we could plan it all and ask all the adults to just come and participate with us." Fred nodded at his sister and continued, "It would give us something to do." His twin George continued, "Instead of just sitting around, doing nothing, it might help everyone to do more to find them." George finished, "They frequently talked as one person. It could be really frightening if you didn't know them well." Ron joined in, "Yeah, and we could invite the DA if Professor Dumbledore lets us. We need everyone to keep looking and not give up before they're found. I wish they would just tell us what's going on. I hate not knowing anything. Now I know how Harry felt all last summer." Hermione looked apologetic. "You're right. We really need to apologize to Harry for getting upset when he was so mad at us for not telling him anything, though it really was Dumbledore's fault." The other 4 looked at her in astonishment. Was Hermione really saying something against the headmaster? Hermione rushed up to her dorm room to gather parchment and quills to begin planning the vigil for their missing friend and professor. When she came back down, the 5 teens gathered around the low table before the fire in the Gryffindor common room and began to plan, their resolve to make a difference shining in their faces. In the small conference room, the 11 in the council were waiting for their 12th member to fly in from Hogsmeade. Rita had reported to the headmaster that she had information that she needed to bring to them in person so that they could discuss what to do about it. A small, strangely marked beetle flew in the open window and transformed into a strangely dressed thin woman with odd eyeglasses and mind-numbingly awful clothes that clashed. No one noticed in their eagerness to hear what she had to report though. Rita Skeeter sat down in the only open seat and took a grateful swallow of the iced pumpkin juice that Professor McGonagall had poured for her. "Thanks, now on to business. I know you're anxious to hear. First, Voldemort knows they aren't dead. He didn't say how he knew, at least not that I heard, but he was very sure of it, particularly Potter." A loud collective sigh echoed down the table, even from the big black dog at Lupin's feet. She took another drink and continued, "But he has no idea where they are or how they escaped. I watched that first night and Wormtail had to practically carry him into the throne room and help him get settled so no one would notice his weakness before they called the rest of the Death Eaters for their reports. He showed no weakness when anyone else was there, but after they left, he had to be half carried back to his bed where he fell asleep exhausted. Since then he has gained a little strength back each day. I can tell he isn't as strong as he was, but he is almost back to full strength. It might not be more than a few more weeks or even just days." She continued once again. "Now, the reports. They are looking for a potions master to replace Snape. They know he is the traitor, but they need some potions that apparently only he could make. So far they haven't been able to find anyone else who can brew them. They are planning on casting an Imperius on someone named Eric Brewmeister. You might want to move him out of sight. They plan on doing it tomorrow night at his home. He doesn't have any family, so they can't use a hostage against him. Their second choice is out of the country and they don't know when he will be back. They didn't give a name. Voldemort is gaining his strength back. He is regaining more each day. He keeps yelling at Wormtail that they need more new recruits. He doesn't care how old they are, and that even students would be acceptable. He keeps saying he needs their power. I don't know how, but I think he draws power from them, maybe through the Dark Mark. There will be a raid on Azkaban on Christmas Eve to break out his Death Eaters and anyone else they can recruit. The Dementors will turn on the Aurors stationed there and then leave the island for Voldemort's forces to take out those they want. After the Death Eaters leave, the Dementors will return to the prison and act as if they were driven off by Patronuses and had nothing to do with the breakout. It's scheduled for the dinner break when all the Aurors are in the dining hall and the Dementors are the only ones guarding the prisoners. That's all I have to report. I'll let you ask any questions now. If I can answer anything I will." Rita's years as a reporter had allowed her to file her report concisely. Everyone was stunned for a few moments until they all tried to ask questions, all at once. Dumbledore raised his arms and clapped his hands together for silence. "Let me begin. And then you can ask if you still have questions, please. Now, Rita, you said that Voldemort was sure the two were still living, correct? But he doesn't know where they are." "Yes, he has had every Death Eater not on another assignment out looking for them, but so far no luck. By the way, he has several people hidden in St. Mungo's. I couldn't tell with their robes and masks, but I wouldn't send anyone there for healing. Their master is so upset that they would take any Auror or anyone known to be fighting for the light straight to Voldemort just to try to get in his favor again. They have also been watching apothecary shops for supplies and pre-made potions being purchased." Everyone around the table looked relieved at the news that Harry and Snape were alive. At least if they had survived this long, they had a good chance of being found alive. But why hadn't Snape contacted them? Where could they be and what could be happening to them? Lupin reached down and buried his head in the ruff of his dog while mumbling words to it that Rita couldn't hear. Man, that Lupin really likes his dog. Must be a werewolf thing, she thought to herself. Dumbledore looked at the two Aurors present. "You must contact Madame Bones and get permission to remove the Death Eaters still in Azkaban. I realize that none of the ones captured recently are there, but we must make sure the older captures are also beyond his reach." They nodded and continued to make notes. "I know Eric personally. Perhaps he would like to work at the castle while Severus is missing. I shall ask him myself as soon as the meeting is over." He turned to look at two of his colleagues, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, could you begin researching to see if there is a way to draw power from the dark mark, and if so, is there any way we can break that power source while he is weak? We also need to devise a way to check for the dark mark on all students returning after the holidays. We want to give every student every opportunity to choose to follow the light, but we do not want a repeat of Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe again. Perhaps a device that warns of a dark mark at the entrance hall. Arthur, I need you to begin a quiet investigation into Street Mungo's. Perhaps Madame Pomfrey can assist you through her contacts there. Those are my questions. Does anyone else have questions before we dismiss Ms. Skeeter with our heartfelt thanks so that she can go eat and rest before returning to Little Hangleton? Kingsley glanced up. You said Wormtail called all the Death Eaters there for that meeting. Do you have a count on how many he still has? I know we have been setting traps to catch those that are being sent out on missions, thanks to your wonderful information. With those arrested here at Hogwarts and all those arrested that had infiltrated at the Ministry, we now have 57 in custody apart from those in Azkaban from before. And does he suspect anyone in particular of tipping us off? I know we will set up a trap to catch those sent to capture Eric tomorrow night also. He hasn't mentioned anyone in particular, but he has been very upset. He hasn't really punished anyone for it though, and some of his rank and file members are beginning to wonder about that, though not in front of him. He's obviously angry, but he's not throwing out curses at them. Of course we know he doesn't want to risk his recovery to cast Cruciatus curses now, but they don't know that. And I carefully counted them for you. He has 71 still free members, counting that Wormtail fellow. I think if you can catch Wormtail, you would deal a severe blow to him. He uses him as a personal beep, and I think he's the only one who knows all of Voldemort's weaknesses and how to take care of him. I'll try to contact you immediately if he ever goes out anywhere that I hear about. But he hasn't left the manor since I've been watching it. It might take something big for him to leave. I know Voldemort doesn't like him and can't wait to get Malfoy and some of the others back. Kingsley looked pleased at the diminishing ranks of Death Eaters. If they continued to catch 3 or 4 on each unsuccessful mission, they would finally cripple that evil bastard and make him vulnerable to attack. He spoke up to Dumbledore. We know where his hideout is and he's obviously weak. Why don't we attack him now while his forces are so low? I know we could muster enough Aurors and Order members to wipe him out. Dumbledore shook his head in sadness. We will discuss that in a few minutes. Are there any other pressing questions? No. Then thank you for your help and stay safe, Rita. We will let you go eat something, and then do ask a house elf for quarters to rest for a while. Bless you for your information. I know we all take heart at your information about our friends. He took her hand in both of his and shook it, leading her to the exit with heartfelt thanks once again. As soon as she had left, Dumbledore once again clapped to silence the cacophony that had erupted at her leaving. I need your attention, please. What I am about to tell you must never leave this room. I need a wizard's oath binding you to secrecy. I never intended to share this information with anyone else but Harry, but I must to save lives. He took a deep breath after they had all pledged their secrecy. There is a prophecy concerning Voldemort and Harry. You don't need to know the exact wording, suffice it to say, Harry was marked as the only one to have the power to destroy Voldemort when he received that curse scar on his forehead. It would do no good for anyone else to go against Voldemort. Harry is the only one who can destroy him once and for all. I will not waste lives in a battle we cannot win. There was dead silence around the table as they all thought of what the prophecy meant for one skinny, badly injured child. Sirius, who had transformed after Rita left the room, was hunched over in Lupin's arms. Arthur and Molly were holding each other in stunned silence. Albus allowed his fellow Order members time to digest that information and get over their initial shock, before calling them back to the current problems. Kingsley, I think you have something for Sirius. Oh, right, here you go. We caught these two trying to abduct the owner of the apothecary in Diagon Alley, yesterday, right out in broad daylight. They must be getting very desperate. He's not even a potions master. He contracts to buy his potions ready-made if they had stopped to ask him. The Auror handed over a bright yellow plastic ball that he had hidden in his knapsack on the floor. Inside were 2 agitated and disgruntled gerbils. Sirius and Remus calmly took them and placed them inside Remus' worn leather briefcase for safe transport. Sirius spoke up. This will make 59. We will have to expand our gerbil habitat once again, it's starting to bust at the seams. We had to separate the two Malfoys, the bigger one keeps trying to kill the little one, and we had to put the Lestranges into their own cage because they bite all the other ones, but otherwise, the colony is doing just fine. Keep them coming, we've got plenty of room in the noble House of Black. Molly looked at him sharply. How do you keep them safe from Creature? And who's watching them while you are at this meeting? The two men laughed, and Remus, who had recovered first, answered, Creature knows that we gave Buckbeak instructions to kill him and eat him for lunch if he steps foot into the room, and we have 6 of Arabella Fig's cats, plus Buckbeak in the room with them. So far, none of them have shown any desire to escape, plus the multiple charms we placed on the cages makes it downright impossible to escape, that and they'd still be a gerbil since the spell was cast upon them, they didn't transform themselves. Besides, it takes us 10 minutes from the outside, both using wands, to open the cages enough to fill the food reservoirs twice a week. Sirius smirked. So Albus, will we be getting any new pets from Azkaban today? Maybe the new minister can throw a surprise inspection and kick the Dementors out for good. Albus nodded sagely. I believe there are only about 15 Death Eaters presently residing in Azkaban, and of those only 5 or 6 are sane enough to be of any good to Voldemort. But he might be able to recruit others to renew his energy, so we will take pains to remove them all. I believe an illusion placed on the bunks and the quiet removal of some unwanted vermin should take place this afternoon. Kingsley and Tonks, can you perhaps meet with Madame Bones after the meeting and express our willingness to provide accommodations for the remaining Death Eaters, and any others that Voldemort might be able to recruit, just in case he can draw power through the Dark Mark? The two Aurors nodded in agreement. Dumbledore asked for any further questions or discussions, and the meeting continued with plans to revitalize their search for Harry and Severus since they now knew they were still alive. Dumbledore speculated that some particular tie between Voldemort and Harry allowed him to know for sure that Harry still survived, most probably the cursed scar. After many minutes passed, during which the council finalized plans for the Azkaban situation and saving Eric while catching his abductors, the group left the room, most still showing signs of shock about the prophecy in their expressions, but with renewed hope in their hearts. Albus was sitting in his office, his heart lighter than it had been in the 13 days since his 2 boys had disappeared. He was still concerned, of course, what could be keeping Severus from contacting him. Even if Harry was still too injured to move, Severus had ways of contacting him. And according to Rita, Severus had only had a couple of Cruciatus curses thrown at him. The pain of them was excruciating, but the pain and trembling slowly dissipated in a couple of days even if you didn't treat it at all. Unless Harry was terribly injured and Severus had been driven insane like the Longbottoms. No, better not to even consider that possibility. Perhaps they had somehow disappeared to somewhere too far away to contact them easily and they needed to remain hidden until they could safely travel back home. Yes, that had to be it. It had been a mighty blast of power. Perhaps they landed somewhere in Europe or even America. Harry was very powerful after all, especially when he was frightened enough to use all of his power. Who else could drive off over 100 Dementors all by themselves, especially at the age of 13, for Merlin's sake? He started to list people he could contact to make discreet inquiries overseas when he was interrupted by Professor McGonagall and all 5 of Harry's friends. Albus smiled and for the first time in almost 2 weeks, his blue eyes twinkled. He invited all 6 to sit down after conjuring several more chairs. He then came around the front of his desk and perched on the front of it, his hands clasped serenely in front of him. Ah, children, I have some good news for you. I am happy that you came to seek me out this afternoon. We have a very reliable informant who has just this afternoon confirmed that both Harry and Professor Snape are alive. We still don't know where they are or how badly they have been injured, but this does give us renewed hope to find them safe soon. He beamed at the 5 Gryffindors. Hermione piped up. That's great news, Professor, but we came to ask permission to hold a candlelight vigil on Christmas Eve for the safe and sound return of Harry and Professor Snape. And with this good news, it will make it just ever so much better. She went on to explain to the 2 professors what a candlelight vigil was and how they hoped to organize it. Professor Dumbledore gave his permission for the ceremony, but had to refuse permission to invite their other friends. He still didn't want word of the disappearance of the two to get out and thought there would be no way to keep it secret if students came back to Hogwarts to participate. He did say they could invite all the members of the Order and any of the Ministry people that already knew of the kidnapping and subsequent vanishing of the two. Professor McGonagall knew the students were having a hard time and were feeling useless because they couldn't participate in the search and wanted to help, so she suggested that Professor Dumbledore allow the students to begin planning for the celebration dinner when the two returned to Hogwarts and were healthy enough to appreciate the welcoming back. She said it could wait until the students all returned in January so everyone could participate. She assured them she was positive that the missing pair would be back long before then, but might not feel up to a large gathering. She shared a pointed look with Albus over the children's heads and he readily agreed. The five left, excitedly discussing plans as they tromped down the circular staircase and out through the gargoyle entrance. Minerva waited until the door closed behind them before turning to her longtime friend Albus. "I know, we don't know when they will be found, but those children need something to concentrate on besides sitting around worrying about Harry. Though the candlelight vigil is a very good idea and should help to raise everyone's spirits." "I agree fully, Minerva. And everything should be over at Azkaban by then. The dinner hour there for the guards is 5:30 to 6:30, so everyone should be back in the castle well before the midnight vigil. I still need to contact Eric about coming to the castle, so if there is nothing else." "Actually, Albus, there was something else. I just remembered Sirius and James saying something about Pettigrew when they were back in school, that I overheard as they were going down a corridor after a detention. They could whisper something in Pettigrew's ear while he was sleeping, and he would wake up thinking he had a wonderful idea in his dream. He never figured out his buddies were planting ideas. If we had Rita whisper about coming to find potions in Severus' lab to help his master, we might get him to leave the manor. And we could set a trap here to catch him and finally clear Sirius' name so he doesn't have to go around as a dog anymore." Albus' blue eyes twinkled merrily. "That's an excellent idea, Minerva. Just wonderful. Let me check that out with the two, and then if it's true I will contact Rita immediately and maybe she could plant that idea tonight while he sleeps. Goodness knows, that would help everyone's morale as well as strike a blow at old Tom." Minerva said goodbye, but she wasn't sure that Albus even heard her as he turned to make several very important fire calls. Just an hour later, Albus sat back down at his desk, finally feeling he was making progress and feeling more alive and hopeful than he had in 2 weeks. Remus and Sirius had confirmed Minerva's memory and apologized for not remembering themselves, though it really wouldn't have made any difference before now. Rita had instantly agreed to the plan. She knew exactly where Wormtail slept and was anxious to do something besides just report and watch. The more she had to watch these sadists, the more she wanted to hex them herself. Eric had thought it a wonderful idea to come to the castle and was happy to help out while Professor Snape was absent and then while he might need time to recuperate. Albus had not had to tell him that Voldemort had targeted him. His old friend had begun to find retirement not quite all it was cracked up to be and was anxious to be useful and working once again, even if only temporarily. He would be very happy to spend Christmas Eve and Christmas at the castle and really appreciated his old friend Albus sending a couple of house elves that very afternoon to pack up everything he would need so he could come in time for breakfast tomorrow. Eric said goodbye absent-mindedly, already making a mental list of what he would take and what could be left. But the best news was from Madame Bones. She had decided to just issue each human worker on Azkaban a portkey to the mainland and have them each leave 15 minutes before the scheduled attack. The island would be left to the Dementors and the Order would be in charge of all prisoners who were still sane enough to be a danger if they escaped until they had devised a way to keep them in custody permanently. She determined that there were so few prisoners left that Voldemort was welcome to all of them. She had had a team of Aurors and a couple of healers inspect each prisoner today as part of her new administration, and they had surreptitiously removed anyone even remotely useful or at least still sane. The illusions they had left behind would last for several days, and Remus had purchased sufficient gerbil habitats from various London pet stores to house the entire population of Azkaban in the old ballroom of the Black House. She was well aware that Sirius Black was innocent but could do nothing without proof to take to the Wizengamot. She had also graciously accepted an invitation to the candlelight vigil and would allow any of her employees who knew the two to attend as well. Early the next morning, Rita checked to make sure no one else was anywhere close before she shifted back to human form in a dark corner of Wormtail's bedchamber and crept quietly to where the rat-faced man was sleeping. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Snape is still gone, but he has potions already made up just sitting in his lab. I could sneak into Hogwarts and fetch them to help my master. Then I will be the one to get all the glory. I just need to sneak in and get them. Without Snape there, the wards won't be a problem at all. There will be nothing to stop me." Dumbledore had told her it would work best if she pretended she was Wormtail talking to himself. His former companions had found that out through thorough testing. She smirked evilly as she shifted back into a beetle. Wormtail had indeed taken the bait. He was mumbling to himself in his sleep and Rita recognized the phrases she had planted in his dreams. Now she just had to wait to find out if he could sell the idea to Voldemort before reporting back to Dumbledore. She didn't have long to wait as Wormtail woke up less than 30 minutes later, dressed hurriedly and rushed into grovel at Voldemort's bedside. "Forgive me, Master, for disturbing you, but with your permission I could slip into Hogwarts and retrieve any potions that Snape had already prepared for you from his lab. Surely the old fool hasn't checked or reset the warding. I could bring them to you before tonight's raid if it would please you." Wormtail was too afraid to raise his head, but he hoped his master accepted his offering and let him gain the honor. A bony, inhuman finger ran along the side of Wormtail's quivering face and chuckled evilly. "Yes, I like this idea. Go at onks and make all haste. Do not forget to take something to carry them in SSSO. They will not break as you carry them. You may leave at once. And Wormtail, do not fail me, I would be most displeased." Wormtail backed up several feet, still on his knees and bowing. "I won't fail you, Master. I will return shortly. Thank you, Master, thank you." Wormtail rose and left the room quickly, only stopping in the potions lab to grab and shrink 2 empty potions chests which he stuffed into his robe pocket. He left the manor and went past the wards to apparate into the Forbidden Forest, unaware there was a beetle riding on the back of his shoulder. Rita flew off as the rat man scurried through the woods, changed back to human and called Dumbledore on her pendant. When it glowed she simply said, "Rat man is here, he's on his way into the castle now." Out. Minerva McGonagall quickly made her way from Snape's office where they had all been waiting to hear from Rita and entered the potions master's private lab, where she changed into a cat. Mrs. Norris and Crookshanks were already waiting as backup. Luckily when McGonagall was in her cat form she could get across simple messages to other cats. Of course Crookshanks was part Kneazle so he was much smarter than a regular cat, but he was still a cat. Remus Lupin was standing out of sight by the entrance doors with the Marauder's map out of Harry's trunk and Sirius as Padfoot was standing by just past the lab. Lupin touched his own pendant and whispered, "He's in the castle in his rat form, just heading down to the dungeons. I'll stay far enough behind but keep the map open." Out. After about 15 minutes, Tabby saw a pointed nose and whiskers creep under the unwarded lab door. She thought to herself, "He really is stupid to think we wouldn't have this room warded up even tighter than usual now that Severus is missing. Does he think we wouldn't know at least the Slytherin students might take the opportunity to break in?" Lupin's quiet, "He's in," was the signal for Dumbledore to enter the lab and stun the former friend of the Potters who had betrayed them and caused their deaths. Dumbledore waited a minute to allow him to transform and get busy looking for potions and quietly entered behind the man. A soundless stunner sent him to the floor, to be quickly bound by ropes, anti-portkey, apparition and animagus transformation spells. The 2 cats were dismissed with thanks and sent to the kitchens for a tasty reward. Tabby and Padfoot transformed back in the odd parade of people headed for Dumbledore's office where Madame Bones and 2 Aurors awaited. Dumbledore levitated Pettigrew's stunned form into his office, followed by Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, Remus, Padfoot, Arthur Weasley, and finally Madame Pomfrey. Pettigrew was quickly bound to a chair, the spells binding him were checked and Madame Pomfrey enervated him. His eyes darted quickly around the room, his expression getting grimmer and grimmer as he took notice of each new person he saw. He knew his days of freedom were up when he noticed the Minister of Magic and the Aurors standing beside him, and if anything, he felt a relief at not having to go back to his master ever again. The Auror slipped 3 drops of veritaserum between Pettigrew's lips and waited for the glazed, expressionless look to come over his face. He nodded at the minister and stepped back. The clerk sitting at Dumbledore's desk set quill to parchment and began to take down the proceedings. The second Auror stepped up and began questioning Pettigrew. Name: Peter Pettigrew. Are you a follower of the Dark Lord? Yes. Do you have a dark mark? Yes. Were you the secret keeper for James and Lily Potter? Yes. Did you betray them to the Dark Lord? Yes. Did you kill the Muggles and frame Sirius Black for their murders? Yes. Was Sirius Black ever a Death Eater or support the Dark Lord at any time? No, never. Are Harry Potter and Severus Snape still alive? Yes. The Dark Lord tied Potter's life force to his in the ritual last June. If Potter dies, the magic will flow to my master. He believes Snape still lives, but is not as sure. The questioning went on for several more minutes, but Sirius and Remus never heard it. They were too busy holding on to each other for support and sobbing to hear anything. Madam Bones walked over to Dumbledore's desk, pulled out the already filled-out parchment declaring Sirius Black innocent of all charges and signed it with a flourish. She handed it to the clerk to duplicate and file, handed one copy to Sirius and shook his hand in congratulations. We'll have a copy at Gringotts by this afternoon, so that should free your vault and your family's vaults. I will also have a copy taken to the Daily Prophet for immediate publication. We will talk after Christmas about reparations for false imprisonment and have a discussion about reinstating your position as an Auror if you wish at that time, though I would understand if you no longer want to work for the ministry. Good day, gentlemen and ladies. I will return later tonight for the candlelight vigil, but now, we need to be on alert for Azkaban. With that said, the 2 Aurors and the clerk nodded goodbye and headed out the door. Sirius let out a whoop of joy and immediately accosted Albus about taking formal custody of Harry so the boy never had to return to Privet Drive ever again. Albus kindly suggested they put aside that subject until they had Harry safely home again and reminded the newly freed man that they still had much to do that day. Lupin pulled out the familiar yellow plastic ball. Dumbledore transfigured Pettigrew into a gerbil and placed him safely into the container. With much joy, the 2 friends flowed to Grimmauld Place to add another gerbil to their growing colony. They would need to prepare for more new pets later today and then would head back to Hogwarts to attend the vigil. Kingsley and Tonks arrived in time to share a quiet but decidedly joyous lunch at Grimmauld Place as they delivered another 156 gerbils to the care of the 2 men. They showed the 2 Aurors the immense maze of tunnels and gerbil rooms that now sprawled out the length of the 3rd-floor ballroom. They had drafted a couple more of Arabella's cats and Buckbeak seemed to have settled into his new room. He loved to watch the gerbils as they moved through the clear plastic tunnels and played on the hamster wheels. The gerbils, however, eyed him with deep distrust, just as they did the now 9 cats that constantly watched them with hungry eyes. The 4 laughed as they added the new gerbils to the cages. Tonks and Kingsley watched for a few minutes as Remus and Sirius renewed the unbreakable charms and anti-escape spells before heading down to the kitchen to eat and wait for the news about the raid on Azkaban. Tonks and Kingsley left soon after lunch, telling them they would fire call if there was anything unexpected, otherwise they would meet up with them at Hogwarts for the vigil that night. At 7 that night, Madam Bones's fire called Albus in his office to let him know the results of the raid on Azkaban. Voldemort was there himself along with about 40 Death Eaters, but all of our people had left safely. Needless to say, they were very upset that there was no one there worth freeing. They took out their frustrations and blasted the cells apart. They killed the 30 or so insane prisoners that were left, and then Voldemort was so furious that he used some kind of black magic spells to drive the Dementors out into the sea. Apparently they can't freeze salt water fast enough to keep from getting their robes wet and they sank into the ocean. I don't know if that destroys them, but none of our watching spells found any of them coming back out of the water. I'll have people monitoring, of course, but I think Voldemort did us a favor and got rid of the Dementors. The prison is uninhabitable for now, but we should be able to build a better one when all this settles down. Madam Bones looked very pleased as she reported the results of the evening's activities to the headmaster. I'll be coming out to the castle at around 11:30 for the vigil. We can hook up the Flow network for a couple of hours if you wish. She offered. That would be most helpful. I don't want that many people to know the password into my office, and as you know, that is the only flow that you can use to step through from outside Hogwarts. If you would hook up the fireplace in the small antechamber to the Great Hall, that would work the best. We could station several people to make sure no unauthorized people come through easily in there. Dumbledore graciously accepted her offer. Right, I'll have it opened at 11 o'clock then for people to start arriving. Tell those who you want to use it. I'll let Kingsley, Arthur and Tonks know to tell people here. See you in a bit, and be sure to thank your little bug for that wonderful information today. I will be happy to award an Order of Merlin for your source as soon as it is safe. That said, her head disappeared once again and Dumbledore headed up to get ready for the vigil. People had been steadily entering the Great Hall for the last hour, entering from both the entrance hall and the anteroom. The house elves had placed tables in the back of the room with rows of chairs facing a platform and podium where the staff table normally sat. The 5 teens were dressed in their best dress robes. Ron was especially thankful the twins had bought him new dark blue ones over the summer, and were sitting quietly on the platform, watching people arrive. Tonight there was a sense of anticipation and hope in the castle that had been missing for the last 2 weeks. Exactly at midnight, the class bells of the castle rang 12 times, the floating candles drifted down so that each person or creature present had a candle in their hand. Hermione stood and asked everyone to stand. She could no longer see the goblins from Gringotts or the house elves as they stood to the sides of the wizards, but she knew they were still there alongside several centaurs. She stepped up to the podium and after clearing her throat in nervousness began, "We are here today to give honor to our missing friends and to pray for their safe and speedy return. We ask for you to join us for a minute of prayer for their safety at this time." She bowed her head. The great hall was silent except for the sounds of over 100 beings breathing quietly. She raised her head, brushed a tear aside and continued, "I first became friends with Harry when Ron and I took on a mountain troll at the Halloween feast during our first year. He and Ron came to rescue me from the bathroom when they knew I hadn't heard the announcement in the Great Hall. Harry threw himself on the back of the troll to distract him from hitting me and Ron knocked the troll out using his own club. That began our friendship and it has continued strong ever since. I pray they return safe soon. I miss you, Harry. I pray that you and Professor Snape return safely and soon." With that she left the podium and Ron stepped up. "I first met Harry on the Hogwarts Express on our way to school the first time. He invited me in, wasn't upset that I stared at the scar on his forehead and accepted me for who I was. It has never mattered to Harry that he is rich, or that I'm not. He showed me that my family is wealthy in the things that matter the most, family and friends that love us. He has been like another brother to me, and in fact is closer than a brother in many ways. Come home safe, Harry. I miss you, mate, and I hope you and Professor Snape return soon." Ron gave way to Ginny next. I can never describe waking up in the Chamber of Secrets with Harry sitting over me. He had been bitten by the basilisk and was dying before my eyes, and yet, even as he was gasping for breath, he was concerned with telling me how to get out safely. When Fox healed him, he took me by the hand and led me to safety. He has been my hero ever since. Come home safe. I miss you. Tears were running down Ginny's face as she turned away. The twins came up to the podium together and George spoke first. "Harry has been another brother to us since we took Dad's flying car to go rescue him from his aunt's house before his second year. We thought Ron was kidding us, but when we got there we found Harry locked in a tiny room, bars on the window, empty soup cans on the floor where his aunt had stuffed them through a flap in the door to feed him. We had to pick the locks to bring him his school trunk from where it had been locked in a broom cupboard all summer. We found a bed and old clothes in that cupboard, and Harry admitted that his uncle had locked him in there for the first 10 years he lived with them. But he made us promise to never tell anyone. He never felt pity for himself and he always stood up for the underdog. Harry, we miss you, mate. Come back soon." There were many shocked expressions at this news and quite a few angry vows that something was going to be done about that situation, and soon. Fred continued, "Not many people know but Professor Snape has been helping us with out creations since our second year. He allows us to order potions ingredients and have them delivered to him. He lets us use the potions classroom after classes, and he looks over our formulas to make sure they aren't too dangerous. He acts like a mean git, but underneath there is still a heart. He's never said anything to us, but we think he likes our pranks almost as much as we do. We hope you come home safe, Harry and Professor Snape. Hermione came back to the podium and invited others to come and share a story about their missing friends. Dumbledore shared how he had rescued Harry from the rubble of his parents' house, and how he had come to know Severus over the years. Several of the professors shared stories of classes they had had with each of them. Several of the Order members told stories about Snape that highlighted his willingness to help others, even while complaining acerbically about it the whole time. There were even a few surprising stories of friendship with the bitter potions master from people who had gone to school with him. Hagrid had tears running into his beard as he talked of his two missing friends. Severus always helped with any potions I needed to help my creatures. I met him as a lonely second year. He always came to visit and tell me of his troubles and joys. And our friendship has continued through the years. He's tough on the outside, but inside, he's a decent human being if he would just let people see behind his masks. And Harry, when I fetched him for Professor Dumbledore to give him his letter, why he didn't even know he was a wizard. His aunt and uncle told him his parents were worthless and had died drunk in a car crash. He was so skinny, with such big eyes, looking dreadful in his cousin's huge hand-me-downs. Yet, even though he lived without love all those years, he has the most gentle heart and soul of anyone I ever met. I miss you both. Come home safe, my friends. Surprisingly Sirius came and told how he regretted acting like a git and never really getting to know Severus beyond the house rivalry, and vowed to make a new start with the man who was helping his beloved godson after he had been kidnapped and tortured. He told of how Harry had confronted him in the Shrieking Shack and how he had agreed to come live with him. He was crying softly as he told how Harry had saved them by driving off over 100 Dementors when he was only 13, and how the thought of his godson was what had kept him sane all those years in Azkaban. Remus talked of the quiet boy determined to learn the Patronus spell because he heard his parents being murdered whenever a Dementor got close. Of the joy the boy felt when he heard stories of his parents and how he accepted him as if being a werewolf was nothing to him. He thanked Snape for his efforts to develop and provide the Wolfsbane potion that allowed him to keep his humanity each month, and how it gave him hope for a cure. Molly Weasley was unable to speak through her tears, but she clung to her husband and nodded in agreement as he spoke softly, choking the words out. Harry has been our 7th son ever since Ron and the twins brought him home just before his 2nd year. When we found out his relatives had locked him up and starved him, we vowed that he would always have a home with us. He has never asked for anything and is so grateful for any kindness. He makes us appreciate the riches that our family possesses. Severus, please keep him safe and may you both return home safely. As the two stepped down from the platform, Percy met them and hugged them, asking for their forgiveness for being such a git and forever being ashamed of his family. The three made their way back to their seats, crying and holding on to each other for support. Dobby spoke about how the great and powerful wizard Harry Potter, sir, had freed him and how he had tricked Lucius Malfoy into freeing him. Griphook the Goblin from Gringotts thanked Harry Potter for recognizing and calling him by name whenever he entered the bank. He told of how Harry always inquired about how he was and treated him as an equal. It was nearly 4 AM when everyone was finished speaking about the two. Hermione took the podium again and asked everyone to wait for the 4 bells and then to blow out the candles as the 4th bell rang. Everyone waited in silence the last 5 minutes, each lost in thought about Harry and Severus, when the castle bell began to chime again. 1, 2, 3 and on 4, the candles were all blown out. Hogwarts itself seemed to shudder, the walls began to glow a soft white light, and a feeling of great joy and hope filled the hearts of everyone in attendance. As people gathered together around the tables of drink and refreshments in the back of the hall, the mood of the castle was bright and alert as it hadn't been in a long time. #soon Master Harry, soon you will return and I am waiting for you. Hogwarts was awake as she hadn't fully been in hundreds of years. She began moving walls and preparing a place worthy of her Master Harry and his father as the founders had left instructions for her to. The little ones in her great hall did not know, but she did, and the time would be very soon. The somber but definitely hopeful group remained talking in small groups in the great hall, each circulating, partaking of the excellent food and drink that the elves had supplied, and rejoicing in the wonderful feelings of the castle and its inhabitants. No one wanted to leave that blissful and peaceful Christmas morning. Even the castle seemed to exude a feeling of anticipation, a hold-your-breath kind of waiting, a feeling most had not felt since they were small children, hoping that Father Christmas had brought them their fondest wishes. As the castle bells began to ring 5 bells to announce the time, a blinding white column of pure magical power appeared in the center of the great hall, causing everyone to close their eyes and look away. With a final flash and a loud clap of thunder, the brilliance died and everyone turned around to look. Harry and Severus had been working for months on a cure for lycanthropy and felt they were finally close to a breakthrough, and with less than 9 weeks until the solstice they were working tirelessly. The major problem being they had no one to test their formula on, since wolfsbane was poisonous to anyone not a werewolf. So when the local sheriff approached Merlin with a problem, they were ecstatic. His men had managed to catch a werewolf in a snare trap on the last full moon. He had not been dangerous after the full moon last month, but with the full moon close again they didn't know what to do with him now. So the sheriff had come to Merlin to see what could be done. Apparently the man, Rufus, had been bitten himself only 2 months ago, and the man had a wife and children in the next village. He had been a kind man and they didn't want to just kill him if there was anything else they could do. Merlin thanked the man and told him they would keep him safely in the dungeons until the next full moon, only 6 days from now. So the 2 brewers worked fiendishly to finish the cure in only 6 days. Severus gave the werewolf the first goblet of regular wolfsbane the afternoon before the full moon and explained to Rufus that the potion would allow him to keep his mind even with the full moon, but they had a new potion that he could try, if he would be willing to take it just as the moon rose tomorrow. Rufus readily agreed and the 3 anxiously awaited the rising of the moon the next night, 2 looking through the bars of a cage set up in the dungeons, and the one in the cage, nervously holding a goblet and watching out the dungeon window. Severus said, "Now, Rufus, drink it down in one take. You must swallow it all, no matter how bad it tastes. You can do it, keep swallowing," he encouraged as the man gagged on the foul slop. Rufus managed to keep it down, but he gagged several times. He dropped the goblet, screamed and fell to the floor. As he started to transform, a black shadow appeared surrounding his body, coalescing into the shape of the werewolf while his body remained human. The shadow of the werewolf continued to rise up under the light of the full moon, faced the 2 watchers and with an agonized howling, shattered into thousands of bits of shadow. Rufus remained unconscious on the floor, bathed in the light of the full moon, but not transforming. Severus and Harry were almost afraid to breathe, but after half an hour more, Rufus sat up and beeped about his aching head. He looked up through the window at the full moon still shining and started weeping loudly. Severus handed him a pillow and blanket and explained that he would have to sleep there all night just to make sure, and then, leaving a house elf behind to watch Rufus as he slept, the 2 time travelers returned to their quarters for some well-deserved rest. The next morning Severus, Merlin, Salazar, and Harry went down to the dungeons to let Rufus out. Tipke the house elf reported that Rufus had slept calmly all night and there had been no side effects that he had seen. Severus asked, "How do you feel this morning? Any side effects that we should know about?" "Had me a beastly headache last night, me lord, but Eye's right as rain today. Thank ye, lord, you'as saved me life, you'as has. If'n there's anythings Rufus see and do for ya, you'as just let me knows, lord." Rufus was profuse in his gratitude, bowing and trying to kiss Severus' hands as he spoke. Severus pulled back his hands in alarm. "You just need to return next month. You won't need to take any potion, we just need to observe you one more full moon to make sure, and then you will be free." "Thank you for your help, Rufus." Rufus agreed rapidly, still spouting thanks, and Tipke took him to breakfast before showing him out of the castle. Father and son hugged each other in triumph. They had done it. Lupin and all those like him would be free. Salazar was upset though, because some of the ingredients in the wolfsbane potion would not be available until hundreds of years in the future. He would be unable to brew a cure once the supplies that Severus had had in his robe pockets were depleted. There would be no more. Merlin called Severus and Harry to his chambers to meet with the 4 founders the same afternoon that Rufus left. He waited until everyone was seated before beginning. "We have just over 2 months left to prepare everything for Severus and Harry to return to their own time, so we must plan carefully to get everything done in time. Salazar, you need to review all of Harry's memories of the Chamber of Secrets so that you can duplicate the chamber below the dungeons. Placing a basilisk in it can wait for later, but everything must be done to make history repeat itself exactly. Rowena, have you developed the spell to return our friends to the future? He had turned from Sal to look at Rowena, who nodded and replied, yes, but I will need some help with the ritual to complete it. It will take the power of both you and Harry using your elemental strengths to complete it. Of course, child, let me know when you have some free time. Merlin turned towards Harry, who had been petting and talking to Karis, who was trilling in a peaceful song, still too tired from the late night followed by an early morning. Harry startled when Salazar reached over to pet Karis and knocked down his staff. Salazar caught it before it could crash to the floor and stopped suddenly. All eyes turned to him as he started to glow with a beautiful silver light that was flecked with green. What? I thought Harry said this would only work with someone of his bloodline. Am I his ancestor? He looked confused at Merlin, who asked him to pass the staff to him. Salazar handed the staff to Godric to pass it on down the table. Godric began glowing gold with streaks of crimson after he clasped Harry's staff. What? I can feel the power radiating off this staff. It's not supposed to do that, is it? How can I be an ancestor too? Salazar and I aren't related by blood in any way. Merlin actually looked confused. Perhaps Sal and Severus can brew an Origo Paterna potion to use with a progenitor charm so we can clear this up somehow. The two agreed quickly as the meeting continued. We each need to decide what we will send with Harry and Severus back to their own time so that they can pack it into their wonderful trunks. Artemis, I need you to work out the arithmancy calculations with Professor Kettle to determine exactly how much time has passed in the future for our friends. They will need that information to know if Harry should metamorph into his younger self or not. It would cause too much attention otherwise, as we know that Severus and Harry have decided that Harry should remain his normal fifth-year student until they defeat Voldemort so that the Evil One will misjudge them. Anything else today? No, then we will meet next week at this time. Oh, Sal, how long will it take to brew the Origo Paterna potion? With Severus and Harry to help, it should be ready by tonight, and then it must sit for 48 hours to cure before we can use it. Answered Salazar. So, we should be ready 2 nights from now, perhaps after dinner in my chambers. Verified Merlin. Yes, that should be plenty of time. Rowena, I am sure you already know the charm we need to use with it. He asked his sister-in-law. She acquiesced and the meeting broke up to begin their individual projects once again. Harry thought back to 2 days ago. The potion had been complicated but fascinating. He enjoyed the precise and graceful way that his father brewed, and Salazar Slytherin was equally adept. He had learned so much from the 2 men that it was hard to believe he had ever had a hard time learning potions. He had to admit he was nervous. He knew very little about his parentage and nothing at all about any of his grandparents, so this should prove enlightening. He was sure he had remembered the guardian of the lake telling him his staff could only be used by someone of his bloodline, but maybe he remembered wrong. Maybe it was just his descendants. Everyone had rushed through dinner that night without the usual discussions and philosophical debates that usually heralded dinner in Merlin's chambers. Finally the moment of truth came. Severus put his hands on Harry's shoulders in encouragement and whispered in his ear so that only he could hear, "No matter who you are related to, you are still you, Harry. Nothing to be nervous about. We all love you no matter if this shows that you are Voldemort's long-lost love child, or even mine." Quote. Harry snickered. Leave it to his dad to lighten up his mood. Merlin cleared the table by banishing everything back to the kitchens, and Rowena laid out a very large parchment. She muttered a spell and the parchment laid flat, stuck to the table. A second charm made the paper smooth out the wrinkles. Then she took a breath and with a complicated wand motion she intoned, "Progenitor Harry James Potter," over the center of the parchment. Salazar held a golden goblet under Harry's right hand while Severus flicked a ceremonial dagger and cut a small wound on his palm. They counted 5 drops precisely before Severus waved his finger and healed the cut without a scar. Salazar stirred the potion precisely 10 clockwise turns with a glass stirrer and handed it to Harry. Harry wrinkled up his nose and drank it all in one gulp, waited 5 minutes, and then placed both hands onto the parchment as close together as he could without them touching. Lines of elegant gold lettering spread from his hands upwards, flowing until they filled the entire parchment. The lines started out together at his name, split for his parents and continued splitting as the generations split, until up at the very top, where they joined together into one couple again. How can that be? My mum was Muggle-born, that's what everyone tells me. How? Severus led Harry over to a couch to sit down. The four founders had not looked closely at the genealogy chart, not wanting to know anything about their futures, but Merlin had studied it carefully for at least 10 minutes before coming to sit across from Harry. He took both of Harry's hands into his and his eyes twinkled enough to require sunglasses for the glare. Well, Harry, it seems both of your mother's parents were pure-blooded squibs who apparently didn't tell each other of their magical heritage. Your father is a direct descendant of Galen and his wife, and your mother is a direct descendant of Daglon and his wife. And no, Tom Riddle is not related to Salazar and Helga. If he is truly the heir of Slytherin, it is from Salazar's bastard son, Saren, the one who kidnapped you and is trying to rain terror on the countryside. So that's why I can hear Hogwarts speak, and why I could pull Godric's sword out of the sorting hat in my second year to kill the basilisk. And why I am a Parselmouth. Harry was stunned and full of questions. Yes, and we must make sure the events that occurred continue to occur so that the evil one regains a body for you to destroy. We have both your memories and those of your father, and we will do as much as we can to maintain the correct flow of history. Luckily, most of the very early history of Hogwarts is lost to memory. It is mostly speculation, but we will make sure there is a basilisk in the chamber for you to defeat, though I sincerely hope the anti-Muggle tripe that is attributed to Salazar here actually belongs to his bastard son, who has proclaimed his name to be Slytherin as well. And if it is believed that Godric fought and slew Slytherin, I would assume that at some time in the future, after he has children, that Godric will indeed slay that Slytherin and not ours. I did notice from your chart, that after 3 generations, the Gryffindors change their last name to Potter, I assume for safety reasons, so we will make sure to change to that name also. So Harry, you were the child of our hearts and now you are actually our child in fact. Hello, my name is Merlin and I am your so many times great-grandfather. He opened his arms and Harry hugged him tightly. It had been a momentous evening for Harry and he was almost unable to sleep, but his father sat beside his bed and talked to him quietly until he nodded off finally, dreams of the founders, Merlin and the warmth and love of his true home filling his mind and heart. By the next week, week 7 before the solstice, Merlin had found the lord that owned the 5 acres that enclosed the Lake of the Innocents, who was luckily having problems with the king's tax man, and was more than willing to sell the whole parcel for the exorbitant sum of 3 galleons worth of gold. The papers had been drawn up and the rest of the traveller's gold had been placed into a Gringotts vault along with instructions for the goblins to manage the property. They would be taking the key with them in their trunks, which were steadily filling with items no longer available in their time. Severus was almost full of rare potions ingredients, carefully packed seeds, the carefully packed phoenix eggshell, and old scrolls of potions recipes as well as many gallons of precious lake water, just in case. Harry's storage area had a full set of weapons from Godric, beautiful robes for both of them from Rowena and Helga, and dozens of books that were lost to their time, as well as Harry's genealogical chart and his formal adoption papers. Salazar and Severus had made up as many doses of the werewolf cure, which they were calling Potter's Potion, in a weird sense of humor, as they could with the ingredients that Severus had carried with him. He had been on his way to make Remus potion that night, so he had been carrying some critical ingredients from the storeroom to restock the lab when they had been kidnapped. There weren't many doses, but Salazar wanted to help as many of those afflicted as he could. Salazar had presented Severus with copies of all his private potions research, and Severus had done the same for his brother. Harry knew the two men would miss each other terribly, and he knew he would miss everyone he had met, but he had friends waiting, which his father really didn't. He hoped he could help his father get over the loss of the close friendships he had made in the past, but he knew it would be rough for both of them. The next meeting was only 6 weeks from the summer solstice when Rowena and Merlin announced they had perfected the ritual to return the two to the future. It would take the magic of all 8 of them to duplicate what Harry had done by himself in pure panic. At least now they knew why Harry was so powerful, With the two great lines of magic merging back into one child, he had Merlin's heritage doubled in him. Things were coming to a close in the past, but in a way they had more time now than they had had in a while, since most of the loose ends had been solved and they were now just waiting for the solstice. Artemis was close on his calculations to help Harry morph to the correct age, but not quite yet. Severus and Harry were spending as much time with his new family as they could, trying to make as many memories as possible. Harry carefully sorted and filed them each night as the treasures that they were. With only 5 weeks left, Artemis finished his calculations and determined that every day in the past was only 1 hour in the future, so 1 year would be only 15 days and 5 hours that they had been gone. Harry would have to appear as he had in the meadow, minus the bruises and broken bones, but a skinny 15-year-old, not an athletic, confident 16 as he was now. Harry just hoped they could defeat Tom soon so he wouldn't have to stay a runt for very long. Using all the information that Severus remembered, Harry didn't remember much at all. Thankfully, they would be returning at 5 a.m. on Christmas morning. Severus and Harry didn't want to give anyone a heart attack, so they decided they would leave and return in the Great Hall as there would be no one in it at 5 in the morning on Christmas Day. Harry wasn't sure he could hold his morph shape and expend all the power that they would need to travel that far into the future, so he morphed himself to look like he had a year ago, and stayed that way until it would be time for them to leave. 4 weeks found everyone in the castle preparing for the end-of-year tests. There would be no OWLs as such, but Harry and all the other apprentices as well as those qualified to be termed 7th years would be sitting their master's tests, which took the place of modern NEWT tests. Of course, Harry kept telling himself he wasn't really nervous. After all, he would be taking his OWLs at Hogwarts to keep up the disguise, so these tests really had no meaning. Except he really wanted to do well to please his father and his grandparents. Bollocks, but that sounded weird. The next week went by in a blur as Harry sat for test after test in everything he had ever studied. Hermione would be jealous as he sat tests in magical dueling, swordsmanship and jousting, charms, arithmancy, ancient languages, divination, herbology, potions, magical history, wizarding culture, magical healing, astronomy, ancient runes, and even care of magical creatures. He couldn't believe he was actually confident sitting for 14 master's tests. He would be certified to teach and practice in every subject that he passed. Then to his surprise, Merlin even threw in tests on his 3 elemental powers. For air mastery he had to raise himself and stay floating in mid-air for 3 minutes, raise an air shield to withhold Merlin throwing fire bolts at it, call and then dismiss a thunderstorm, and even control a tornado. His fire tests were just as bad. He had to throw fire bolts, conjure and hold fire in his hand, light torches, call and direct lightning, and start and stop a brush fire. The tests for earth mastery he actually enjoyed: molding metals, making gems, raising stone monoliths and leveling a hill on the castle grounds where Helga wanted to place a greenhouse. He was really exhausted by the end, but he had passed all 3 elemental masters tests. If he passed everything, he would have an unprecedented 17 masters to add to his name. But he knew he would pass everything. The only thing really worrying him was when Godric decided he had to duel Merlin as his practical final for defense class. And he had never won against Merlin before. He could now win a duel against Godric, Salazar, Severus, and Artemis all pitched together against him, but none of them controlled any elements. And he knew Merlin would use his in a duel. Harry had never seen everything Merlin could do in his arsenal. He had never had to use them in any of the duels that Harry had witnessed. Well, at least he knew his great-grandfather wouldn't hurt him too badly. At least he hoped not. The duel was scheduled for the next Saturday afternoon, after everyone had finished all of their tests and before the parents would begin arriving the next week to take the students home for the summer holidays. All of the others had promised to help him train. He thought Godric really wanted him to win, because his grandfather had never lost a duel that he knew about. With only 2 weeks remaining, Saturday morning dawned clear and crisp. Harry had been so nervous. His father had forced a dreamless sleep potion down his throat the night before, claiming he didn't want him to fall asleep in the middle of dueling. Harry didn't think he could eat anything, so Severus suggested they transform and go flying as dragon and griffin to calm him down. He agreed eagerly and found that, just like flying on his broom calmed him, so did flying as a griffin. Karis kept up with them and then just sat on his back and made rude comments at him as he flew. She informed him that another phoenix had nested where he had found her mother and that if they wanted the shell from that baby it was just sitting in the old nest from last summer. Harry sent the information over the bond to Severus and his father was so excited he forgot about the duel and wanted to go there right now and recover it. Harry laughed and told him it would have to wait for 2 reasons, 1 he had a duel to fight, and 2, he wasn't exactly sure where he had camped with Merlin last summer. Harry and Severus landed and transformed after a peaceful and relaxing flight. Harry had made sure not to get too tired, he still had to duel Merlin after lunch. He could rest a little, the competition wasn't scheduled to begin until 2:30 in the Great Hall. Severus stepped into his son's room to wake him up at 1:45. He was surprised to find Harry had actually managed to fall asleep, but he supposed the relaxation and physical tension released during their flight had contributed. He presented Harry with a set of striking battle robes of deep purple, decorated with silver and black. Harry had morphed back into his real self, so he tied his hair back with a purple silk strap after he got dressed in the new robes. He finished up with a pair of black dragon hide boots and gripped his holly staff in his right hand. Severus looked at him with pride, delighting in the strapping, powerful and confident young warrior that stood before him. "You will do well, Harry, even if you do not win against Merlin. Remember, no one has since Merlin reached adulthood, so there is no fault if you do your very best. But I expect you to win, after all, no one expected you to keep winning against Tom and yet you do so every time. Don't discount your cunning and resourcefulness. And know, that I am prouder of who you have become than I can ever put into words. I am proud to have you call me father, and I cannot express my gratitude that you let me call you son." Severus had only love and pride showing in his dark eyes, and Harry reached up his arms around his father's neck and hugged him tightly. "Thank you, Dad, it means so much to me, that you have faith in me. I never had anyone before and I thank you for everything you have done for me this year. Before we came here, I always wondered, deep down, if I would live long enough to graduate from school. I felt that I had no future. Now, I know we can defeat him together and that I can have dreams and a future just like everyone else. And know that you will always be in that future, no matter how we have to act around each other until Tom is gone. I love you, Severus Snape, I love you, Dad." Harry pulled away and chuckled, "Now enough of that mushy stuff, I have to go kick some ancient ancestor butt." The two laughed and left their quarters to head to the Great Hall. The Great Hall had been transformed once again into a dueling chamber, and Harry noticed the stands were full of all the students and staff, the house elves, the servants and most of the neighboring village. It seemed everyone wanted to watch Merlin duel a 16-year-old apprentice. Of course, no one but the founders knew that Harry Potter was no ordinary apprentice and had actually dueled another in a much more deadly contest and managed to survive. Lord Salazar called the crowd to order and announced the rules. There would be 3 rounds of 10 minutes each. Each round would have a winner announced, and the one who won the most number of rounds would be declared the winner of the match. There would be a 5-minute break between each round and a round would end with a bell, or when a wizard was stunned, incapacitated and unable to continue to fight, or conceded. Being unarmed would not end a round. He introduced High Lord Merlin and his second Lord Godric Gryffindor, then turned and announced Lord Harry Potter Snape and his second Master Severus Snape. They all bowed to each other. Godric and Severus left the platform and both mages cast strong air shields around the spectators, their seconds, and the judges, Salazar, Rowena, Helga, and the mayor, the sheriff, and the local Muggle lord. Salazar then turned back to Merlin and Harry, speaking clearly and distinctly so the crowd could hear everything he announced. The first round is wandless magic only, the second round will be staff and wandless magic only, the third will be elemental magic, staffs and wandless combined. Gentlemen, you have 3 minutes to prepare before the first bell. Merlin and Harry shook hands and returned to their areas to talk to their seconds. Harry was getting nervous again and Severus was trying to calm him down. Harry, use your occlumency and shut out all the distractions. Focus, this is just like a Quidditch match and you know you focus completely on those. Take a few deep breaths, reach inside you to your magical core and go, beat some ancient ancestor butt. Harry smiled at his dad and gave him a thumbs up. He left his staff with Severus and strode out confidently to meet Merlin just before the first bell rang. Harry cast a powerful bludgeoning spell at Merlin, who easily blocked it, returning a stunning hex. Both men were tossing powerful spells with their hands, and while Merlin mostly used shields to counter Harry's spells, Harry used a combination of shields and physical moves to dodge Merlin's spells. It quickly became a battle between cunning and resourcefulness of youth versus wisdom and experience of maturity, and it was clearly a very close battle. After an unknown purple spell sizzled past Harry's cheek, surprising him, he felt power well up within him, and a single-minded focus that he only found while chasing the snitch came over him. He sent 4 blasting curses at Merlin, alternating his right and left hand as he staggered them right, center, right, and then left. Merlin's shield stopped the first 2 with a loud clang of power, but the third one shattered it, and the fourth one hit Merlin on the left shoulder and blew him spinning backward 10 feet, until he landed hard on his back. He recovered quickly and blasted back the same unknown purple spell that had just barely missed Harry last time. Harry ducked under it and hit the floor directly in front of his master's feet with a reflexive charm from his left hand, then quickly shot a simple stunner from his right hand, with tremendous power behind it, at the floor directly in front of Merlin's feet. It hit the floor with a sharp reverberation, bounced up under the bottom of Merlin's shield and hit the mage, stunning him senseless just as the first bell rang to end the round. Harry instantly dropped his hands and looked over at the stunned judges as Godric revived his grandfather. Salazar stepped to the center and announced, "First round to Apprentice Potter Snape." The crowd erupted in cheers and a thunderous applause. When Harry stepped out to meet Merlin for the second round, he saw something he had never seen before. Merlin was angry, very angry and very determined. Harry wasn't sure how to handle this. He felt insecure. What am I doing? This is Merlin. I can't beat him. What am I trying to do? He gulped and met Merlin's first blow awkwardly and just barely deflected the backward swing of Merlin's staff coming at his head. Severus sent a single command to Harry, "Focus," that blasted into Harry's brain and made him startle, and then, once again, his magical core took command and he struck high and then ducked to sweep under Merlin's feet. The old man gracefully jumped and looked delighted that Harry had once again become focused on the task at hand. The two exchanged blows and then spells until the spectator shields were glowing and ringing with power. Harry shielded a whirling attack from Merlin, but was a split second too late to counter a blasting hex and twirled twice before landing with a roll and rising instantly again to his feet. The floor under the two combatants was beginning to glow golden with power when the second bell rang, ending the round. Merlin and Harry instantly stepped apart and separated to their chairs to rest. Severus handed Harry a towel to wipe the sweat from his head and handed him a goblet of water to drink. Harry knew that the round had been close, but he knew he had lost it because he had hit the floor and Merlin had not. So it was no surprise when Salazar stepped to the middle of the platform and announced, "Second round to High Lord Merlin. The match is tied. The third round will decide the winner." Harry really wanted to win the third round, but he had never dueled using the elements and he had never even seen one as a spectator before. Godric and Salazar had described seeing Merlin duel with another elemental apprentice, but that had been 14 years before and they weren't too sure how any of the things had been accomplished, just that they had been awed at the power the two commanded, which wasn't very helpful actually. Severus told Harry that he obviously had never known what he was doing when he went up against Voldemort either, so he should just wing it like he usually did. Harry just gave him a snarky and sarcastic, "Thanks, Dad," and rolled his eyes, until he realized that it wasn't really bad advice. So he figured for the third round he would just turn the entire battle over to his instincts, and if he won, so be it. If he lost, oh well, he had won a round against Merlin, and nobody else ever had, so he was still ahead. Harry took several deep breaths, focused his mind, opening himself completely to his magical center and losing himself in the power. He stood in the center of the platform, completely at ease, and waited for the final round to begin. Totally detached, he watched Merlin approach him and some part of him registered the ringing of the bell. Merlin started by throwing a massive fireball that Harry simply shot high into the air over, flipping in mid-air and casting lightning back at Merlin. Merlin ducked to the side and waved a swirl of air to deflect the bolt. Harry dove to the floor and tossed up a fireball of his own. Merlin countered with a wall of water which Harry quickly froze around the old man. It took a minute for Merlin to melt the ice of his own shield before sending a mini tornado at Harry. Harry simply rode the wind like a skateboard and let it fling him back at Merlin, summoning his staff and blasting a curse at Merlin while simultaneously sending lightning again with his left hand. Merlin barely got his staff up to counter the blasting curse, but the lightning struck the ground directly in front of his feet, throwing him off balance as the floor buckled with the strength of the blast. Harry took advantage of Merlin's stumble to cast ropes around the older mage. Merlin shucked off the ropes, ducked to the left as Harry landed directly in front of him and swung his staff at Harry. Harry simply ducked and pointed his staff at Merlin under his swing, shooting him with another simple and yet powerful stunner. It hit Merlin in the stomach and finished the round a full minute before the bell rang. Harry dropped his staff and sat on the floor, exhausted and yet triumphant. The crowd was stunned for a moment, and then a thunderous sound of applause and shouting shook the walls of the castle. Salazar rose and walked to the middle of the platform. It took 3 tries of shooting sparks from his wand to settle the crowd down. He looked stunned as he announced, "Third round to Apprentice Potter Snape. Match to Apprentice Potter Snape." The crowd erupted again, and this time there was no stopping them. Godric had again revived Merlin, who had stepped up to Harry, formally shook his hand and then pulled the stunned boy into a firm embrace. "Harry, I haven't had such fun in ages. We must do this again before you leave, though perhaps with a few less people watching, Severus handed Harry a pepper-up potion and then gently guided him out of the great hall so that people would not mob the stunned teen. The participants and the judges all met in Merlin's chambers to talk and share refreshments while the rest of the crowd celebrated in the great hall. Harry sat beside Merlin on a comfortable couch in front of the fire and slowly came out of his dazed state. Merlin was talking quietly to the Muggle Lord and the men from the village. "So this upstart who calls himself Salazar has gone to ground since last summer. Do you know what he is planning or where he might be hiding?" The sheriff began. "The top leaders in the kidnapping of young Potter there were all hanged. The others got sentences of 4 to 10 years and they are still all in gaol, some here and some sent to London town. We haven't heard much of Saren Slytherin since the kidnapping, but only 5 or 6 of his men escaped your forces and I think you hurt him badly. We think he has traveled over about 3 counties, they report some similar troubles there now. The people there are getting fired up against witches and wizards and there have been some on both sides killed. That young fellow Rafe that was arrested in the castle was a real troublemaker. He tried to lead an escape and wound up killing several other prisoners with just magic. He was screaming about wizards being the rightful masters and how we was all to bow down to them. One of the guards had to run him through with a pike to save himself, or I don't know how many he would have killed." The mayor agreed. "We will keep an eye out for Saren if he returns and call upon you for assistance if we may." When Merlin quickly agreed, he continued, "We have always had a peaceful coexistence with you here in the castle and we would like to continue that. Can we count on those here in the castle for defense if the anti-wizardry furor spreads to this area?" "Of course, and you are also welcome to come here for sanctuary at any time you or your citizens feel threatened. We can also cast spells that make your village invisible to any others that don't know that it is there if you like," Merlin offered. The mayor of Hogsmeade replied, "I don't think it has come to that point yet, but it might come to that in the near future. We have had a fair number of parents of your students here move to the area to be closer to them and we want everyone to feel welcome, magic and non-magic alike. Though if the magic folk that want to be close to their children here in the castle keep moving into the area, we may soon be a powerful magical community and able to defend ourselves." Everyone laughed and the conversation flowed to more general topics as Harry dozed against his great-grandfather's shoulder. He could hear a deep and comforting voice telling him that it too would keep Hogsmeade safe through the years. No one was surprised to find that Harry had passed his master's tests in every subject that he had studied. The founders were sad to see him go as they would have liked for him to be a teacher at Hogwarts in the future, but they knew he had a destiny he needed to fulfill in his own time. Harry carefully rolled his 17 mastery certificates and placed them in storage into his chest with pride, especially the one for magical defense. With less than a week until the solstice, he was beginning to feel the sadness of saying goodbye to his family. He hated to give up the family he had found in the past to go to an uncertain future, and yet he knew he must. He would always be grateful for all they had taught him and for the chance to heal away from constant attacks and stress. He had appreciated having a chance to be a child, even though he always knew he would never be a normal child. The students had all left by the end of the week. His family was spending almost all of their time together, finishing up loose ends, adding forgotten things to Harry and Severus' trunks. They had all trekked up to the Lake of the Innocents once again, and then Severus, Merlin, Harry and Salazar had ridden on up to the crest of the mountain to bring back the phoenix egg shell. Karis had Harry tell them that the phoenixes considered the mountain to be sacred also, and so many female phoenixes came there to hatch their eggs. They should check every year for another shell. The birds did not mind their useless shells being used for healing medicines and in fact were delighted to help. Severus and Harry had spent many hours over the past few weeks coming up with a plan for the two of them to be able to develop a new relationship right under the noses of their friends, giving Severus a means to change his personality without arousing suspicions, but Harry and Severus would have to really throw themselves into it wholeheartedly to keep from arousing suspicions. And they would need the help of Harry's friends. They would charm Harry's journal of the past year to appear only to the house elf Dobby, and leave him a parchment inside, directing him to give it to the 5 teens in the common room of Gryffindor Tower only when they were all alone. They left further instructions for the journal to be read by all the teens and then what their jobs would be, to pull off the biggest prank that Hogwarts had ever seen. They both felt sure that the 5 would understand their new relationship after reading Harry's journal, and Harry knew they would all appreciate the unusual feeling of knowing what was going on when all the adults were clueless. Severus and Merlin were both certain that Harry would pass out after the tremendous amount of power he would need to feed to the others, and Merlin was almost as certain that Severus too would lose consciousness. Merlin felt that they would both need several days to recover the tremendous amounts of magic they would expend, and the castle had been asked not to replace their magic, but to let them heal naturally. They should both be taken to the hospital wing as soon as they were found, and the first thing Madame Pomfrey would do would be to dress them in those blasted hospital pajamas, as she always did. And then their robes would be given to the house elves to clean and return to their quarters. So the journal with the instructions, including what to do with their shrunken trunks, was left in Severus' pocket. If he didn't pass out, he could just manage to call Dobby and hand him the journal then. After all the picnics, the mock duels, the trading of stories, the hugs and awkward silences, the time for Severus and Harry to return quickly came. Harry had gone into a trance and talked to Hogwarts one last time 2 days ago, telling her they would be traveling home into the future and that even though they would probably appear there very tired and even magically drained, the castle was not to heal them, as they did not want anyone to know the castle was protecting him. He told her he would be happy to talk to her again in his own time, and he was proud of the job she would do to keep the children safe. Harry and Severus had dressed in their old robes. Harry's old worn-out trainers were lost somewhere in time, so he was barefoot, and their shrunken trunks, and Harry's journal with the instructions for his friends were hidden inside sealed pockets within Severus' robe. Harry looked exactly as he had the night before they had disappeared, and Harry and Severus had practiced being snarky to each other for the past 2 weeks. Of course it didn't help that they kept grading each other and making comments across their mental bond. They really had to work on not breaking out into laughter when no one had said anything aloud. Severus was having a hard time returning to a snarling and smirking visage. He had gotten out of the habit, so they had promised to help each other to stay in character as much as possible. Harry and Severus were standing in the middle of the great hall, hugging each other tightly, Karis gripping Harry's shoulder with her talons, and looking nervous. Harry had packed his staff into his trunk so he would need to focus his power and send it to the others in the outer circle instead of through his staff. They had practiced this the last 2 weeks, and he had gotten very good at feeding power to each of the founders without causing overload in them. Rowena stood to the north, Helga to the south, her husband Salazar to the east and her brother Godric to the west. Merlin stood behind Rowena in the north and Artemis behind Helga in the south. The 4 founders called up their magic and blended it around the 2 in the middle of them, Rowena deep blue, Helga golden sunshine yellow, Salazar deep emerald green and Godric shining crimson. Artemis blended his glistening silver magic with Merlin's golden shimmer over the top of the other 4. They raised their hands sending blessings for a safe journey and then all chanted together. Harry and Severus were standing in the middle of the great hall, clasping each other tightly, Karis gripping Harry's shoulder with her talons, and looking nervous. Harry had packed his staff into his trunk so he would need to focus his power and send it to the others in the outer circle instead of through his staff. They had practiced this the last 2 weeks and he had gotten very good at feeding power to each of the founders without causing overload in them. Rowena stood to the north, Helga to the south, her husband Salazar to the east and her brother Godric to the west. Merlin stood behind Rowena in the north and Artemis behind Helga in the south. The 4 founders called up their magic and blended it around the 2 in the middle of them, Rowena deep blue, Helga golden sunshine yellow, Salazar deep emerald green and Godric shining crimson. Artemis blended his glistening silver magic with Merlin's golden shimmer over the top of the other 4. They raised their hands sending blessings for a safe journey and then all chanted together. Posterus ut praetoritus, reverto quis est lost, praetoritus revert aut posterus. On the third recitation, a column of blinding white, pure magical energy engulfed the 2 travelers standing in the middle until they were completely shielded from view. The magic collapsed in upon itself and with a last flash, the room cleared to find just 6 people left standing. Chapter 19. Pranking the Headmaster. When the afterimage of the blinding flash of white power faded, over 100 beings in the great hall gasped almost in unison, and then yelled, causing the walls of the castle to reverberate with sound. Severus had managed to hold onto the limp form of Harry just long enough to look up into the startled faces, searching for one particular face. When he spotted his mentor, Albus, he just barely nodded, said, "We have returned," and then slumped to the floor, boneless and uncaring. Karis had flashed out of the room when they had first appeared so no one had noticed her in the blinding light surrounding them. She flashed up to Dumbledore's office and fell asleep on Fox Perch with the phoenix preening her feathers and trilling in soft comfort. Albus bellowed, "Silence," to the rejoicing and frantic crowd as Madame Pomfrey went into full Mediwitch mode. Stand back, and let me get to them." She plowed through the crowd like a snow plow through a snow bank, pulling her wand as she came. She proclaimed loudly, "Albus, bring Severus," as she levitated Harry and took off towards the hospital wing at a dead run. No one had ever seen her move so fast in all their years in the castle. Albus levitated Snape and followed, almost as quickly, though with slightly more dignity, yelling at Dobby, over his shoulder, to keep people in the hall. The crowd had been too stunned to move before the 4 left the great hall, but now they flowed as one toward the exit only to find it guarded by one menacing-looking Dobby, standing with his arms crossed. "You will stay here, good wizards, until Headmaster Dumbledore tells Dobby to let you out." And with a snap of his fingers the great hall doors slammed shut. A second snap and the tables were refilled with refreshments. The assembly grumbled but no one was willing to tackle a free house elf's power, so they resumed their conversations, only louder and much more cheerfully. Poppy motioned to Albus to put Severus into the bed next to Harry's as she continued to run diagnostic spells on the boy. She stopped after a few moments and looked at the headmaster with amazement. She quickly scanned Severus and shook her head. Albus looked at her with concern and raised an eyebrow in question. "They are fine, well, they are both magically exhausted but otherwise they are both in excellent shape. I can see signs of Harry's injuries but they are all well healed and he is actually in better health than he ever has been. Severus is not quite as drained, but he is healthier than I have ever seen him too. Wherever they have been healed, well fed and well rested. But they have come a tremendous distance to be this drained of magical energy. Severus should be awake by tomorrow morning. Harry will take a day or 2 beyond that and then they will be back to normal." Albus sighed deeply and smiled so wide his face almost split. "That's fantastic news, Poppy. Let me go tell the others and then how about you leave them in Dobby's care and come join us for a celebratory Christmas breakfast? This is the finest Christmas that Hogwarts has ever had." She nodded absent-mindedly as she went to fetch a couple potions for each of them, telling the headmaster to send Dobby to her and then she would join them in about half an hour. She poured a strengthening potion and a restorative potion down each of their throats, finally spelling them into hospital pajamas. Leaving their clothes on the end of their beds, Dobby might as well take care of those, since he had just come in the door. She gave instructions for the over-enthusiastic and jubilant elf and then, checking her patience over once more, left to join the others in the Great Hall. Dumbledore had just managed to get everyone back into their seats as Poppy came into the room, so he waved her up to the podium to tell the gathering about the two friends who had miraculously returned. She nodded to the beaming headmaster, looked out over the expectant faces and said, "They are both fine, just exhausted. They both expended a tremendous amount of magical energy apparating from wherever they came from. Severus should be awake by tomorrow morning. Harry is completely healed of all his injuries and has actually gained a little weight. His magic is also drained. I assume he was feeding raw power to Severus to help with the apparition. He should be awake in 2 or 3 days, and I don't expect any complications in either one." Her words were met with a resounding cheer and clapping as people turned to each other and grasped hands, gave hugs, wiped tears of joy, and talked excitedly to each other. In the hospital wing, Dobby picked up their soiled robes and began to remove items before banishing them to the laundry. He decided that Harry Potter's should just be banished after not finding anything in his pockets. Professor Snape's had many interesting items in his sealed pockets, which all the house elves knew about and always searched diligently before laundering anything belonging to the potions master. Dobby found 2 shrunken trunks and a book with a parchment addressed to him. Dobby was so excited he was jumping up and down as he read the instructions to Dobby. He was so happy, the great Harry Potter trusted only him with this job. He would do it, just as soon as Madame Pomfrey returned and released him. Harry Potter could trust him, he would do it. After sending the trunks to the appropriate beds, he sat down with the journal tucked under his vest and waited for the nurse to return. It was the best Christmas morning any of them had ever remembered, and even though they had been up all night, very few people left the Great Hall until early afternoon, when the euphoria was finally wearing off and the adrenaline had drained enough for the exhaustion to begin. But Poppy Pomfrey had a job to do and she would never shirk her responsibility. So right after she had eaten, she returned to the hospital wing, stopping only long enough in her office to grab the charts for Severus Snape and Harry Potter, easily the 2 largest files in her cabinet. Well, maybe Neville Longbottom's was just as thick, and taking a book to read, she settled down between her 2 patients to wait for some sign that they were waking up. As she sat down, she thanked Dobby and told him he could return to the celebration in the Great Hall if he wished. As soon as the nurse had dismissed him, Dobby returned to the Great Hall to keep an eye on Harry Potter's friends. It took a while to get Hermione alone, but Dobby managed to tell her that he had a message from Mr. Harry Potter, sir, and that she and her friends needed to return to the common room so that he could deliver it. He impressed upon her that no one else was to know, so they should keep it a secret. He then popped away to the common room to wait for them. Hermione circulated among the people present and eventually managed to get Ron, Ginny, George, and Fred to each leave quietly without anyone noticing their departures. She took one final look to make sure no one had paid any attention to them and left to walk quickly up to Gryffindor Tower, full of anticipation and joy. When she stepped through the portrait hole, she noticed Dobby standing in front of the fire with a thick, hand-bound book in his hands, bouncing up and down on his feet. When she sat down on the couch between Ron and Ginny, he grinned at them and handed Fred the parchment from within the book. Fred started reading aloud, "Dear Ron, Hermione, Ginny and the twins, I am leaving this for Dobby to find because I really need your help. I need you to read this journal that I wrote over the past year. Yes, Professor Snape and I have been gone a year and a lot has changed. I suggest that you take turns reading this aloud so that you are done as quick as you can, and then if you agree to help Severus and I prank the headmaster and all the other adults, I need you to say aloud your name and that you agree to assist the biggest prank in Hogwarts history. If you all agree, the rest of the instructions will appear on the bottom of this page. Thanks mates, we couldn't do this without you. Love, Harry." The teens agreed they had to go to sleep for a few hours before beginning to read Harry's journal, and Dobby agreed to wake them up and then bring them sandwiches, crisps and beverages at 2 o'clock so they could begin to read. It took all afternoon and into the late evening for the 5 to finish the book that Harry had written to them. At times they cried, they laughed, but mostly they were stunned at what their friend had accomplished while he was missing. But by the end of the book, They all knew deep in their hearts that Harry had a dad, and that his dad loved him and cared for him. They would do it. They stood in turn and each said aloud their name and that they were in on the prank. Of course the phrase that Harry had them each say was, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." In fact, the twins were so excited that they could hardly speak. They were rolling on the floor with laughter by the time they had finished reading Harry and Severus' idea on how to make their new relationship known. Now all they had to do was wait for the two to wake up. They were still laughing when they headed up the stairs to their dorms that night, happy in anticipation and joy that their friend had returned. When Severus woke up, at around 4 in the morning, he recognized that he was in the familiar, but decidedly unwelcoming, hospital ward. He knew that they had returned. He looked over at the peaceful visage of his son sleeping beside him, the moonlight making him appear even younger than his morphed self appeared to be. He grinned. Well, that part had worked. He softly called, "Dobby." And the house elf appeared with a big grin, nodding his head so hard his big ears were flapping. "Master Snape, it's so good to see you. How can Dobby help you, sir? Did you get our message? Were you able to deliver the journal to the Gryffindors okay?" "Oh, yes, Master Snape. And they is agreeing to help you and Master Harry Potter, sir. They is just waiting for you to wake up, sir," Dobby replied excitedly. Good, Dobby. Thank you and you may go now." Dobby bowed so low his ears touched the floor and he left with a pop. Severus centered his thoughts and called out to the entity that was Hogwarts. "Hogwarts, we have returned safely. It is time for you to help your Master Harry. Hogwarts, are you there?" "Yes, Father, I am here and awaiting your command." "Master Harry still sleeps. May I heal him now?" "Yes, but not enough so that anyone will notice how powerful he is until he returns to his common room. We don't want the nurse to notice anything different about him. Can you do that?" He wasn't sure why the castle called him father, but if Hogwarts wanted to call him that, he wasn't going to tell a 1,000-year-old castle not to. Maybe it was because he was Harry's father and the castle thought of Harry as master. "Yes, Father, I will heal him. I know what his magic felt like before you traveled to the past and I can give him that amount of power now. I will wait to talk to him. I will wait for Master Harry." The stones in the infirmary glowed a soft golden yellow and seemed to gather the moonlight onto Harry, who wiggled and started to squirm in his bed. After a few minutes, Severus saw his green eyes open and look around. He groaned and looked over at his father in the next bed. He gave a weak grin and asked, "Why do I always wake up in the hospital wing?" Severus chuckled, "Because you always do foolish Gryffindor things." Harry smiled back and stuck out his tongue. He sent a soft mental touch, closed his eyes and went back to sleep. Severus climbed out of his bed, tucked his son in, brushed the unruly hair off of his forehead and keyed the top of his head. "We did it. We are home, child." He went back to his own bed and fell back to sleep easily. Early the next morning, Madame Pomfrey and Professor Dumbledore opened the hospital doors only to find the two sitting up in bed sending glaring looks at each other and sitting in total silence. Dumbledore rolled his eyes, and looked at them askance. "Haven't you boys learned to get along yet? I thought being alone together for 2 weeks would have helped you forget your past and get along for once." Dumbledore had no way of knowing that he had interrupted a glaring contest the two had started out of boredom and they were actually scoring each other and sending rude insults mentally, trying to break each other's concentration. Harry looked down quickly as the corners of Severus' mouth twitched. He fought for control before speaking. Severus answered, "We have declared a truce. I do not speak to him. He does not speak to me. We manage very well. It is a start, do not push for more." Poppy continued to bustle around the two, wand out, incanting diagnostic spells. "Well, you both healed faster than I expected. I see no reason you both cannot leave after you eat a good breakfast." She left the three to talk and sent for an elf to bring them breakfast and clothing to change into. Dumbledore made small talk as the two ate and then looked at them pointedly. "We know from an informant that you were found out, Severus, and tortured for it, and that Harry was tortured and had many bones broken. Then Voldemort tried to cast the killing curse, somehow Harry blocked it again and then you both disappeared in a flash of light. What happened then? Where have you been for the past 2 weeks and how was Harry healed so well?" Severus shielded his mind of the truth and allowed only the story they had worked out to show in his mind. We materialized in some old empty manor house, I'm not sure where. I don't think it was even in England because I didn't recognize the constellation patterns. I believe it was somewhere in France. There was a potions lab in the basement and I was able to brew potions for both myself and Harry. There was food as I believe the manor is used for part of the year. It appeared to be stocked but everything was stored as if awaiting the return of whoever lived there. It took until 2 days ago for me to be able to apparate with Harry. We took short jumps until we came to the channel which I finally recognized. I was weak from the jumps, so I used Mr. Potter's magic to supplement mine in one last jump to Hogwarts and here we are. I was most surprised to find so many people in the Great Hall. Did we miss something? Dumbledore really didn't look like he believed their tale, but that was all he could read in Harry's mind also, and Harry didn't know occlumency, so he had to accept it for now. Perhaps someday he would get the true story. He had brought his pensive and used it to share the important events of the past 2 weeks. Both were laughing at the tale of the gerbils and stunned at the success of the defense of Azkaban. Severus was thankful they had found a way to get such reliable information so that he wouldn't feel any regret that he could no longer spy. After viewing the emotional and touching vigil they had missed the night before, Harry and Severus were both stunned speechless at the moving tributes their friends had given them and were very thankful that they had been able to return. They now felt bad about deceiving the headmaster, but the plan was already set in motion and they needed a plausible reason for Severus to change his attitude towards Harry while allowing Sirius and Remus plenty of time to adjust to the new relationship between the two, especially now that Sirius had been vindicated and was free. Severus was perfectly willing for Harry to have a close relationship with Sirius as an uncle, but he would not give up Harry as his son for anyone. Harry sent reassurances through his bond to his father. He loved him and wouldn't give up their relationship even if Sirius was now free. Severus was his dad and always would be. After Madame Pomfrey reluctantly allowed the two to leave the hospital wing, Harry ran to the Great Hall where his friends should just be arriving for breakfast. Ginny was the first to see him as he stopped at the door. She squealed and ran to grab him in a big hug, quickly followed by the others. They walked in a mass to the Gryffindor table to sit down and catch up with each other. Severus had walked in at a more sedate pace, but he was being greeted by many of the Order members and was having a hard time walking through the crowd of well-wishers to reach the staff table. It was a good thing the two had eaten very early that morning because they were constantly being congratulated on their safe return. Severus was even surprised by a huge, cheerful hug from Molly Weasley. Something he had to remember to pretend to hate as he actually kind of enjoyed it. It took more than an hour for the 6 youths to be able to finally leave the hall to return to start planning in the common room, but they finally made it safely back through the portrait hole. Okay, Harry, mate, show us what you really look like now. I've been dying to see since we read your journal last night. George said immediately as Harry stepped through and made his way towards his favorite chair just before the fire. Harry looked to make sure they were alone and instantly morphed to his new self. He took a moment to center himself and reached out to Hogwarts. Hogwarts, are you awake? We made it safely to our own time. Yes, Master Harry, I have been waiting for you all these years. Your father said you would talk to me when you reached your common room, so I waited to restore your power. May I heal you now? Thank you, Hogwarts, that you be very nice. Is there anything that has changed because of our journey into the past? Did we change anything too much? Harry had been very worried that their year with the Founders had made too much of a difference and things would be drastically changed now. No, Master Harry, the Founders have taken great care to restore everything to be exactly as it was in your memories. Lady Ravenclaw found a way to share the memories of you and your father with me so that I could ensure that things remained exactly the same. They spelled me to be able to fully wake again when you returned. I have been mostly asleep for hundreds of years just waiting, but now I am awake to assist you in your destiny. Thank you. Now, I need to talk to my friends to continue the plan we came up with. Is there anything else I need to know? Harry was still in a trance. His friends had given up on talking to him. They thought they knew what was happening because of the journal, but they would obviously have to wait to find out for sure. Hashtag the founders have designed a set of chambers for you and your father. I have removed the barricades on them for you. You will find them in the same location as the chambers you used in the past. I will wait to talk to you again, Master Harry, about restoring the wards once again to full power. I am glad to be awake again. Harry felt the comforting, very powerful presence of Hogwarts slipping down below his level of consciousness once again and turned to his friends. The five were astonished to watch the skinny, short teenager morph to a tall, very athletically built 16-year-old with long, glossy black hair and a sense of confidence and nobility that was almost palpable. As he remained quiet, they could feel the magic build up within him until he exuded the kind of power they had only felt around Dumbledore and then only when he wanted you to feel it. The feeling of immense power faded as Harry again turned his attention to them. A bright flash of fire and his phoenix, Karis, appeared on his left shoulder, completing the picture. Wicked, all three Weasley boys exclaimed, almost in unison. The girls just gaped at the handsome teen, so different from the self-conscious, hesitant boy they had known for years. Hermione was the first to voice what they all wondered. Were you talking to the castle, Harry? Yeah, my own. She told me that the quarters that Dad and Professor Snape and I used are open for us again on the 3rd floor. Right where Fluffy used to live. He chuckled and plopped down in front of the fire, morphing back to his younger self as he did so. Now let's get to planning. The six talked, joked, and laughed all afternoon until it was time to go to the Great Hall for dinner. Professor Dumbledore had decided that since Christmas Day had been so unusual, they would have their traditional Christmas dinner tonight even if it was now the 26th. Most of the Order members that had been staying in the castle had left this morning after greeting Snape and Potter. Only the Weasleys, Sirius and Lupin, and the staff and the 6 students would be eating dinner together. The 6 were the first to arrive in the Great Hall and found there was just one very long table down the center of the room. The usual decorations had not been put up. It was inappropriate before Christmas with the 2 missing and now, well, Christmas was actually over. But Hagrid had placed one gigantic, decorated tree in the corner and it was piled with presents under it. The kids ran to it and started sorting and shaking packages. Harry called to Dobby to fetch all the wrapped presents he had in his trunk to place under the tree. They had calculated they would be returning on Christmas Day, so he and Severus had been prepared. Though they would be giving each other a present later, out of the public view. Harry had completed all the jewelry he had designed in the past and was quite pleased with it. The adults came in, talking and laughing with a scowling Severus following them. Harry sent him a quick, "Not too much longer, Dad, just day after tomorrow. We can do this, just think of what we can accomplish and they won't be able to punish us." Harry thought Severus' smirk looked remarkably like he was trying very hard not to laugh and turned toward his friends to hide his own giggles. They knew what to do. Harry had enlisted their help to cover up any lapses, so they began to giggle also, thinking ahead of the pranks on the headmaster and the professors that they would see in the next 2 weeks. The adults made the students wait until everyone was done eating to begin opening presents. Harry had many more than he had ever had. Many of the Order had given him books about defense. He noticed his dad smirking madly at those, so he just rolled his eyes at him in a wordless message and sent, "Behave, there might be something I don't know in them." Snape actually choked on his tea and had to cough to cover a laugh. Everyone liked the jewelry he had made them, though only the 5 knew he had actually made them and not ordered them before he had gone missing. With the evening ending in a pleasant harmony, everyone said good night and left to sleep soundly and peacefully for the first time in a long time. Harry, Ron, Ginny and Hermione were sitting at the table eating breakfast on the morning of the 28th, acting as innocent as they could. Everyone else was in attendance except the twins and Severus Snape, who were standing together outside the doors waiting for Harry's signal. He sent to his dad, "Everyone's here and eating. It's time." He used a finger to set the invisible mist that he and his dad had used to prank Sal and Godric in front of the hall doors and waited. The door opened to admit the twins, who entered the mist, and with a loud pop they were dressed in matching pink robes, bows in hair, and skipping to the table, oblivious as to what had just happened. Everyone looked up at the pop and started to laugh at the twins being pranked when they realized with horror that the prank had also affected the Dower Potions master, who had been just behind them. And he did realize he was wearing pink robes, with braids and bows in his long hair. And he was not skipping and giggling. In fact, the word to describe him was livid. He swished his wand angrily down his body and removed the charms. He thundered to the Gryffindor table, put both hands on the table and leaned down so his large nose almost touched Harry's terrified face. "Potter, my office, now." Without waiting for a response, he turned and stalked out. Harry's mates whispered to him in encouragement as he stood with his head down and slowing dragged himself out without saying a word. No one saw, hide nor hair, of the two until time for lunch. They had been having a wonderful visit while laughing about the looks on the adults' faces, but that wasn't what everyone else thought they were doing. A few minutes before lunch, Ron and Hermione showed up at Professor Snape's office as planned. The next step was crucial to the plan, so they were all just a little bit nervous. The two entered, and hearing voices through the open door to the potions classroom, they entered and found Harry and their most hated teacher having a pleasant conversation about what they were about to do. There was a large cauldron of some weird green foamy concoction just sitting behind them, and they looked up when the two came in. Professor Snape smiled at them. "You both have straight what you need to do." They replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Harry hugged his dad, stood back and waved his hand at him. Severus' face lost its harsh look and many of its wrinkles. His body straightened taller and he now looked much younger. Instead of being 37, he was now 24 once again. Harry took off his outer clothes until he was standing there in only his boxers, Hermione having turned her head, and morphed down to about a 2-year-old. Severus then draped his way too large clothes over him, and with a swish of his hand he made the green solution erupt and splash all over the two of them until they were drenched and the cauldron turned over and spilled everything out. Harry reached up to Ron, who carefully picked him up. "It's okay, Ron. I really am still 16, well, 15. My mind and my magic are all still here, just like when Tonks changes her appearance. I'm just going to put on an act." Even though Harry's speech was that of a 15-year-old, he did pronounce words as if he really was only 2. Ron nodded, looking relieved. Severus smiled at the three, grabbed Hermione's hand and said, "Let the fun begin." She startled, looked at her professor's hand clutched tightly in hers and giggled. "This is so weird," she sputtered and led the way out of the door and up to lunch. By the time the four reached the Great Hall, Harry was screaming his head off, wailing with the piercing cry that only a terrified 2-year-old could make. Ron, Hermione and Severus were running and everyone was breathless when they crashed through the doors into the stunned silence. Dumbledore stood at the sight and came quickly around the end of the staff table to the fore. Ron pushed a screaming Harry into the headmaster's arms with relief and stepped back so he was out of the way. Hermione was still holding Professor Snape's hand and was almost hysterical. Of course, most of them didn't know it was with laughter, not panic. "We went down to confess to Professor Snape that we helped with that prank, and we found them in the classroom. A cauldron had exploded and now Harry's a baby and Professor Snape doesn't know who he is. I had to tell him his name and bring him here. He didn't know where he was." She handed the professor's hand to Professor McGonagall, who had also come to see what the commotion was. She was so stunned she accepted it without even realizing what she had done and continued to hold hands with him as he just smiled beatifically at her, looking all around the hall with a look of wonder. Snape piped up, "I like this place, it's pretty. What's your name, pretty lady?" Dumbledore looked panicked, trying to calm a screaming toddler. McGonagall looked at Severus as if he had 2 heads. The rest of the teachers as well as Remus and Sirius were thunderstruck, and the children just looked expectantly at them. Of course no one noticed the children, they were too busy trying to figure out what to do. They also didn't notice the invisible, magical camera taking pictures of the whole thing. Poppy pulled out her wand, as Harry and Severus both filled their minds with exactly what they wanted her to find. She turned to the headmaster. "They are both healthy. Severus only remembers the last 30 or 40 minutes, Harry is a healthy but very unhappy 2-year-old. I don't know what happened, and I don't know how to reverse it. Sorry, Albus, but I'm stumped." Sirius had grabbed Harry but was having no more luck at calming the now red-faced and very upset child. He passed him to Remus. Remus panicked and passed him to Hermione, who had no more luck than anyone else. She turned and handed Harry to Severus, who put the little boy on his shoulder, patted his back and whispered to him. Harry calmed down to an occasional hiccup and promptly went to sleep, his breath still catching every once in a while. Stunned silence filled the hall, the 8 pranksters having a hard time keeping a straight face. Albus introduced himself to Severus and helped him to his seat at the staff table. Lunch was unique. Snape acted fascinated and very happy to talk to everyone. He ate several sandwiches with Harry comfortably asleep across his legs. Severus ate with one hand and rubbed the sleeping toddler's back with the other while asking dozens of questions with awe and wonder. He felt the soft touch of the headmaster trying to read his mind but kept his mind filled with everything he had just heard and seen. Albus shook his head and gave up. Severus smiled to see the wheels starting to turn in the old man's head as he finally accepted the situation and tried to figure out how he was going to reverse the potion. Eric Brewmeister was fascinated at the puzzle of how a potion could go as wrong as to produce these strange symptoms. He would need to brew a potion that aged them each about 13 years. That he could do, he just didn't know how he was also going to restore the potion's master's memories. Well, he would solve one problem at a time. Sirius wasn't a happy man. Why did Harry want to be with Snape? Oh right, he promised to give the man another chance, right, Severus Snape. And why did he scream at him? Harry had always liked him when he was a baby, in fact he had played by the hour with Harry and his father, James. Well, he guessed he would just have to stick close to his godson and Snape right now to make sure the man didn't hurt him. But he didn't seem to hate him anymore. Of course, he didn't seem to know who anyone was. In fact, Snape had seemed very pleased to meet him at lunch and had really liked the stories that he and Moony had told him. In fact, if he had to admit it, the man seemed to be a very pleasant fellow if you discounted their history, which actually now didn't exist anymore. If it wasn't for Harry being only 2 and not liking him, he wouldn't care if the mishap was reversed, ever. After a very pleasant lunch, Albus had taken Severus and Harry down to the potions master's quarters in the dungeon. Sirius had insisted on accompanying them and Albus really didn't mind. The 3 men had just sat down when Harry woke up. "Daddy, I'm hungry." That said, he climbed off of Severus' lap and ran looking for the bathroom. The men heard a sigh and then a flush before the toddler re-emerged and climbed once again onto Severus' lap, putting his small head on the man's chest and sticking his thumb into his mouth. Albus laughed. "Well, at least you won't have to be changing nappies, son." He called for a house elf to bring a cheese sandwich and a banana as well as a glass of juice for the boy. Sirius had sat next to Severus on the couch and was trying his best to make friends with Harry again. Harry looked a little leery, but at least he wasn't screaming anymore. The toddler ate lunch while still on his daddy's lap, as the adults talked over his head. Harry thought he had tormented his godfather long enough and allowed himself to be enticed down to the floor to play with the blocks that Sirius had conjured. The 3 men had decided that Sirius would stay with Severus to help with baby Harry and re-educate him about living in the castle and the world of magic. Then tomorrow they would begin to brew an antidote to the failed potion that had aged the 2 about 13 years. Albus had volunteered to watch Harry the next morning to allow the 2 men to help Eric in the potions lab. He never knew what he was in for. Minerva had offered to help also, though she had no more experience caring for a very active 2-year-old than the aged headmaster had to be truthful. It was too close to the full moon for Remus to be of any help. Unknown to them, the children had let all the other Weasleys in on the plan to get Sirius and Severus together and prank the headmaster. So they were unfortunately unavailable to help with babysitting the boy. Harry's journal was making the rounds of the family to explain what was happening. Molly thought she would just have to go shake those 2, but was made to see the humor in the situation almost immediately and agreed it was a worthwhile goal to finally bury the schoolboy rivalry and hatred that had festered for so many years between Severus, Sirius and Remus. Harry had charmed the camera to follow him around taking pictures whenever he would send a mental, now, and he was getting lots of really great memories. He was sure he would never live down the pictures of Albus Dumbledore, greatest wizard of the century, feeding him his morning oatmeal. Dumbledore had opened his own mouth and made funny faces while feeding him, and he had to pretend to need help. Frankly, the man was a menace. He missed Harry's mouth and got more on his clothes and face than in him. And he kept giving him biscuits at every turn. Now the three were on the floor, Dumbledore adorned with baby bib and bonnet as he played house, with Minerva as the mum, and he as the daddy. It was actually kind of fun seeing the two let down their hair with him, so to speak. Harry knew from his time with Bella that you didn't give a 2-year-old finger paints, but who was he to stop the professors? Albus now had beautiful streaks of clumped and colored beard, Minerva had lovely handprints on her bum, just as high as baby Harry could reach, and Harry had charmed the paint to resist any effort of the two to remove it, so still adorned with the colors of the rainbow, and too exhausted to remember to just change their clothes, they headed to the Great Hall for lunch. The two adults had been at first astonished, and then proud, but had gradually worked their way to annoyed at baby Harry's displays of accidental magic. Minerva now had beautiful ringlets, Albus had a full head of red hair, unfortunately now arranged into an afro, and they both were still adorned with the finger paint. Blessed Merlin, thought Albus, I can't wait to get back to a castle full of hormonal, over-exuberant teenagers. They are much less work than one blasted baby. He would have been much more upset if he realized that the camera was still following, dutifully taking pictures for one very fat, very funny picture album. When the 5 teens sat down for lunch, they couldn't help laughing at the picture of the head table, and the trio entering the hall after them. Severus was still bubbling at Sirius, who was trying hard not to laugh, as the three entered the Great Hall. Professor Dumbledore had a big red afro, his beard was full of clumps of rainbow paint, Professor McGonagall had beautiful ringlets and tiny handprints all across her bum. Harry walked between the two, holding a hand with each of the two, looking angelic and innocent. He took one look at the head table, yelled, "Daddy!" and ran to climb on Severus' lap and tell him all about his day. He threw his arms around Severus' neck and gave him a big sloppy key asterisk, turned around and grabbed a turkey sandwich from the plate in front of them. Albus glared at him when he noticed that Severus just gave him a bowl of apple sauce and a spoon and let Harry feed himself, which he did very well. By the end of the meal, Harry was asleep in Sirius' arms while Severus finished eating, and Albus and Minerva looked like they wanted a nap too. Hermione and Ron walked up to the staff table and volunteered to watch Harry for the afternoon, promising to call the potions master if they needed him. Harry sent to his dad, "Come out later and we'll play in the snow. It should be fun. How's the here coming?" Severus sent back, "Actually quite well. Eric is a good potions master, perhaps he and I can split the potions classes when I get my memory back. And I am getting along surprisingly well with Sirius. He's not too bad when we aren't trying to kill each other. I might actually be able to one day call him friend. So we should be able to speed up the plan, it might only take a couple more days. Love you, son, I have to go now." Harry morphed back to himself after they entered the portrait hole and spent an enjoyable afternoon playing wizarding chess, exploding Snap, and planning more accidental magic for the professors. The twins were, not surprisingly, a good source of ideas, and Harry was constantly reminded not to get on the wrong side of them or Ginny. Those three could be just mean. Over the next 9 days, it appeared that no one was safe from baby Harry. Professor Flitwick had to float upside down for almost an hour one morning, Madame Pomfrey was turned into a big, pink bunny when she tried to force baby Harry to take a vitamin potion, and Hagrid looked particularly nice in a bright yellow tutu and ballet slippers when he scared the boy by bringing a bowtruckle to lunch to show him one day. And the camera just clicked on and on. Harry could only be comforted when he was upset, scared or just plain tired by his daddy. And Sirius and a somewhat recovered Remus had gotten used to seeing their former worst enemy cradling and caring for Harry with real affection. Harry now called the two Uncle Padfoot and Uncle Moony, and the two were very pleased. They had decided they might actually like Severus Snape now and were mightily hoping that he wouldn't change back too much when the potion was finished tomorrow afternoon. Albus and Minerva had decided that all parents should be given an order of Merlin and the Weasleys should be nominated for sainthood after babysitting several more times for baby Harry. All in all, everyone could hardly wait for tomorrow. Everyone in the castle, plus the Weasleys, were arranged around the potions classroom waiting for the potion to finish the last 5 minutes of cooling before they could give it to Severus and Harry. Eric carefully ladled a measure of absolutely worthless potion into 2 goblets and handed one to Severus, who took it and drank it in one long chug. Everyone watched him, not noticing Harry pointing two fingers at Severus, who gradually aged back into the familiar visage of the potions teacher, though without the trademark snarl. He turned to look at all of them and smiled. Yes, it appears to have worked. Thank you all for your help. He then turned and gave first Eric, and then Sirius and Remus a big smile with a heartfelt thank you. He looked deep into Sirius' eyes and quietly stated, I had forgotten exactly why we began to hate each other, and in truth I cannot even remember now, but the past few days have meant more to me than I can ever tell you. Friend. He held out his hand and Sirius smiled back and shook it. Friend, and thank you Severus for saving Harry. The handshake and pledge were repeated between Severus and Remus, before everyone turned to look expectantly at Harry. Severus picked him up and keyed his forehead, Come son, you need to grow too. The others were still stunned to see the way Severus was treating Harry even after his reconciliation with the two marauders. Harry sat on Severus' lap and drank the potion, luckily not as much as Severus had had to drink, and then slowly morphed himself back into his 15-year-old self. He turned and hugged Severus tightly. With a tear in his eye, his voice quivering, Will you still be my daddy, Severus? He then turned to the other two standing beside him, Uncle Padfoot, Uncle Mooney, will you be my godfathers and uncles still? Sirius had looked upset briefly at the idea of Severus being Harry's dad, but he had realized over the last few days that he was much happier being an uncle than a daddy and that he still had 12 years of growing up before he wanted a teenager of his own full-time. Remus and Albus had finally convinced him that Azkaban had kept him from maturing past the age when he had been imprisoned and that he really needed to work on growing up. The two hugged the teenager who was still perched on Severus' lap and acquiesced, looking at Severus first to make sure it was all right with him. Inwardly Severus and Harry were both yelling, yes, it worked, to each other, and with a gentle flick of his finger, Harry sent the camera back to his dorm room to await the development of the pictures of the last 10 days. 2 days later, the rest of the students returned to the castle for the start of the new year and things settled down to normal, well, as normal as Hogwarts Castle ever was. The night they had been restored to normal, Severus went up to Albus' office to reunite with the man he loved like a father. He and Harry had avoided getting too close to anyone, fearing they would inadvertently give something away when they had first returned. It had been so hard not to just run up and hug the old man, the minute that he saw him standing there the first morning they were back. They had originally planned to wait several days to pull their prank, but they were pressured into hurrying up for 3 reasons. 1, they were having a terrible time staying in character, and 2, they needed to be back to normal before the other students returned from their holidays. But mainly they needed to have their relationship in the open to brew the Potter potion before the next full moon. It took a full week to brew, took 2 people to brew it, and then it needed to sit for 3 days to cure. The full moon had been 5 days before Christmas on the 20th, so the next full moon would be on January the 17th. They only had until the evening of the 14th to have the brewing done to let it cure. That meant they must start it no later than the 7th of January. And the students had returned on January the 6th, giving them only 1 day of classes to set up appropriate detentions for Harry with Professor Snape. They didn't mind the staff and Harry's friends knowing of the new relationship, but they didn't want the entire student body to know. That information would reach Voldemort too easily. Severus agreed with all of their reasons for pranking the headmaster, but he was still sorry that they had had to do it all, especially after witnessing the distress so evident in all their friends in the pensive memory of the vigil. He sighed and knocked on the door, at the soft, "Please come in, Severus." He took a deep breath and entered. "Albus, I have a confession to make to you, but first I must tell you something that I have felt for many years but was unable, or unwilling to express. Thank you, Albus, for being a friend, a mentor, and a father to me for these long years. I know it hasn't been easy, and I appreciate more than you can ever know, that when I pushed you away, you just pulled back harder. I love you, you crazy old man, and I hope you will let me be the son that I wish I really was." The older wizard just rushed around his desk and grabbed Severus into a tight hug. "Oh, my child, when I thought you had been killed, my heart died along with you. Whatever you have to confess, I forgive. I never thought I would hear you say the words that I have longed to hear all these years. I love you too, Severus, and would be proud for you to call me father, even if you do think I'm an old coot, you insufferably bad-tempered bat. Even though they both chuckled at the names of endearment, neither of the men had dry eyes. They sat together on the comfortable couch in front of the fire and just cherished the moment of being together. Severus took Albus' calloused old hands in his and, turning to look him full in the face, opened his mind completely. Father, please share with me what has happened to us while we were gone. It took a long time and many emotions passed over the old man's face as he viewed the events in Severus' memories. Horror and outrage at the treatment and injuries of his two boys, despair at the helplessness in the meadow, wonder and awe at the rituals and the release of the dark mark and Harry's cursed scar, delight and even envy at the discovery of where and with who the two had found themselves. There was joy at their triumphs, pain at their suffering, astonishment as Harry won the tournament with Merlin, and fierce pride at the boys' mastery tests, the cure for lycanthropy, and finally laughter at the prank his boys had managed without him even suspecting for a moment. So where's this picture album now? And how much do I have to pay you to make it disappear forever? He chuckled at the idea of blackmailing Minerva and the other professors. I think we should keep this a secret from Sirius and Remus for a while yet, don't you agree? Severus called Harry to come up to the headmaster's office. Harry grabbed his most prized possessions, turned into his phoenix form and flashed into the headmaster's office. He hugged his dad in relief and, morphing into his real self, shyly turned to look at Dumbledore, who opened his arms and simply said, "Grandson." Harry rushed to hug him back, wiping his tears in the old man's beard. He sat between the two, liking the feeling of being slightly squished between them. Severus had a hand on Harry's shoulder in support as Harry showed his new grandfather his treasures. First he displayed the adoption papers, signed by Merlin himself, then his parentage chart. He was delighted at the fierce pride in the headmaster's eyes as he showed him each of his 17 mastery certificates, each more astonishing than the last. Finally he handed Dumbledore his staff to examine, and gave him the beautiful armband he had made for him with a star sapphire centered between a golden griffin and a Peruvian viper-tailed dragon. As he explained the significance of the two animals, Albus drew both of his sons into a fiercely proud hug. He had Harry demonstrate calling the entity that was Hogwarts and, if possible, was even more in awe of all the young man had accomplished in only a single year. The three talked, laughed, and planned until late in the evening before hugging goodnight and returning to their own beds to begin setting their plans into motion the next day. Albus called Sirius and Remus to his office the next morning after breakfast to begin the plans the three had formulated the previous evening. "Sit down, gentlemen. I'm sure you are wondering why I called you here this morning. I have a proposition for the two of you that I would like for you to consider." Albus began. He then outlined the proposal the three had come up with the night before. Sirius looked over at Remus and saw his agreement. "Thank you, Albus, we would both be happy to accept. But what should we do with the gerbils situation? I have talked to Charlie Weasley and he and Mad Eye will be the primary caretakers of the colony. The ministry has set up a category to pay them for their duties, without being too specific about what those duties are. Several of the former guards of Azkaban that Moody vouches for will also be moving into Grimmauld Place, if that is all right with you, Sirius." At the man's nod, he continued, "I think they will still be much more secure there than anywhere else we might put them, and the minister is happy that no one can find them there. We had some bad news on Christmas Eve from Rita, but I guess it was to be expected. Voldemort knew he had been betrayed after the raid, following so closely on top of the capture of Wormtail, and he did not return to the manor in Little Hangleton at all. We don't know where he has gone to ground yet, and all the Death Eaters that we know about have been captured and are safely contained in Gerbil Land. So until we find another one for her to hitchhike on their robes to the new location, we are without a spy at the current time. Though we believe he will lie low until the end of the school year, just trying to regroup and find his spy." They all chuckled at this thought. He would never suspect who had actually been relaying his plans in such great detail. To the returning students in the Great Hall the next night, not much had changed over the holidays. To most of the students, it was a curiosity to see Harry Potter back at the Gryffindor table, To the members of the DA, they were happy to see their teacher back and in apparently good health. Most of them didn't notice the lack of a scowl on Professor Snape's face. They were too busy looking at the returning face of Professor Lupin and the handsome, black-haired man talking animatedly to Professor Dumbledore, who looked uncharacteristically tired, though his blue eyes were twinkling madly. And who was that old wizard that was sitting next to, and talking pleasantly with, Professor Snape? And why was Professor McGonagall's hair even though it was still in its usual tight bun? After the tables were cleared, Professor Dumbledore stood and tapped his goblet for silence. I have a few announcements to make before you all return to your dormitories. First, I would like to welcome back Professor Snape and Harry Potter, who have returned to us after recovering from the attack on December 10th. Please don't ask them about their experiences. The Ministry has requested that they refrain from talking about their experiences at this time. I would like to introduce several new staff members. Professor Lupin, whom most of you know, will be returning to teach history of magic, as Professor Binns has finally decided it's time to pass over. Almost all the students clapped loudly at this announcement. Binns had not even noticed when he died, and was about as exciting to listen to as watching ice melt. Even though Lupin was a werewolf, he was at least alive. As most of you know from reading the Daily Prophet, Sirius Black is innocent of all charges and has graciously accepted my offer to replace the now incarcerated Dolores Umbridge as our defense against the dark arts teacher. Albus had to wait quite a while for the cheers to die down before he continued. Professor Black is a former Auror and will also be teaching an optional dueling class along with Professor Snape. Please see either professor to sign up if you are interested. These announcements were met with scattered applause, mostly from the Gryffindor table, several loud gasps as Black was recognized and a surge of pleasure at the dueling class, followed by a groan as the second teacher's name was spoken. And finally, please welcome Professor Eric Brewmeister, who will be splitting the potions classes with Professor Snape, details to be announced later. Prefects, please lead your students back to your commons. Thank you. Excited chatter filled the room as each student hoped they would be split into a class with the new professor. They were still excitedly talking and gesticulating as they left the hall and headed to their houses. Harry's first class the next day was Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall, and he wasn't too sure she had forgiven him for baby Harry yet. They hadn't told anyone but the headmaster. They had decided to wait several weeks until the memories were dimmed enough to be considered funny, rather than still upsetting. Harry wasn't too sure that he didn't want to wait until after he graduated, but Severus swore the professors would see the humor in it soon enough and he would let Harry know when the time was right to pull out the photo album. In the meantime, Harry had to be sure to mask his abilities. He didn't want to raise any suspicions. Hermione was chattering excitedly about finally getting back to classes and how they had wasted 3 whole weeks without lessons. Ron and Harry were just rolling their eyes and tuning her out. So we're supposed to be starting on a new unit today. I can't wait to find out what it is. I hope it's something exciting, though the last unit on transfiguring furniture was very useful. Hermione was saying as the professor entered the back of the classroom. I'm sure you will find this unit suitably interesting, Miss Granger. We will begin to explore human transfiguration today, including transforming someone else, and self-transformation, which includes metamorphmagy and animagi. Now, who can tell me the differences between the 3? McGonagall queried, looking expectantly around the room. Mr. Longbottom, can you tell me about one? Well, Professor Moody. Well, it wasn't really Professor Moody, but anyway we thought it was Professor Moody at the time. Anyway, he transformed Draco Malfoy into a ferret and bounced him down the hall. Neville was getting better, but he still lacked self-confidence. The other students all giggled at the remembered sight of Malfoy bouncing down the hall. Yes, good, that is being transfigured by someone else. Miss Pottle, do tell us about another one, and I do not want to see another edition of Teen Witch in my classroom again or it will be 20 points from Gryffindor. What was that? Oh, Animagus is a witch or wizard that can transform themselves into an animal. Like when you transform into a cat. She looked pleased at knowing the answer to a question. Excellent, though I expect you to pay attention yourself, not rely on Miss Brown to whisper the question to you next time. Now, the last type, Mr. Finnegan, can you tell me what a metamorphagus is? She continued. I don't know, Professor. I haven't read about that yet. Seamus looked around the room. Most of the room also looked clueless. Miss Granger, you have your hand up, go ahead. A metamorphagus is a witch or wizard that can change their own appearance at will. They can change just one or two features or can completely change how they look. Hermione looked pleased until Professor McGonagall asked for more information. Harry raised his hand reluctantly, but he knew that the professor would know he knew what she was asking because he knew Tonks was a metamorphagus and his godfather was an animagus. At her nod, he explained, Professor, a metamorphagus just changes the outside appearance. They can't do anything they can't do in their own form. An animagus becomes the animal. Whatever the animal can do, they can do. So if their animagus can fly, they can fly. A metamorphagus could make wings appear, but they wouldn't really function. Neville raised his hand. Professor, can you become any animal? I mean, could you become a boggart? And do you get to choose the animal? No, Mr. Longbottom, you cannot become a magical creature, only normal animals. And the magic within you will choose the animal that most matches your personality and strengths. You have no choice. I believe I become a cat because I am very curious about many things and I like to be warm and comfortable. I especially like to sit in front of a fire with a good book, for instance. The professor patiently explained. Harry raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Potter, a question. Isn't it true that within every wizard there are two forms, a magical and a non-magical, and it depends upon the strength of mind and magic whether or not they can transform? Excellent. I can tell you have investigated the subject beyond what our text says. While it is true that every witch or wizard has two forms possible within them, there have been no known magical animagi since the time of the founders, though there is speculation that before he lost his human form, Voldemort, oh, quit flinching, it's only a name, was a basilisk. That, however, has never been confirmed. And even though everyone has the potential, very few have the mental discipline and strength to transform at all. 10 points, Mr. Potter. 5 points to everyone else with a correct answer. She continued to lecture for another 20 minutes and then had them begin to read the chapters in their books. She assigned them a 24-inch essay on the similarities and differences between the three types of human transformation for homework and told them they would be working on all three types in the next few weeks. I don't expect many, if any, of you will become animagi. It takes a strong ability to perform magic, and a very strong sense of self to be able to completely transform. And a metamorphagus is born, it cannot be taught. But there are signs that show if you might have that ability. The ability itself rarely develops completely before the age of 15, since you are all 15 and some of you are 16 we will cover it at this time. Many more people, while not being true metamorphmagi, are able to transform a single characteristic or two, so we will be working on that. Harry knew he would have to talk seriously with his dad to find out exactly how to handle the situation. They had discussed what to do about his animagus forms. He would only show his one non-magical silver wolf form, since everything else was supposedly impossible. It wouldn't hurt for that form to be registered with the ministry. He was much more likely to use one of the others for spying or escape. History of Magic with Professor Lupin was a very pleasant change from previous classes. Everyone actually stayed awake as they discussed the theoretical origins of wizardry. Harry took copious very neat notes for the book he was planning on writing after he graduated from Hogwarts. The last class of the morning was potions. Both Professors Snape and Brewmeister were in attendance. And they presented the class with a selection of ingredients, a purpose for the potion, and then had them write what they would use to brew it and why and how they would brew it. Harry knew they were trying to separate intuitive brewers from scientific ones. And he had no difficulty writing his essay, but he knew from Hermione's body language that she was very frustrated with her inability to figure out exactly how to do what she wanted to do. Harry purposely knocked the papers on Professor Snape's desk onto the floor as he handed his paper in and was rewarded with a loud, "Detention, tonight, 7 p.m. sharp, Potter." He hoped he was the only one who noticed that the hatred and venom formerly spewed by the professor was absent, but looking around he didn't observe anyone else noticing. He sent, "See you tonight, Dad. Can you ask Dobby for some of those pumpkin scones for later?" He heard back, "Like them too, did you, brat?" Of course. The rest of the day passed uneventfully. Harry carefully watched Hermione and Ron and placed his abilities between the two. The house rivalry had settled down without the constant irritation of Malfoy and his goons. There had been no clear new leader of the Slytherin house emerge. The jockeying for position left after the three were arrested was still going on, so they were leaving the other houses alone for the present. Severus was working very hard behind the scenes to make sure that the new leaders weren't pro-Voldemort, and he was having some success, but it would take a while. Harry and Severus began brewing the werewolves cure that evening during Harry's detention. They had been discussing the difficulty that Harry was having in disguising his magical strengths and were starting to reevaluate their previous stance on hiding his abilities from the other professors and students. Not only has Voldemort gone into hiding recently, with so many of his followers now living in Gerbil land, I think it's time to show the other students, particularly the Slytherins, that there is a strong force on the light side, so they actually have a choice in who they choose to follow. Many of them are distrustful of Dumbledore simply because he has been vilified by their parents all of their lives, also because of his age. Many of my students are leery of placing too much faith in him. If you come forward and give them a reason to choose the light, we can unite the houses of Hogwarts once again and cut off a source of followers for Tom. Severus was arguing that Harry should come forward as the strong wizarding leader that he was. After all, he already had a strong following in his DA club. Harry was more willing to step forward than he ever would have been last year, but he still resented not being a normal teen still. You know, I'm going to have to give up Quidditch already. There's no way I don't know where the snitch is at all times. I can simply sense the magic surrounding it too easily. Now you want me to give up any chance of fitting in that I might have. Son, I know that you want to fit in, but your friends will remain your friends no matter what, and the others have never regarded you as normal anyway. If you lead them, they will respect you for who and what you are. Which is much better than what they think of you now. Besides, can you really attend classes each and every day, without showing your abilities and not learning anything new? You know you will be totally bored. If you step forward, you can teach any subject that you choose. Albus will never make you leave the castle simply because you are no longer a student. I don't think Hogwarts herself would let him. And we could live together openly as father and son in our own quarters like we did in the past. I could show more openly that Slytherins have a choice. They do not have to blindly follow their parents' choices, and if we can save any of them at all, we need to take that chance. They had been speaking so passionately with each other. Neither had noticed Albus enter the room. I agree completely, Severus, plus another factor you may not have considered. With Tom on the run and in hiding, we would be showing all of wizardry that the fight is worth joining. Hogwarts could lead in the unification of pureblood, half-blood, and muggle-born all together. And by uniting, we can keep Tom on the run and make it very difficult for him to gather followers. We know he uses them for physical and magical strength. We would be cutting off a way for him to regain strength, let alone grow more powerful. And I believe that is a very worthy goal. Harry had stepped past the cauldron they were both working over and gave Albus a hug in greeting. He sighed, nodded his head slowly, and reluctantly agreed. I think you both might be right. I had to constantly be on guard today to not give anything away. I don't think I could hide my abilities clear until the end of school. I just wish we had some way to know if Tom can still draw life and power from gerbils. The two men chuckled at the teen's sense of humor. Albus answered, we have notified everyone in the Order and the Ministry to just follow any Death Eater they find if possible, and to let us know as soon as possible so that Rita can hitch a ride to wherever they are hiding. But no such luck. Minerva and Phileas have been unable to devise a reliable dark mark detector for the new dark mark, so unless we have a reason to cast a revealo, we will just have to continue to hope for the best. Severus had a suggestion. Harry, why don't you gradually morph into your real self over the next few weeks? I suspect most students won't even notice under your robes. Then we can schedule an exhibition duel against several of the teachers and you can come forward at that time and show the students there is a new, powerful leader for the light that they can follow. You can speak to each teacher as you have their class and explain the situation to them so that you won't be too bored in the meantime. The two potions masters had continued to prepare ingredients and brew the potion as they discussed the situation. Albus was fascinated to watch the deft, sure, and graceful way the two brewed together. Changing his shape gradually is well and good, Severus, but I think we should do something now, while your house is leaderless. It will be more difficult to convince people to unite with the other houses if someone like Miss Parkinson or Mr. Knott for instance managed to forge the leadership position. Perhaps we could arrange the dueling exhibition for this weekend. That would give us 4 days to arrange everything. Would you be able to leave your brewing at that time? Severus thought. Well, yes, the last 2 days are simply a low simmer. We could leave strict instructions with a house elf and that would be acceptable. I have used Nippy before when I have been summoned and had critical brewing going. Harry grinned. Does this mean I can just be natural, well natural for me, for the rest of the week? No hiding abilities, no holding back. Albus nodded. I believe that would be best. Don't confirm anything. Just let the others wonder exactly what you are capable of. I would like you to tell them your magic was awakened early because of your attack and the stress of escaping when you had to pour so much power into Professor Snape to get the two of you safely here, if you are really cornered, and that will be the explanation we will give to your professors. I wouldn't show any metamorphagus or magical animagus abilities though, keep them secret for the time being. Though you may, of course, show them to Professors McGonagall, Black and Lupin. Professor Flitwick and Madame Pomfrey also need to know, in case you need their assistance in the future. And Poppy will need to evaluate your magical levels to be able to treat you if it is ever needed. The brewing had reached a simmer point for the rest of the night, so Severus cast a spell to keep it safe, called Nippy to watch, and the three sat down to enjoy their pumpkin scones in comfort and conversation. Harry had warned his friends at breakfast, after casting a silencing spell around them, of what was going to happen in classes that day. The six were giggling and chattering, though the twins and Ginny were upset that they weren't going to be able to witness it firsthand. Harry told them that it was okay, perhaps he could borrow Dumbledore's pensive later and show them. After all, the headmaster had made him promise to share the highlights himself. The Gryffindor trio was in Professor Black's defense against the Dark Arts class almost 10 minutes early and sitting at a desk in the front row. Albus had asked Sirius if he and Remus would be able to observe the class that day since they wanted to see how far behind everyone was after the debacle of Professor Umbridge's class all year. He had readily agreed, telling them he wanted to evaluate everyone's spell casting and shields that day to know where to begin his lessons for the year and would appreciate the help in evaluating, and then any suggestions the two had would be most welcome. Albus had come up to Harry and asked to speak to him privately. Albus reached into his robes and pulled out a familiar wand. Harry, I know from Severus' memories that you cannot use a wand at all now. It would either burn your hand or explode from the power that you wield, but we would like to keep that private for now, so I have duplicated your wand exactly, except there is no magical core. If you hold this stick in your hand and use your magic around it, I don't think anyone will notice anything. Harry looked around and then gave him a quick hug. Thanks, I never thought I would see it again and I hadn't thought about not having a wand. It's been so long since I've used one, I kind of forgot. Wish me luck. Albus twinkled and smiled. Be gentle, he has more classes to teach today. As Albus moved back to sit by an unsuspecting Remus, the rest of the class filed into the room. After months of Umbridge, everyone sat quietly, silently, paper and quill ready to take notes. Sirius swept into the room, gave the three in the front row a wink and said, "Clear your desks, this will be a totally practical class for the next few weeks." At his words an excited buzzing sounded through the room. Now, today I would like to evaluate how well you can cast a spell and how well you can shield against spells being cast against you. I know that most of you belong to Harry's DA club, so those of you who do not belong, please raise your hands. You 8 stand up here in pairs. He proceeded to show them how to cast several spells that they should remember from last year and 2 simple shields that were also a review. It only took a couple of minutes to reveal how badly the 8 were doing. He shook his head and suggested that they each find a partner to practice with in the evenings. He announced to the class that the dueling room would be open every evening after dinner with an adult to supervise for anyone needing to practice, except for Tuesday and Saturday evenings when the class would meet. The remaining 17 students were all regular members of the DA, so Sirius split them in twos after asking them who the best in the club was. Every single student pointed to Harry. "Okay Harry, sit this out, and when we are done, how about if you and I do a little duel to see where you are and any gaps in your training that we need to cover?" Harry readily agreed and sat back to watch his friends. They all acquitted themselves much better than the first 8 students. Harry felt pride that they all remembered what he had taught them, and was glad Albus, Severus and he, had decided that he should teach instead of wasting his time taking 5th-year classes. He sent to his dad, "Sirius is having me duel him at the end of this class if you can find an excuse to come watch. Albus is in here, maybe you need to bring him a potion or a piece of parchment." He heard a delighted, "I have just the thing, the list of students to be in my new intuitive brewing class, I'll be right up." Sirius was just finishing up his evaluations of the last few students when Severus entered the room, looking around for the headmaster. "I finally found you. I needed to give you this list of students for the new potions class so they can have their schedules changed before next week." Albus looked suspiciously at Severus, and then he looked at Harry, who had a "butter wouldn't melt in this mouth" look of innocence. "Why don't you sit for a minute? Sirius is just finishing up and then he is going to test Harry's dueling abilities. I'm sure you'd like to watch too." Sirius had the class move to the back of the room, swept the desks out of the way with a sweep of his wand and cast a spectator shield around the area. Unknown to him, Harry also cast an air shield just to be safe. He didn't intend to expend that much energy, but he would rather be safe than risk anyone getting hurt. Harry stood sideways facing Sirius, wand arm relaxed at his side, knees slightly flexed and balanced on the balls of his feet. Sirius assumed a similar stance, explaining to the class that this stance presented the smallest target and the most possibilities for ducking a spell cast at you. The two bowed formally, raised their arms and waited for a signal from Professor Dumbledore, who had volunteered to be the referee. Harry waited patiently for Sirius to cast the first spell. He knew his own abilities but had no idea how his godfather would fight. He knew he had been a very good Auror, but then he had spent the last 12 years in Azkaban, which was bound to have affected his dueling abilities. Sirius watched Harry in approval for a few moments before sending a medium-powered Expelliarmus at him. Harry simply leaned and let the spell pass harmlessly past him. Harry cast a moderate soundless stunner at Sirius to test his godfather's shield and dodging abilities. He was pleased to see Sirius also choose to just duck to the side. The two spent several more moments just testing the other's abilities before actually settling down to begin dueling for real. Harry was pleased to note that Sirius seemed to be on a par with Remus. Abilities, not quite as good as his father's, especially after a year of sparring with both Godric and Harry, but not too bad. He wouldn't have to hold back too much, and could just begin to enjoy himself. Sirius had begun to realize that Harry hadn't even begun to seriously duel. He was surprised at the methodical way the boy had tested his abilities, as if judging how hard he could fight. Sirius felt uncomfortably like the student in the classroom, instead of the other way around. He knew that Albus had always said that Harry would someday be a very powerful wizard, he just hadn't realized that it was already true. Harry opened himself up to his magical core and fed power to his hands. He cast an air shield around himself and just stood to absorb anything that Sirius could throw at him. Sirius wasn't too sure he liked the looks of the smile that graced Harry's face now. He glanced at Albus and Severus in the back of his classroom and noticed they looked completely at ease with the situation. He shrugged and turned back to the very confident boy standing in front of him, and was startled to notice the child simply glowed with power. The two began sending curses and hexes at each other, shielding and ducking as necessary, neither really doing any harm to the other. Harry still looked completely calm, but Sirius was beginning to tire and starting to sweat. Nothing he sent seemed to have any effect on Harry, but he was beginning to get frustrated. He knew he had to send something strong enough to stun Harry soon, or he would be too tired to continue. They had been dueling for over 25 minutes, for Merlin's sake, and the boy looked like he could continue indefinitely. Sirius sent a strong blasting curse only to watch in amazement as the spell simply curved around Harry and missed him without Harry having moved a muscle. Harry simply waved his wand and Sirius found himself on his backside. He scrambled quickly to his feet, cast a strong Expelliarmus, followed by 2 stunners, one to the right and one to the left, and finally a blasting curse to the middle. Harry smirked, ducked under the first, leaned left and then right to miss the next 2 and simply banished the blasting curse with a wave of his wand. He smiled at the older man, flicked his wand and Sirius fell into blackness without even seeing the spell that stunned him. Remus was too shocked to even say a word as Severus walked up to Sirius and shot an enervate at him. He left the chains and ropes for a few moments to let Sirius acknowledge that he realized they were there, and then Severus banished them too. Sirius accepted the man's hand up and stood swaying slightly as he looked at the boy in front of him. Harry had seemed to shrink, and there was no glow of power around him now. In fact, Sirius could almost convince himself that it hadn't been there before. But he somehow knew that Harry had been simply toying with him the entire time, and that he had absolutely no chance of winning. The child had simply let the duel go on long enough to make his teacher look better before ending it. Severus leaned into him and whispered in his ear, "Come to my chambers later and we will discuss what just happened. Don't feel too bad, I can't win against him either." Severus then walked back to the door and left without saying a further word. The bell rang for the end of class and Harry's classmates swarmed around him. "Wicked, how'd you learn to fight like that, Harry?" Neville was asking as they all left to go to Charm's class. Ron looked at him in awe. "Blimey, Harry, remind me never to get you mad at me." That was wicked. Seeing it was much more awesome than just reading about it. Harry was pleased and a little surprised that Ron had finally managed to get over his jealousy at last. Maybe his best friend finally was growing up. Everyone was still excitedly talking as they entered Professor Flitwick's class, and he had to finally shoot sparks from his wand to get them to settle down. Class, settle down. What's going on?" the tiny professor exclaimed. Harry shrugged and answered, "We just had a good defense class for the first time this year, and I got a lucky shot and stunned Professor Black in a duel." The entire class disagreed with his assessment but had to let it pass as Professor Flitwick sternly ordered them to sit down and pay attention. The class that day consisted of a review of the charms they had learned before the holidays, so Harry had no problem fitting in with Hermione and Ron. The fifth-year Gryffindors were still excitedly chattering as they entered the Great Hall for lunch, and Harry was beginning to get tired of the whole thing. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad thing to no longer be a student and to sit up at the staff table. Maybe after his abilities were out in the open, people might just begin to accept him as just himself again. As he sat down, hoping to be able to eat in peace, he sent to his dad, "Tell me again why we thought this would be a good idea." Harry could see his father ducking behind his napkin, trying to hide his smile. "It was worth it to see the look on Sirius' face as I revived him. And I don't think Remus has recovered yet. Look at how he's looking between you and Sirius now." Harry hadn't noticed Professor Lupin's calculating looks before, but now he could tell the man knew something wasn't right. Harry continued to eat his chicken pie as he sent to his dad, "We're going to have to tell them, aren't we? Man, I don't want to be there for that conversation." "Don't worry, Harry, Albus and I will be sharing my memories with them both tonight in the Pensive. You don't need to be there at all. If you are needed I will call you later. Enjoy the rest of the day. I believe you have herbology, no problem there, and then divination." Harry could hear the smirk in Severus' voice from across the room. Harry rolled his eyes and just continued eating, ignoring the excited buzzing that had now spread to the other 3 tables. Remus and Sirius knocked on Severus' door promptly at 8 p.m. and were invited in. They were somewhat surprised to find Albus already sitting on a couch in front of the fire with his Pensive sitting on a low table in front of him. Severus motioned for the two to be comfortable on the couch facing them as he sat down next to Albus. Albus patted Severus' knee in encouragement and nodded at him to begin. "I know you have a lot of questions about what happened today, and about the relationship between Harry and me, but it would be easier if I just showed you what happened after we were kidnapped and then escaped. If you would, gentlemen." With that said, the 4 touched their wand tips to the silvery liquid in the Pensive and were beaked into Severus' memories of the past year. All 4 men sat quietly drinking tea after viewing the very emotional memories of the past year, each unsure of what to say to the other. Sirius finally cleared his throat, held out his hand to Severus and said, "Thank you for saving Harry's life. He wouldn't be here today without you. We may never be close friends, but I would like to still be a close part of Harry's life, if that is all right with you. After watching that, I can't break apart the two of you, and I wouldn't even want to try. I realize I couldn't have done what you did for Harry. Someday I would like to be a father, but for now, it's better if I am an uncle." Severus solemnly returned the man's handshake and reaffirmed Harry's wishes. I am most pleased to have the two of you be Harry's uncles and his godfathers. Harry needs and is going to need all the support and care that he can get to overcome his background and to stay strong through what lies ahead of them. Remus shook Severus' hand and pledged his support also before turning to Albus. What are we going to do about the Dursleys? They must be held accountable for what they did to that boy. Madam Bones and Arthur Weasley are taking care of the situation as quietly as possible. Harry doesn't need his former home situation plastered all over the Daily Prophet. They will be quietly charged, given Veritaserum and then join the Gerbils until Tom is finally defeated. Albus' blue eyes had a steely glint in them. Severus looked at Remus with a question. Are you not even going to ask me about Potter's potion? I thought that would be your first question. You mean it exists? It isn't something that can no longer be made. Remus was afraid to even look hopeful. Yes, it's already brewing in my lab. The first batch should be ready by the 14th. You will be able to take it on the night of the full moon on the 17th of this month. That is if you want to. Severus looked expectantly at the werewolf. Yes, of course. Albus, if we could verify the cure and then have it announced in the Daily Prophet, the werewolves would break from Voldemort in a heartbeat. That is true freedom and much more than even Voldemort has been trying to promise them. Lupin was excited at the prospect of being finally free of the curse that had plagued his life since he had been bitten as a young child. Does this lake still exist in this time then? Severus shook his head. To be truthful, we haven't had enough time to be able to even think about that. Harry and I will have to go to Gringotts after everything settles down, but we brought back 10 containers of lake water and that is enough to brew 200 doses. The batch we made will make 10 doses and they will be good for another 4 months before losing strength. So we should be able to make up more for next full moon and I'm sure you will be able to find another 20 or 30 people willing to try the potion. But we will need to change the name to Potter-Snape Potion in the future. Remus nodded in agreement. Of course, Severus, you should have recognition for the part you did in developing the potion. You misunderstand. My son's name is Harry James Potter Snape and we intend to make it that in this time too, as soon as we can. Severus smirked at the look on the two men's faces. They were coming to grips with the relationship between Harry and Severus but it was still a shock sometimes. The men continued to talk well into the night, and by the time they each left to go to sleep, the beginnings of understanding were well underway with a foundation for a friendship to begin. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.